blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda raba, ya, ya. Soda raba, ya, ya. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everybody in the live stream. Peace and blessings, everybody coming in the live stream. All right, let me make this, let me go to share screen. Let me do this correctly. Go to share screen. Let's get this party started. It's almost 100 people on the live stream already. Let's go share screen, window, bang, share. Let me put that up so when they come, they know exactly where they at. Tonight's live stream, all right? Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Bam, bam, bam. News is breaking and the breaking is the news. All right, I'm about to stand up. We about to get turned up. All right, let me put my link to my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Present, invite guests. All right, we about to get turned up. It's going down tonight. I got a crazy lesson for y'all tonight. Y'all know I got some exclusives. You heard? Let's go to the comment section. Peace and blessings to the comment section. Control V. Over 100 on the live stream already. So I'm about to stand up. We about to get to the video clips. We got straight exclusives tonight. All right. So the link is in the chat, so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Now I'm about to stand up. Let me stand my desk up. It's time to get this party started. Let me move this out the way, move that out the way, move the chair out the way, right? Let's go, let's go. Stand up. Hold on. I got you. All right, stand the desk up. Bang. All right. Let me bring the mic up a little bit. All right. Let me see what y'all see. I'm gonna move over to the side there we go. Now I'm gonna bring the mic. I'm gonna bring the camera up a little bit. I know you're like, we can't we can't see you in the camera. I got you. All right. Hold on. Let me put the camera up. Right. Let me put that, slide that there. Bang. Let me see. There you go. All right. It's cut me off a little bit, but it is what it is. We can live with that. All right. Peace and blessing. Let me see how I am in the vert. I need to pull it over to the side a little bit. Bring it over a little that way. There we go. So in the vert, I'm in the, all right, it's cutting my head off a little bit. I don't want it to go up too high. All right, peace and blessings. All right, I can just back up a little bit. There we go. All right, now, all right, let's go. We got some exclusives going down tonight. Peace to Tamiya in the building, California in the building, Mississippi Mayor. All right, yeah. We got some exclusives tonight. Peace and blessings to everybody coming in the live stream. All right, tonight's live stream. Breaking news. A white woman says that the mayor is connected in the Nolan Wells case. New police audio leaked. So we got exclusive clip of some new police audio that got leaked. And there's a white woman that said the mayor got some connection to the Nolan Wells case. So we even broke down the Mississippi, we broke down the KKK, we broke down the history, we done broke down all of the sheriff, the medical examiners and everything, and so many intertwining family blood lineages. You heard? We done went all the way back before to the early Seymours, one of the first enslavers of the Gulf Coast, because they ain't found nothing. The enslavers of the Gulf Coast. All right, shout out to Lizette in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, let's get started. All right, let me add Hakyama in. Peace and blessings, Hakyama. All right, here we go. We about to get this thing rocking and rolling right now. We might as well get on in. It's almost 200 people on the live stream already. Hakyama and Zayala, y'all let me know when we get over 200. Because I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go into another clip when we get over 200 on the live stream, right? So now let me go into our intro clip to start the night off, right? So this one, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the videos. Tonight's live stream, the Mississippi mayor exposed. All right? Yeah. We got some exposing to do tonight. Y'all see this? You see this? You see that dude? Yeah. You're going to know who he is tonight. You see the Trumpster right there, right? And then this dude, that's the mayor, Mississippi mayor. We got some exposing to do. We gonna be tying some things up, tying some loose strands up. You know what I'm saying? We ain't accusing nobody. All this stuff, we just trying to decide and decipher and discern the truth from the fiction. You heard? But there's a lot of ties going on. You understand? So they hire, the other brothers, they hired another lawyer, right? They hired this lawyer right here, all right? But we going to get to that in a minute because we going to get to that because we going to get to the mayor, Mississippi mayor, Mississippi burning. That's why the Mississippi right here is on fire because this goes back to the 60s, to the 50s, Mississippi burning. This old blood money, that old money, that old time politics, that old time family connections, family relations. You heard that part? All right, let's go. So now I'm going to go to the first video clip of the night. Let's get this party started. All right, here we go. So y'all let me know when we get over 200, and if they let us get over 300 in shadow band, y'all let me know as we go through, because I'm gonna do something, right? So let's get to the first video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Here we go. First video clip of the night is this one. Share screen, bang. And then as we get over to certain hundreds, I'm going to bring in the other clips. You heard? So let's go. Let's wet your whistle with some current news. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This just happened. Breaking news. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'm gonna record this. So I'm sitting out here with the pool with my children. I'm the only black man out here. So the nice white people come out here and tell me if I don't show them my ID, I have to leave. But no one else has to show their ID. So now she's finna call the police on me. And the police are gonna come in front of my children. And they smiling. Look at her smiling. They're smiling.
All right, so this black man is with his two sons, right? His teenage son, his adolescent son. Bless me. And he lives in this apartment complex. But these resident and I guess management, well, I don't know who these people is, but they call them Karens, right? They want him to show him some ID, but they're not asking nobody else that's around the pool or in the pool to show any ID. All right.
Over 200.
All right, overshadow, peace and blessings of people coming in the build over 200. So this is, we going somewhere when I'm going to get to the clips with the new police audio link in the Nolan Wells case, also the mayor and the connections, you understand? So when so-called black people in America are complaining about there is racism and there is colorism and there is prejudices and there is biases and there is these things happening, and a lot of people saying, no, that was in the past. There's no more racism. There's no more racism. Well, tell that to this black man and his children who live in this apartment complex who are just trying to enjoy their amenities that they pay for, and they're getting harassed by these thugs. This is what you call thugs right here. You hear? Because I know the trolls are going to come and then they're going to be talking about, what about Chicago? And what about this? Well, guess what? This is Chicago. Somebody done told you wrong. Y'all, welcome to the channel, everybody who knew and finding us. Let's go. This is a video clip. Guess what, everybody? This is Chicago. And who is the thug? You heard? Because this black man with his children sure ain't no thug. He's a hardworking black man that's paying this rent in this nice, beautiful community. And these Chicago thugs are harassing him for the color of his skin. Let's continue.
Tell me if I don't show them my ID. Sitting out here with the pool with my children. I'm the only black man out here. So the nice white people come out here and tell me if I don't show them my ID, I have to leave. But no one else has to show their ID. So now she's finna call the police on me. And the police are gonna come in front of my children. And they smiling. Look at her smiling. They're smiling. She's smiling. But our residents here.
I'm telling you, I don't want to be recorded.
You being recorded. I'll be here. When the police come, I'll be here. So now they calling the police on me. Karen and her friend, she's smiling because they're gonna call the police on me because I don't have an ID on me.
You better keep filming. This thug right here, she said, I don't want no camera on me. Well, you keep filming, a black man resident of this community, because these thugs are harassing you.
Who takes an ID to the swimming pool? And not just that, nobody else has been asked to show their identification. All right, let's see how this works out. This is crazy. Now my children are here. This is in front of my children. Welcome to Chicago.
Welcome to Chicago, everybody. You meeting some new Chicago thugs. These are not the Bloods or the Crips. These are the Whips. Boy, Unc just made, August 7th, 2026. Unc just made up a new terminology. This is a thug gang, and they're called the Whippers, the Whips. They're not the Bloods or the Crips. These two are the leaders of the new gang in Chicago called the Whips. Somebody please investigate these two thugs. They are harassing black people. Okay? The Whips. All right, everybody? All right, let's continue. I got something else I was going to say. I just forgot it. I got another. We got some stuff coming. We got some exclusive clips coming. All right, let's continue.
My children. Welcome to Chicago. Look at the white man. He's swimming. The guy. There's a kid over there. Does he need his ID?
Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who don't condone these thugs, these whips, okay? All right? These Karens. The white man is able to just swim in the pool, right? He's just a swimming, la, 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 la. Nothing to see here. He not getting harassed by the whips, by these Chicago thugs, okay? But the black family, they getting harassed by these Chicago thugs.
They are calling the police on me. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Where you going, Al? What?
You can get your ID.
I'm not getting my ID. I don't have to show them no ID to be at the pool. Carrying up, and the other lady just smiling.
So you see the young man? So his teenage son, he like, that's all I can stand. He get up, he walk away. His young son says, Dad, can you just go get your ID? See, this is a reality. And what the young man is asking his dad is, could you please comply with these thugs, these whips? Could you please? But his dad is trying to exercise his right as an American citizen and his right as a tenant in this community where he pays for these amenities, and he shouldn't be harassed. But unfortunately, that's America. So his young son just wants him to get his ID.
Over 300.
Peace and blessings, everybody coming to live stream, over 300. And after this, after this clip play, we're going to get right into some exclusive. We're going to get into the mayor. Since it's 300, I was waiting for it to be 300 on the live stream. We're going to get right to the mayor after this clip right here. All right, let's go.
Carrying up, and the other lady just smiling. This is crazy. Carrying up, and the other lady. Where you going, Al? What?
You can get your ID.
I'm not getting my ID. I don't have to show them no ID to be at the pool. Carrying up, and the other lady just smiling. This is crazy. I don't want y'all to be traumatized by this, though. No, don't cry. You don't have to cry. So have a seat, Kingston.
I want you to go in jail.
They're not going to put me in jail.
Please, just get your ID.
No, we can, just because we're black, we can sit it just like everybody else.
You see, the dad said, I don't want you to be traumatized. This little boy is already traumatized. How could this little boy know at so young to say, Dad, please just go get your ID? These are not police talking to him. These are thugs talking to him. These two thugs right here, they have no emotion, no compassion, no empathy for these children. This child is crying and they could care less. This is a threat to American society. These thugs need to be investigated for this harassing crime that they are committing, all right? Us American citizens, us righteous white brothers and sisters of America, us righteous black brothers and sisters of America, us righteous Hispanic brothers and sisters of America, us righteous Asian and East Indian brothers and sisters of America, we got to stop these thugs. These two are Chicago thugs, part of an organization called the Whips. And they need to be investigated, and they need to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. Okay? They have no empathy at all that this young man is crying and he wants his dad. He said, they're going to arrest you. He's scared that if the police come, they might unalive his dad. And that's an actual genuine concern. So to be honest with you, I think I would have walked away with my son. I know that the dad is trying to make a statement, but I don't know. I don't know. I can't see my son crying and traumatized like that. He's really scared. And, but I know his dad is trying to stand for something. And I know some people might not agree with me, but I probably would have grabbed my son and walked away. And and then call the authorities and do whatever it is I got to do. So let's continue.
Don't cry. You don't have to cry. So have a seat, Kingston.
Dad, I want you to go to jail.
They're not going to put me in jail.
Please, just get your ID.
No, we can, just because we're black, we can sit it just like everybody else. Wow, welcome to Chicago. Yeah.
Welcome to Chicago. All right. Now, for all those who just say, you blackity blacks, y'all are angry and y'all fight and y'all aggressive and y'all violent. You see, this family was just trying to relax at the pool, and they're being harassed by these thugs. So just to bring it on home, let's look at some more thugs. Okay? Now look at this thug. Now this thug brings it to the beach. All right? Now watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We are reacting to the video. Did y'all see that? This thug just pulled out a gun, and he pulled the trigger twice, cocked it back on this gentleman. This gentleman was flying a kite. And this thug pulled out. Now, I want y'all to understand there's kids. There's a child right by him. You're going to see it in a second. Let's play that back again. And then we're going to get to the clip, the mayor and the Nolan Wells. I just want to bring it in with these thug behavior, that people have a right to be scared of what's going on. Hey, Gregory, you know why I'm not pointing out that 98% of black homicide in America is committed by other black folks? Because we showing some white thugs. That's why, Gregory. Do you have the comprehension? Can you comprehend two things at once? Can you focus on the topic, Gregory? Do you not know that most white homicides in America are committed by other white people? Hello? Most Asian homicides in America are committed by Asian. Most Hispanics are committed by Hispanics. Can you fathom that, Gregory? Can your brain take that amount of information and compartmentalize it? Okay? I understand that a lot of people in America, we're really on the spectrum, really dumbed down. You understand? I know you probably took the Jim Jones jab juice, so your reading and comprehension, your understanding capabilities is very limited. But we're pointing out this thug on the screen, and you want me to point out why black people commit crimes against black people. I'm showing white on white crime right here, Gregory. Can you understand? Hold on, let me show y'all what Gregory is saying. Okay? Hey, Gregory, this right here on the screen is white on white crime. We have black on black crime. You have white on white crime. You have Hispanic on Hispanic crime. You have Asian on Asian crime, right? But all you want to point out is black on black crime. Sorry, not today. You understand? We'll get to black on black crime. We do plenty of stuff. Oh, okay? So anyway, let's continue, right? I know this is in Brazil, but it is what it is. You ask him, he'll definitely won't say he black. But anyway, let's continue. I'm showing worldwide crime. Shout out to everybody in the building. Then we're going to get to the mayor. You're going to get to Mississippi. All right? Let's continue. Because that's the reason why I'm showing this, because everybody want to talk about black on black crime or black crime when there's plenty crimes going on all over the world, all over America, but all thing you want to point on is that. You understand? No, they just They just found this young woman hanging from a tree. Okay, I shouldn't say that word. I got to be very careful. Okay, but you know what you're gonna tell me? Oh, black on black. Oh, I guess she did that to herself, right? Yeah. She climbed up on the tree and she did that to herself. We understand. But let's continue. All right.
O Miro que mandou filmar.
Ô, Beto.
Beto, não, Beto.
Saiu lá de Caxias pra passar isso.
A peaceful afternoon at Praia da Arubinha in Arraial do Cabo.
Now look, y'all see that little baby sitting right there? And this man has a gun in his swimming trunks. While this man, I don't know if he's white or Hispanic, but he's trying to enjoy a day at the beach and he's flying a kite. And he gets triggered. And he doesn't care that this little baby is here, just like those other white thugs, the girls at the beginning, they didn't care that that black man had his baby there. Oh. See, devils in people, that's what you need to point out. I don't give a crap what color they is. See the devils in every people, no matter where you at. You hear me? Righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred and tongue. Don't be like Gregory and be all possessed by these devils. You understand? Don't be like these fools. You need to discern and decipher the spirit behind each individual, no matter where you at. I don't care if you're in your home, in your subdivision, in your community center, if you're out on vacation, discern the devils that take over these people's spirits. They don't care about the children and none of that around. He has no care concern about nobody's safety, and he pulls out and tries to unalive this man live for what? Because he's upset at something? Really, probably because he can't fight. So what? Look how big he is. Now watch this. Now I'm gonna let this clip play.
Nearly turned tragic when a heated argument between a swimmer do Cabo. A peaceful afternoon at Praia da Arubinha in Arraial do Cabo nearly turned tragic when a heated argument between a swimmer and a kite surfer escalated. An armed man pulled a handgun and pointed it directly at the sportsman, pulling the trigger twice. Miraculously, the gun failed to fire both times, and the suspect fled before police arrived.
See, that's what it is. He can't fight. So he tried to punch him, and the man has a kite in his hand. He has one hand, and he still couldn't hit him. All right? So then he pulls out a pistol and tries to unalive him in front of the kid, looking right at him. I don't know if this is his child or whose child that is.
Gun failed to fire both times, and the suspect fled before police arrived.
Devil Dog, hey everybody, Devil Dog said black people, look what Devil Dog said. He told you who he is. He's the devil's dog. He a dog and he the devil. Okay? Devil Dog said so-called black people are allergic to the world accountability. Right? So here we go. They tell you who they are. Everybody listen clearly. When they tell you who they are, you better believe them. So the devil and he's a dog. All right? We understand you a dog, but so go get yourself neutered because you don't need to be having babies. Okay? You little devil dog. Okay? You need to go, somebody go find somebody to neuter this dog. All right? Because he'll need to be sharing his seed. All right, let's continue. So you see, this is what I'm talking about. There's people who get possessed by devils, like this dog that just said that, right? This devil dog. And he don't care about what's on the screen. He don't care about these Karens, these devils right here. You heard? These two thugs harassing this black man and his family while he's just trying to enjoy himself at the pool. You understand? They don't care about that. They don't care about this Hispanic man ready to unalive this man in front of these children and pull out a pistol and licks 2 shots at him. You understand? Tried to punch him, look guys, and miss. I guess he gets so mad. And look at him. The boy got a gun in his swim trunks. Oh boy, y'all better discern every spirit where y'all go. Discern these devils everywhere y'all go, children of the Most High, the righteous children of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Okay? All right. Now.
Okay, so I'm gonna record.
Now, that was the intro clip. Now let's get to the thumbnail. Okay? Let's get to the thumbnail. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We get into the thumbnail. The thumbnail is breaking news. A white woman says the mayor of Mississippi has some type of connection in the Nolan Wells case. New police audio leaked. I'll get to the police audio in a second. Let me get to the mayor on the thumbnail. All right, copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. All right, let's let this white sister break it on down for us. And we're going to get some exclusive, the mayor, coming up. Here we go.
So this is now the second video that I've made about Nolan Wells. Inexplicably is not eligible for the For You page. And that's not including the 3 videos that they took down. So let's talk about what I talked about in this. Go back and watch the video I posted yesterday for more details. The party that night was allegedly at this girl's house that I will call Ava D. Right here in the yellow is where the party was at. You could almost perfectly plot out every dock that they stopped at on this little trip of theirs before they went to the boat dock. I also discovered that Lieutenant Patrick Carone, the person who first wrote up that very first report after Nolan's mom called in, someone that he is related to, apparently married into Ava D's family.
Okay, so Lieutenant Patrick Carone, right? So remember, all this Mississippi bloodline, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm saying people, they grew up in communities, they grew up in their blood lineage, they intermarry, right? So what's coming out is that a lot of Ocean Springs and a lot of Mississippi, all of those family lines are really intertwined and connected, okay? So, and they're in positions of authority, right? Positions of like governmental positions, political positions, and policing positions. You understand? So if all of these families are intertwined, then an incident can happen, and it's actually the people who are related to the individual where the incident happened who is overseeing the investigation or overseeing the reporting or overseeing the autopsies and stuff like that. So the more information comes out, the more familial ties, family ties, blood lineage, right? So the original, this dude, and we going somewhere. Y'all know we got exclusive. I know some people like, I saw this somewhere, well, whatever. You can see stuff all over the place, but you ain't see what I'm about to bring out tonight, all right? I got some exclusive, right? So again, people got clips and everybody, but you still ain't see what we about to bring out. All right, that's the thing. The thing is about bringing more value to information clips, right? And I'm not trying to battle with content creators who make videos all day long. You understand? You got people that start 8 o'clock in the morning and make 10 videos and 3 live streams. They're just using content just for money and stuff. I don't do that. All right. So I wait every Monday and Friday because we ain't about that. So, but we bring value to what we bring out. So if you saw something on something else, it's all good. You ain't see everything I'm about to bring out. And also the viewpoint and understanding of what's coming out. All right, now let's continue. So here we go, because I figured out something. I think we're going to decipher this together. We're going to get our I Spy detective on tonight together, guys. I think I figured out something that we can discern together. I think I caught something. All right, watch this. Let's go.
Doc. I also discovered that Lieutenant Patrick Carone, the person who first wrote up that very first report after Nolan's mom called in, someone that he is related to, apparently married into Ava D's family, allegedly. But like I said in my last video, I show my work. I also discovered that Warren's mother apparently had a birthday party just weeks before Nolan's disappearance that was attended not only by the D family.
I wonder if this is the actual, this sister be killing it. The nerdy pink sister, she be knocking it out the park. Shout out to the nerdy pink sister. All right. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters and black brothers and sisters, the righteous children of the Most High who trying to discern lies from truth. Right. Shout out to what's the sister name? Shout out to Miss Hartfield in the building. All right. Now let's explain. I wonder if this is the actual flyer from what's her name's mom's party. A tight white pant. I hope this ain't the real flyer. I know these people didn't have no tight white pants party. Boy, I swear. Did they just have a tighty whitey pants party? Boy, but we got to respect others' culture. That's one thing. If we want people to respect our culture, listen, so-called blacks, all right, then we got to respect others' culture, right? They might laugh at some of the things that we do in so-called Black American culture, right? So we got to understand they got a culture and they might want to have a tight whitey panty party, right? I'm good with the tighty whitey, but we trying to make these young kids pull their pants up and loosen their pants up. These boys run around here in yoga pants. You know, they don't call them some skinny jeans. Them ain't nothing but girl pants. Boy, somebody done told y'all wrong. That's what the elders done failed you. Nah. If y'all can see my pants right now, I get my pants is just as loose. You understand? I ain't no tighty whitey. You can't even breathe in them. How is your, all right, I'm about to say, how is your scrotum breathing in those pants, boy? Tell these little black kids, pull your pants up and loosen them up too. Okay, get you some man pants. What's wrong with y'all? That's the Baphomet. That ain't nothing but the devil, Hasatan, right? Trying to make everybody, he trying to make clothing non-gender. Clothing is binary. You understand? You don't even know if it's a woman, girl. You don't even know if you got your girlfriend pants on. Whose pants is those? Whose panties is this? Dudes running around with pocketbooks talking about they merces. You understand? Nah. That ain't nothing but Baphomet. You heard? Let's continue. So what's the name? Mom had a tighty whitey panty party. But let's continue. All right? So the cop, he relayed the first dude who filled out the info. Come to find out his blood lineage is tied to somebody else. But we going somewhere.
Into Ava D's family, allegedly. But like I...
So Ava D is supposed to be another one. Now, some of them are saying that was, who was it? Warren's girlfriend or Wyatt's girlfriend. But this Ava D, the sister gonna break it down. She is supposed to be, some are thinking, the house that they went to and had the pool party where Warren went upstairs and talked to her dad. So y'all remember the story? When they left the island and they went to another pool party at a house. Some are speculating that it's Ava's house, what this sister's doing. We're going to get there, right? And that was Ava's dad that Warren was speaking to about boats. When everybody else is having party and everything, what teenager going to be upstairs talking to somebody's dad about boats, okay? When now, at this point, nobody knows that Nolan is missing at this point, right? This is July 4th after they came back. So they supposed to have went to Ava's house, okay? Now let's continue.
Into Ava D's family.
And this officer with this last name, somebody else with the same last name, married into Ava's family. So now she's tying in the first responding, the officer who wrote up the first report after the mom called, right? With Ava, where Warren went to after the house and talked to the dad upstairs, all allegedly. Let the sister break this down. Let's continue.
Into Ava D's family, allegedly. But like I said in my last video, I show my work. I also discovered that Warren's mother apparently had a birthday party just weeks before Nolan's disappearance that was attended not only by the D family.
Let me do this last one. Y'all can let Gregory. Gregory is just jealous. Gregory, we understand that you wanted to be black when you we understand you wanted to be black, Gregory. We get it. All right. It's so evident. You're jelly belly, you're jealous. It's okay. You really don't want to be black, Gregory, because it's a lot that comes with it. You understand? I know it looks cool, right? I know the swag. I know you might have a little weaker, right, or whatever. I'm not saying, whatever. But whatever you think, some black people got little winkers too, Gregory. So, don't believe all the hype. Don't believe. Public Enemy made a song called Don't Believe the Hype. Don't believe the hype. Okay, Gregory? So it's okay, Gregory. We know that you're jealous. We know that you're envious, but you really have nothing to be jealous of, okay? We really are compassionate, caring, and concerning people. We will receive you, Gregory. We'll receive you with your tighty whitey pants. We'll just tell you to loosen up the pants, right? We'll tell you, they're too tight or whatever. We'll work with you, Gregory. Gregory said in 2025, only 33% of third graders in the black community, they read on grade level. Gregory, it is really a pity party at this point, Gregory. It is okay, Tink Tink. It's gonna be all right? You don't have to worry. Nobody's trying to replace you, Gregory, okay? We just like to get along. We really like to be left alone. We can respect you as long as you're a respectable person, Gregory. But all that jealousy, all that envy, it's uncalled for. Why would you be jealous of somebody who, like you said, we can't read? I can't read. So why would you be jealous of me, Gregory? All right. Now, I had enough fun with Gregory, and that's enough of that, right? So the troll's going to be trolls, haters going to be haters. Jelly belly's going to be jelly bellies. All right. So let's continue. Now, I had enough of the troll tonight. Now, let's get to the lesson. All right. We about to get in. All right. Let's continue. Here we go.
Only by the D family, but the mayor of Ocean Springs apparently had a birth family, allegedly. But like I said in my last video, I show my work. I also discovered that Warren's mother apparently had a birthday party just weeks before Nolan's disappearance that was attended not only by the D family, but the mayor of Ocean Springs. Do y'all remember the girl whose name was given to the police and they went and they questioned her and she said that she was on a completely different island and hadn't seen Nolan in a year? Well, I found a picture of her from last 4th of July.
All right, so hold on. That's the first introduction of the mayor. Okay, we get into the thumbnail. So the mayor went to the tight white panty party.
D family, but the mayor of
see them with their white pants? Okay. Shout out to this brother with the bald head. His pants don't look too tight, so that's good. Good job. His pants don't look too tight. Shirt kind of tucked in, but that's okay. Different cultures, they understand. But his pants don't look too tight, so good job to my bald brother right here. Now, this is the mayor. So the mayor is at Warren's party's house. And the first responding cut, right? So, okay, so now we got intertwining relationships. I guess it's a cultural thing, right? It is a cultural thing because I'm a black person and I can live in a black city, but the mayor really ain't gonna be at my party. you know what I mean? Not the mayor of, I lived in New York City. So I ain't there was a black mayor of New York City. His name was David Dinkins. For some of y'all, I'm an elder, right? I think that was in the 90s or something when Dinkins. And David Dinkins was not at my party. I couldn't get David Dinkins to be at my party. But that shows that you got some nice money. You got some power, some influence, some political, So to have the mayor just showing up to your tidy whitey party, yeah, that says a lot. But let's continue. All right, let's continue. Let's let the sister cook.
Only by the D family, but the mayor of Ocean Springs party just weeks allegedly. But like I said in my last video, I show my work. I also discovered that Warren's mother apparently had a birthday party just weeks before Nolan's disappearance that was attended not only by the D family, but the mayor of Ocean Springs. Do y'all remember the girl whose name was given to the police and they went and they questioned her and she said that she was on a completely different island and hadn't seen Nolan in a year? Well, I found a picture of her from last 4th of July. I'm not going to tell you which one of these girls is her, but I bring up this picture from last 4th of July because does anybody recognize something here? Well, I don't know about you guys, but that looks like the same swimsuit to me and the same hair color. Not necessarily the same person. I'm not saying that two people can't own the same swimsuit, but that's a bit coincidental for me. She also appears to be wearing the same tiny gold necklace. What this means, I don't know, but I think Crump's team needs to find her. And I spent hours the other day going through these people's pages, trying to get a feel for the social connection. I can tell you with certainty that Katie is not a part of this crowd. Her family is not affluent. And not only that, it seems like her mother is going through something very bad health-wise. I'm not going to get into details on that. She is visibly sick or visibly recovering. And let's not forget that these people are all doctors. I also want to say, while I was going through all of these people's pages, I went through like 30 kids' pictures. There is not a single video, not a single picture of Nolan with any of these kids. Y'all are best friends, y'all are buddies, but there's not a single picture of them. And to be clear,
that was another thing I noticed too, right? It's like when they show their pages, Nolan is nowhere on none of the pages, but they all keep saying friends, best friends, and all that type of stuff. But anyway, let her continue to cook. We going somewhere. Y'all know we going somewhere. We going somewhere.
Y'all are buddies, but there's not a of Nolan with any. I went through like 30 kids' pictures. There is not a single video, not a single picture of Nolan with any of these kids. Y'all are best friends, y'all are buddies, but there's not a single picture of them. And to be clear, I'm definitely rattling some cages because they are clearly watching my page because yesterday, after I posted the video, suddenly several of the matriarchs of these families didn't make their friends list public anymore. Very interesting. Y'all ready for today's Nolan Wells info drop? So first off, we remember these GPS coordinates that were plotted for us, remember? Those GPS coordinates were taken from Wyatt's boat and they were plugged into Google Earth and they developed a PowerPoint slide that we saw there that mapped out all of the points. So I decided to overlay those Google points on top of the points of the research that I'd already been doing. I discovered some interesting stuff because if they were just overlaying it on Google Earth, it should have been easy as cake, right? Well, I cannot tell you how many hours I spent trying to perfectly overlay this. Like, look at the islands in the middle here. I get them lined up and then other things won't match up. Like you'll notice, like I said, these islands, look, they aren't moving, but everything else around it isn't working. So right away, my instincts are telling me that somebody manipulated this image to cover something up. Of course, that is alleged. I can't prove that, but you know, it's supposed to just overlay. So honestly, I just did the best I could, and I mostly just focused on the top half, trying to get like the marina and the grandparents' house they went to all line up. So now we can really follow which way this boat was driving and the kind of stops it seemed to be making. And if you'll notice here, it goes right next to that marina that I was telling you guys about with the Marty McGrath, which is who, according to Katie, that she got a ride from. So they passed the marina.
All right. So Katie said that she got a ride with Marty McGrath, right? These images from some, hold on, make it full screen so I can read. These images from some SC videos come from someone who got left on the island, but she allegedly caught a ride with someone named Marty McGrath between 5:30 and 5:44. The young lady and Katie are not friends, but she was on this boat when the young lady caught a ride from Horn Island. All right. So now we about to tie in the mayor. Let's go.
You can see it juts out almost like it was pulling up to this dock. And then there's these two houses here, especially this house, where it seems like the boat pulled into the docks there. Then it went all the way down here. There's a little like lock area here, so you have to go through here. And it went to the bridge. And I was like, why did they go all the way to the bridge to turn around? But it turns out right here is a big old fishing pier. Then right next to that is the Ocean Springs Yacht Club. And a lot of these families are connected to the yacht club. But before I go on, I want to play a portion of this audio that's supposedly like a voicemail that has been going around. It has been authenticated, but it has important information because
Y'all want to read that? I don't know if we should read that. Hold on, let me see if I can get it with her out the way. There you go. It says, let me make it full screen. Let's read it. Of Brianne Williams Patalo, they are the parents of Mason, Elizabeth, and Bayas, the Patalos, and their dog, Opie. Dax is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Jordy Patalo. Dax is a 1996 graduate of Mercy Cross High School. He graduated from the University of Mississippi, where he's a member of the Sigma fraternity. He's now the general manager of Medical Arts Pharmacy and Hearing Center. He is the third generation in the business, has been serving Mississippi. Dax and his family are parishioners of such and such Catholic Church in Ocean Springs. He is a member of the Biloxi Yacht Club, the Slavic such Association, Ole Miss alumni, and the Revealers, the Order of the Mithras, the Order of the Mithras, and the such and such, and the Berbers, the fishing, traveling, all that. So anyway, the Yacht Club. All right, let's let her continue.
Yacht Club. And a lot of these families are connected to the yacht club. But before I go on, I want to play a portion of this audio that's supposedly like a voicemail that has been going around. It has been authenticated, but it has important information because I'll be honest, it sounds genuine to me and it works with my data. So hold on.
But he was like, oh, I'm just going to go back with Katie. We'll be right behind y'all. We were all going to the same house, the same place. He was like, I'll be right behind y'all. Y'all go ahead without me. I'll see y'all, like, I'm literally gonna be right behind y'all, whatever. So, Wyatt and all them left because they were like, okay, you're just gonna go with Katie, whatever. Well, then everybody got back in and we were all at Ava's house and...
So first off, all of us were gonna go to this...
Everybody got back in and we were all at Ava's house. All right. So now she tied in Ava with the first officer who wrote the report, right? And now we get into the mayor. We're trying to get some connections. Let's continue.
And everybody got back in and we were all
So first off, all of us were going to go to the same place. I'm going to go in with Katie, meaning Katie was supposed to be at that party with them. Or at least whoever Katie was with was supposed to be at that party, right? But that's not the important part. The important part is the name of the person who was throwing the party was Ava. Now, I found Ava. I'm not going to put her name out there, but simple Google searches will find this information. And I was able to basically just Google her name and find her address. And so the party was actually right in this yellow area. Again, I'm not going to be like pointing out people's houses, but I found it. After they leave this pier that's right next to the yacht club, they go all the way back and then they hook around and they go right next to where the party is. And then that's when they finally go and take the boat out of the water. Now, it seems to me like they were dropping people off, like, because look how it goes in a little bit, almost like it was pulling into this pier at the marina, like I suspected. And they were just making the rounds, dropping people off before the party. Now, her family and Wyatt's family, Warren's family, they're all connected. They're also part of the yacht club stuff. All of these rich families are super close, super connected. They're taking each other's kids on vacations, etc. Well, like just in May, there was a joint birthday party. In the background of this birthday party from the beginning of May, there's Warren's mom, there's his little brother, and right there in the background is the mayor of...
That's the mayor. Okay, so you see the mayor? All right, we going somewhere. She got her white pants, mayor got his white pants. Okay, let's continue.
Is the mayor of Ocean Springs.
Now, the mayor, his name is Bobby Cox. Y'all write that down. Bobby, that sounds hilarious. All right, let me not. I repent for that thought, right? I'm like, that sounds like a porn star name. I'm like, but I'm sorry. Sometimes stuff is just obvious. Y'all just forgive me. It's just, I have that type of a comedic mind. Okay. So y'all just have to forgive me. I repent for my comedic mind, but I just see crazy stuff and it just be just obvious. It's low hanging fruit. But anyway, let's continue. All right.
And right there in the background is the mayor of Ocean Springs, Bobby Cox. In fact, here's another picture of him from the party, just in case that profile view wasn't enough for you. Oh, and he was tagged in the picture. Oh, and remember Lieutenant Carone, the first person on the report that we see when Nolan's mom called him missing? Well, as it turns out, someone that he's related to, I can't pinpoint exactly how the relation is, but their maiden name is the same as his last name.
All right, let's get back to the officer. I want to stay with the mayor. We need to stay with old Bobby. Okay? Bobby Cox. Now, an interesting thing that I seen, I said, hold on, I think I might have stumbled upon something. We just perusing. We're just trying to discern. We get our magnifying glass out. We're just trying to discern. So what I came across, guys, was this. So y'all tell me if you find this interesting. So I'm gonna go here, right? Let's do it. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a couple of questions whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's see if y'all find this interesting. All right, come on. I found this. Shout out to the Pink Panther sister. All right, this is what we trying to do. We're trying to discern through all the information. All right, here we go. So y'all see, we just Peru. We just putting pieces together, and then I'm gonna go to window. Bang, share. All right, so y'all tell me what y'all think about this. So this right here is the lawyer that the other young men hired a lawyer. Okay, and this is supposed to be the lawyer that used to represent our president. Okay, right? And his name is Patali, whatever, right? So, they're trying to scare everybody, right? They like, oh, woo, 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 right? He sues for defamation and all that type stuff. He's a big dog. This is a big dog, right? He's all into politician stuff. So they're trying to scare everybody to just don't investigate nothing. And everybody, we're going to sue your pants off. I'm like, well, poor people. I mean, we ain't got no pants, so whatever. But anyway, so the interesting thing that I found out, all right, I ain't seen nobody do this yet, okay? So I said, okay, so this is the lawyer that the young men, they did their give, sin, go, and they got over 200,000, right? First it was 100,000, they raised it to 200, they're gonna get $1 million, right? So they got all this money now. So I guess they hired this dude, right? And some people said his fee is going to be about 200,000. Okay. And that's for anybody who says anything about them. He's coming after you. Now, the interesting part that I found out, guys, that this dude and this dude, this is their lawyer, their first lawyer, the young brothers with the gifts in God. And this is the lawyer that used to be our president's lawyer. All right? Attorney. All right, watch this. Which way I'm going to go? So, hold on, let me go this way first. So, these two. Now, what I found interesting was this dude, the first lawyer. So guess what? When you do a little digging, this right here, everybody, we'll get back to that, is attorney J. Tyler Cox, the lawyer for the 3 Mississippi boys that were wrongly and relentlessly targeted in connection with the unaliving of Nolan Wells. He has tapped one of the nation's most accomplished defamation attorneys, Edward Andrew Paltzik, however you say that. All right, so that's our president's former attorney. So this was the 3 boys' lawyer, J. Tyler Cox. I said, hold up. I think I like when I discover something, right? I'm like, I think I might have saw something here. So their lawyer's name is Cox, right? And the mayor's name is Bobby what? Everybody? Ooh. Now I'm not saying, okay, so I did a little Google, right? And then Google AI said, well, we have no definitive evidence that the two are related, but we're talking Mississippi. We're talking Ocean, we're talking, right? So these blood lineages, so I said, so you mean to tell me the mayor is Bobby Cox and their lawyer is, is Tyler Cox? Yeah, we're not accusing nothing. We just got our magnifying glass out. That's all. We just trying to discern. So their lawyer, Cox, for the 3 Mississippi boys, they went and hired the nation's most accomplished defamation attorney, Brother Andrew, the Paltzik dude. This is not just another attorney. He has represented our president in multiple nationally watched defamation and media matters, including litigation against CBS, Paramount, the New York Times, and the BBC. He has built a national reputation handling complex, high-profile litigation involving defamation and media law, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, white-collar criminal defense. Hold on. He built a national reputation handling complex, high-profile cases. Okay? All right. First Amendment, Second Amendment, white-collar criminal defense, constitutional litigation, and other high-stakes matters. Paltzik is one of the nation's, America's leading practitioners in defamation and media law. He also teaches white-collar crime at St. Thomas University College of Law. I don't know if that's a typo. I don't know because, as Gregory said, I can't read. I only read on the 3rd grade level or whatever he just said, right? So y'all going to have to give me an excuse for that one, but I don't know, maybe the way that it's read. So he teaches white collar crime. I'm sorry, that just tickles me right there. I know y'all like, you don't know what that means. You slow, you're in the yellow bus. All right. So anyway, whatever. All right. My comedic mind is like, he teaches white collar crime at St. Thomas. So you teach them how to do white collar crime. But anyway, let's continue. He also teaches white-collar crime at St. Thomas University College of Law, and he has pioneered the emerging practice area of combating AI-related abuse and any defamation. He's also served as lead trial counsel in the landmark Buck Faustin's First Amendment case in New Jersey federal court, and it resulted in a $1.535 million jury verdict. Paltzik, along with Cox, all right? And the mayor's name is Cox, okay? Paltzik, along with Cox, as local counsel, will now be holding accountable those who have relentlessly targeted, slandered, and defamed these young men when they should have just been allowed to grieve their dear friend in peace. That part is just kills me, the way they just keep saying this friend, right? And it's like, but anyway, right? So let me continue. Starting today, those who traffic in vicious lies about these completely innocent, decent young men are on notice that this behavior will no longer be tolerated. This behavior will not be tolerated. No, you will not. Okay? Because they got the big superstar lawyers and they will not be tolerated. When asked about this decision to engage, Cox replied, "We ball." See, this part right here, it just trips me out. You understand? We ball. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me not even go there. All right. So let's continue. So Cox said, "We ball." Okay. He said, when he asked about his engaged to decide, he said him and Paltzik, they ball out. They ball out with they rock out with sorry. Just black slang. I ain't got to continue to so-called, I can't say the words, right? He said, we rock out with our such and such out, right? Right? So as you can imagine, an attorney of Edwards' caliber does not come cheap. Yeah, charging about 200 G's. If you believe these fine young men deserve the resources to defend themselves in court, please continue to donate to their legal fund. It's over 200,000. It'll be at $1 million in no time. All right? This person said, in my opinion, it's time for those who fueled the public narrative against these innocent young men to answer for their actions through the legal system. That's what the courts are for, and these families now have one of the country's leading defamation attorneys in their corner. Okay? America is standing up. Ah, there you go. So that's Cox and Paltzik, and the mayor's name is Bobby Cox. So I don't know. So here you go. Nolan Wells' friend's attorney sent a strong warning, defamatory statements about Hudson, Patalo, and Seymour. They will be held accountable. All right? So they hired the big dog. Okay? All right. So anyway, that's the mayor. That's Bobby Cox. Okay? There you go right there. The mayor of Mississippi was at the tighty whitey white pants party. Okay? That's the thumbnail. So it's very interesting to me because I'm like, okay, so stop share screen. We going somewhere. I got some video. I got some stuff coming. We got some exclusives coming. Mississippi mayor, right? He's at the white party. See the white pants? And this is the Patalo, whatever his name, not Patalo, Pataki or whatever his name is, however say his name. This the lawyer, woo. This the bad dude. They was scared. You know, you're supposed to be shaking in your boots. This the dude here, sue you till you poorer than we already are. Okay? So, but this dude is, so now their lawyer, these brothers, name is Cox, and the mayor name is Cox. I don't know. What y'all think? Okay? What do y'all think? All right? Let's continue. All right? I came up with that one. I said, hold on, that name, I know that name. The lawyer's name. Oh. So let's get back to the sister, breaking it down. All right, we're going to get to the questions in a second. Hakiyama, give me a question really quick. Let me grab the video clip back for the sister. Give me a question. And then I got exclusive video clips coming. Go ahead, Hakiyama. Give me a question really quick.
Okay, this first question is from Akeem. Akeem says, the elephant in the room is, why was Nolan allowed to be the only black friend on the trip or anywhere out of eyesight? What kind of parents are these? Are they from America?
Yeah, they're from America. They're from Mississippi. And some people just don't have the discernment to understand that spirits inhabit people. Spirits inhabit bloodlines through generational curses. And spirits inhabit cities, towns, right? And when a group of people get together, spirits can take over, especially when you start inviting wines and spirits and liquors, right? Spirits and D-rugs, you understand? So some people don't have the discernment to understand that you can get yourself into some serious trouble by just thinking that, everything is just rosy all over the place when it's not. No matter where you at, no matter who you're amongst, you need to discern yourself and your family amongst any nation of people. I don't care if it's your own nation of people. Spirits take over black people and they'll harm another black person. Spirits take over white people, they'll harm another white person. Spirits take over, right? Then they'll harm other nations. But there's a very strong generational devil. It's called a principality that is over a lot of the so-called white brothers and sisters' genealogies that stems back from the atrocities that was done for hundreds and hundreds of years. If you understand spiritual warfare, then you would understand principalities and spirits and devils and how they inhabit. So these generational devils, principalities, they try to hold dominion over bloodlines. You understand? And it takes a strong individual to break the curses in your familiar line, your family line. So when you got something so paramount of hundreds and hundreds of years of torture and abuse and unaliving and raping and murder and just the most savage, barbaric, inhumane, devilish behavior, then those principalities, they hold a dominion over a certain lineage of people and who these atrocities was done to. That principality who's been overseeing this actions, it never wants to let that go. It feeds off of darkness, off hate, off evil, off wickedness. So it will continue. So when people try to act like they don't understand, that's because they don't know spiritual warfare. When they try to act like they don't understand that over a city, over a community, over a neighborhood, over a house, you understand? There's principalities. There's bloods and spirits that cry out from the ground. There's principalities that want to infect and infest and possess people's spirits and make them continue the atrocities of their ancestors. Right? Then you got your stronger brothers and sisters who rebuke the sins of their ancestors and break the generational curses. So you got some people who are just dumbed down and they don't understand the spiritual warfare that I just explained. So they can't warn their children and they get themselves into trouble. You understand? And that's what these lessons are about. These lessons, we gather together as the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. So this ain't a racist channel. We're calling out devils that inhabit people. So we got righteous white brothers and sisters, righteous black brothers and sisters, Hispanic, all nations here that come together to rightly expel and fight against the dark, evil forces. Okay? That's what we're called to do. But then you got your jelly belly devil possessed people that come here and they want to keep it about black this and black people do this and black people do that and black, right? So it doesn't matter that, people are being unalive. They don't care. All right. And they show you who they are. So yes, some of these parents and some of these people, they haven't prepared their family or their children because they might not experience something or something. You know, people are dumbed down, destroyed for a lack of knowledge. All right, let's continue. All right, and I'm going somewhere. We got some more stuff coming out. All right, here we go.
Brown is the mayor of Ocean Springs. Bobby Cox's mom, there's his little brother. Party from the beginning. In the background of this birthday party from the beginning of May, there's Warren's mom, there's his little brother, and right there in the background is the mayor of Ocean Springs, Bobby Cox. In fact, here's another picture of him from the party, just in case that profile view wasn't enough for you. Oh, and he was tagged in the picture. Oh, and remember Lieutenant Carone, the first person on the report that we see when Nolan's mom called him missing? Well, as it turns out, someone that he's related to, I can't pinpoint exactly how the relation is, but their maiden name is the same as his last name. Yeah, turns out they have the same last name as who? The girl whose party it was. And I have confirmed that that woman is mutual friends of the mother of the girl who threw the party. And I'm gonna go ahead and just wild guess theory. This is alleged, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the reason they waited so long to tell the mom was they were waiting to make sure that he was on shift. This is why I'm thinking more and more that they brought Nolan back to the house. Everybody got their stories straight and stuff. And then they waited to tell Nolan's mom until he was going to be on his shift and taking that phone call. Which is probably why nobody was sent out to look for him that fucking night. That's why we don't have any footage of them going back to the grandparents' house up there. That's why no pictures from this supposed party ever came out. Oh, they're trying to be sneaky on TT because I just found out that the video I posted today about Katie not eligible for FYP. Make sure you go and watch it, but I'll give you a quick little rundown. Teal swimsuit, white backwards baseball cap, teal swimsuit, white baseball cap, red shorts, red shorts, red shorts. Bart's boat, girl in striped swimsuit, standing right next to a long-haired girl in a teal swimsuit, striped swimsuit. This is now my third time making this video because they keep taking it down because they don't want you to see what I have found. Katie has dry snitched, y'all. Here we see Katie's Snapchat where she's wearing a teal swimsuit and she's with a girl in a blue and white striped swimsuit. On this video of the three boats, you're gonna see a girl in a blue and white striped swimsuit right here on Bart's boat. And right next to her with the same long wet hair is a girl in a teal swimsuit on Bart's boat. Make sure you have your brightness turned all the way up because here we have Katie in a teal swimsuit and look at her head. She is wearing a white hat. Oh, look, the video of the boat getting towed. Teal swimsuit, white hat. And that's not all, folks. Again, turn your brightness all the way up because right here, we've got somebody wearing red trunks. Oh, and look what we have here. Red trunks. And here's those same red trunks on the shore right after the fight with Tristan. Katie is claiming that she allegedly caught a ride home with somebody named Marty McGrath. It just so happens that a Marty McGrath is the co-owner of the Biloxi Bay RV Resort and Marina in St. Martin. Here it is, and my, that is a massive dock way out in the water. And would you look at that? It's right next to the grandparents' house. Now, in that report with the GPS coordinates, didn't they say that they went southwest towards St. Martin Bayou? Yeah, that's right, it did. And it also took them 45 minutes to get to that boat ramp over there. That only takes about 6 minutes on land. Like I said, they are trying to take down my page. Make sure you are following my backup here. But Katie, I want to say one thing to you. You're young, and I know you don't realize this yet, but these are not your friends. Be a hero. Do what's right.
Wow. So that sister, boy, she be going. Shout to Brother Leslie in the building. All right? That sister be going in. Go ahead. What you going to say, Hakim?
We have a super sticker from Miss Hartsfield. She says, great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Hartsfield. I humbly receive. Thank you so much for your donation. All right. Now let's continue. Now, everybody, this is why this case needs to be is being investigated so much. All right? Because most people is like, there's nothing to see here, but you got to understand how. If, remember, Warren went on to Officer Tater Tots, right? His show, right? And he spoke. His mom, the mayor, is in his house. So you know the mayor, these connections, these, you could get real close to conflicts of interest when you got all of these political connections. The mayor is the top of your city. You understand? That's who controls the police, the medical examiners, everything. You understand? So anyway, let's continue. This is why some of us, we don't just receive everything that is happening, right? Because share this tab instead, because you have this.
Breaking news. 3 of the 4 Mississippi boys who've been wrongly accused in the Nolan Wells accidental death case by Ben Crump and Nolan Wells' mother, as well as tons of content creators and national television journalists, have retained one of the most high-powered, prominent, successful defamation attorneys in the country, and that would be none other than Edward Andrew Paltzik. Yeah, you might recognize that name. That's Donald Trump's very successful person.
I don't recognize that name. And all these adjectives and acronyms and very powerful, successful, and right? We understand, right? We understand you cradling. We understand what you're cradling. See, but this is the part why as much as they're trying to pump fear and stop anybody from doing investigations, because the social media public is doing more investigations than I've seen any of the city of Mississippi, that I even seen the authorities of the country even doing. It's like the investigative of reporting of content creators is actually putting together, you understand, putting pieces together of the puzzle. Okay, why? We still ain't got an autopsy release. We still ain't got nothing released to us, right? Now, this is why we are not going to, they're trying to scare and spend all this money and bully anybody from doing any investigation because of this right here. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This is why they're trying to scare all of us from doing investigating on our own and speaking out against anything. This is why they're so upset. Thank you, Brother Leslie, for your donation, King. I humbly receive. And that was you last time. I didn't see who it was. She just said Leslie. So that was you for your donation on the last live stream. I thank you for that one as well, Brother Leslie. All right, shout out to Puerto Rico in the building. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This is why we are not going to stop uncovering clues to this, and we just ain't taking what no authorities tell us, because this is the history that they've been feeding us. This is what has been done. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's go. This is what's happening.
A 36-year-old man named Corey Howard is chased into a marsh by police and is never heard from again. Police say he just vanished into thin air. A 29-year-old man named Damian Cameron dies after sheriff's deputies pinned him to the ground. His mother says he told them he couldn't breathe. A 21-year-old college student.
Police said the man just vanished into thin air. You hear?
A 36-year-old man named Corey Howard is chased into a marsh by police and is never heard from again. Police say he just vanished into thin air. A 29-year-old man named Damian Cameron dies after sheriff's deputies pinned him to the ground. His mother says he told them he couldn't breathe.
Okay, this is why we're not just receiving anything that the authorities tell us.
21-year-old college student named Trey Reed is found hanging from a tree in the middle of his campus. An 18-year-old
Okay, we don't just believe anything they're saying.
Football player named Nolan Wells goes out to an island with friends on the 4th of July. His friends come back. He doesn't. A 13-year-old boy named Channon Wilson was thrown into the water by his friends. His death was ruled an accident, and he was embalmed before his autopsy was complete. Different towns.
He was embalmed before his autopsy was even complete. This is why we ain't just receiving anything that they say. We gonna always discern. Copyright disclaimers.
Mississippi, we have a problem.
Little Georgia, tell me where the Georgia. Where the Georgia, Where the charge at? Tell me where the charge at? Where the charge at? Where the charge at? Where the charge at? Tell me where the charge at? Where the charge at? Where the charge at? Angel, where the charge at? Tell me where the charge at? You knew what it was from.
There she go. Stacy Turner, the medical examiner. Where are the charges at? That's why we're not just taking this on the chin, sitting down, because they said the brother just disappeared into thin air. You understand? They embalmed this young man's body.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Akiama.
Were you playing the video?
Oh, it's not playing? Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I thought I switched it over. This is what I'm saying. This is why we ain't just taking anything that they tell us.
He doesn't. A 13-year-old boy named Channing Wilson was thrown into the water by his friends. His death was ruled an accident, and he was embalmed before his autopsy was complete. Different towns, different years, different stories. Every one of them a young black man. Every one of them ruled an accident, a self-delete, or undetermined. And in case after case, the families paid out of their own pockets for a second opinion. And the second opinion didn't match the first. So here's the question of the day. What do these cases have in common? Same state, and the death investigations all ran through the same office. The same person's name sits at the top of it. Her name is Dr. Stacy Turner. She is the chief medical examiner for the entire state of Mississippi. Now, she hasn't been charged with the crime. No board has disciplined her. What we have are families asking hard questions, outside experts agreeing with their calls, and a lot of people want answers. So tonight, we look at the cases, and what we find is very interesting. Is Mississippi's medical examiner's office involved in covering up the deaths of young black men? Probably. Let's have a look.
Well, this is why we ain't just receiving whatever they show us. You understand? Because there is a history.
Dr. Stacy Turner is a board-certified forensic pathologist. She earned her medical degree from the University of Kentucky and did her pathology training there. She finished a forensic pathology fellowship at the Southern Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas, Texas. Before Mississippi, she worked as a regional deputy chief medical examiner for the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences, as an assistant medical examiner at a private practice in Nashville, Tennessee, and as a medical examiner in Dallas. She joined Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office in January of 2020 as the first full-time pathologist in the southern part of the state. She became interim chief medical examiner in January of 2021, and the job was made permanent in November of 2021. She was the first woman to hold the role. As of July 2026, she still holds it. Here's the thing about that job. In Mississippi, the state medical examiner's office decides the cause and manner of death for the serious cases. Cases like homicides, self-deletes, accidents, deaths in police custody. And that office lives under the Mississippi Department of Public Safety. That's the same umbrella as the state's law enforcement. Hold on to that detail.
Now remember, the Department of Public Safety, that's what I brought out on the other live stream where they found the KKK memorabilia in the Department of Public Safety, and the medical examiner and them fall under this jurisdiction. So what is happening is that all of the ties and the connections, this is why we ain't just taking what nobody tell us. You understand? We are discerning. The shout out to the righteous children of the Most High, the black, the whites, the Hispanics, everybody who's on the side of truth. We're going to continue to expose it. You can get the biggest devil lawyer that you want, all you want. You ain't going to stop the truth. You understand? That's that part. Let's continue.
Hold on to that. Department of Public Safety, since deaths in police custody, and that office lives under the Mississippi Department of Public Safety. That's the same umbrella as the state's law enforcement. Hold on to that detail. But enough about Stacy for now. On July 26, 2021, in the small town of Braxton in Rankin County, sheriff's deputies came out on a vandalism call. A neighbor said 29-year-old Damian Cameron had punched a wall. During the arrest,
Hold on.
deputies used tasers.
Let me do this correctly, because I didn't know that was in there. That came up. Hold on. Let me do this correctly. See, this medical examiner right here, okay?
Self-deletes, accidents, like homicide. The state medical examiner's office decides the cause and manner of death for the serious cases. Cases like homicide.
So that's who decides and says there was self-inflicted. Everything, they drowned. No foul play. Okay? The state's medical examiner.
Homicides, self-deletes, accidents, deaths in police custody. And that office lives under the Mississippi Department of Public Safety.
And that office lives under the Department of Public Safety. Okay? So let me do this correctly. So everybody, I did it on the other live stream, but let me do this correctly. Stop share screen. This part. That's the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety. And in his office, they found this. KKK memorabilia. We did it on the last one. It says, DAM your soul, the horrible sepulchre and bloody moon has at last arrived. Some live today, tomorrow they die. We the undersigned understand through our grand cyclops that you have recommended a big black igger for male agent on our road. See? This was what was found from the 1960s. And they also found hoods for the KKK and the Department of Public Safety, and that was April or May. I think it was May of this year. Nolan's unalive is July. The medical examiner is under his authority. So again, are we just supposed to believe whatever they say? And all right, so this Stacey Turner, the other sister that they trying to sue, right? The Kimberly sister, she be sharing the information that they got a petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license from Mississippi. And they up to 20,000 or more, it's probably more than that now, signatures. And it's on, I think it's on change.org. Yeah, change.org. This Mia Bia said, make sure we sign in the one for the judge as well. Ashley as well. See? Look. Medical examiner Stacey Turner was appointed by the commissioner of the Mississippi Department of Public Safety. I just showed you him. And we showed you on the last live stream, we read the KKK paraphernalia, all the stuff they found. They found the Quran, the KKK's Quran Bible. They found hooded. They found all of the stuff in the public safety because they was moving to a new building and they must have probably forgotten. The people found the stuff and probably like, what is this? So the commissioner he appointed Stacey Turner to be the medical examiner. He oversees multiple state level agencies, including the Highway Safety Patrol, the Mississippi MBI, Bureau of Investigation, the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics, and the Mississippi, I don't see the other one. But anyway, verify signatures to try to get her license. Okay? All right, let's get back. All right, let's get back. Shout out to Shamika over on Facebook, and shout out to Lazaya over on Facebook. All right? Yeah, they blocking us tonight, Hakyama. They shut us down at what, 300? Did we get to 400?
Yeah, we got to 4.
We got to 4 and they shut it down. They like, shut it down, Uncle. I'm bringing too much information. All right, shut it down. All right, Now let's continue, but it is what it is. 400, 200, it's almost 300 of us on the live stream right now. It is what it is. I'm like, they ain't gonna let us get 2,000, ain't gonna let us get 1,000 tonight, huh? They don't want this information out, but we gonna keep doing it anyway. You heard? It don't matter if it's one of the Most High's children that see this live stream. You understand? We gonna keep bringing truth to power. Stop share screen. Let's go. We got more. All right? I got some exclusives coming out tonight. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect.
That's the same umbrella as the state's law enforcement. Hold on to that detail. But enough about Stacy for now. On July 26th, 2021, in the small town of Braxton in Rankin County.
Let's come back to that. I want to show y'all this because we're going to bounce around a little tonight. Y'all don't let me forget. So we're going to come back to that. So y'all might have seen this, right? Copyright disclaimers. Y'all might have seen this news. All right? Share this tab instead. Right? RIP. Well, not RIP. Y'all might have saw this story. Some of y'all might not have. Another news today.
And here, Kiara Niera, and I think this was in Michigan, says trigger warning. 3 white girls allegedly invited black girl over, intentionally get her blackout drunk to assault her while recording. We were now able to find all 3 girls, the victim, and the city this happened in. It has been reported to the local authorities. This video is horrifying. We see the young lady laying down on the bed, clearly out of it, while 2 of the white girls taunt and assault her. One of them punches her before pushing the covers over her body, then jumping on her. The other also hits her in the head, pulls her by her hair, and can be heard in the beginning saying, "Where should we hide the body?" The victim is screeching out in pain, and they're laughing and taunting her. When I saw this, I was immediately mad. The person who posted this video captioned it, "Trailer Park Chronicles," and the comments were mostly people making jokes as if this is funny. There's nothing funny about this. They didn't.
So what you're going to see is very graphic. Copyright disclaimers. These are incidents that are happening right now. And the warning is to every nation of people. Warn your children to be very careful around people, okay? Because these incidents also happen with a black amongst other blacks as well. So yes, the incidences of the blacks happening amongst whites and being the only one, that is being put on the forefront, right? As is happening repeatedly lately, right? More than, well, I guess being reported more than normal, but it also happens amongst your own. So you have to discern the spirits over people. Because y'all remember a while ago that trip that the blacks went on and they unalived that, I think it was a black girl that they unalived on that trip when they went, you know, it was all blacks, young teenagers, okay? So you have to be very careful, no matter what color of skin you is, all right? So I just don't want to paint this as just only happening to black people when they're amongst only white people. This is happening, period, okay? And you need to understand the devils that can get over people, all right, that allow these things to happen.
Include identifying information about the location, but I was able to find out.
Okay, let me see. I can answer you. Drag Nolan. I've been a fan for a while now. You're not a fan. You're a brother or sister. I understand what you mean by fan, but you're my brother or sister. You're a person, not a follower, not a fan, not a subscriber. You're a soul. You're a spirit. You're a child of the Most High. So he said, I've been your brother or sister for a while now. I'm just wondering if you could answer one question for me. Do you know what you did to? Okay, who's he? I don't know. Okay, all right. I'm sitting up here giving this energy. Let me show y'all, because I know some people like, what is, look.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen? Okay, thank you. You put it on the screen? I just took it down, right? I don't know. It was on the screen? Okay, good. Thank you, Akiyama. All right, so, yeah. I'm sitting up here giving it, I'm thinking he's asking an actual question. Do you know what you did to Nolan Wells? Okay, let's continue. Sorry, he got me. he kind of got me a little bit. All right. So anyway, you were successful with that one, you trolley. You little trolley. All right, let's get back. So here we go.
One of the assailants' Instagram. Her name is Riley Blackwell. One commenter on the original post state the other assailants are Daphne Ordaway and Brooklyn Morris. I have unable to confirm these claims, but quotation marks, those claims have been confirmed.
All right, let me get to the video. All right, slow my. All right, so here we go. So these friends, right? This black girl, she's supposed to have epilepsy. She's epileptic and she's a little slow. And she really not supposed to be drinking, but there's her friends and they got her drunk. And once they got her drunk, they started to beat on her. All right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. The video just surfaced. This happened last year against her, but the video just surfaced. And the young girl, she couldn't remember. She had blacked out. She couldn't remember, and she didn't have any proof to prove what they done to her. But the video just surfaced. So now she's got a suit pressing charges against these white sisters. Copyright disclaimer.
Everywhere. So we have Riley, Daphne, and Brooklyn all beating up on a physically sick girl with epilepsy and also mentally ill girl with mental disease. Now, also, the victim has got wind of the video, and she has made a post which she pretty much goes into detail about what happened. Well, before I read her post to you, just check out the video.
What you gonna do, Audrey? No, I'm really about to kill this bitch. What you gonna do? No.
So she's laying on the bed. They have already been beating her. So she's hurting on the bed, and they start recording. So they said on the video, what you gonna do, Audrey? And Audrey said, I'm about to ILL this itch. Okay? So that's her on the bed right here. All right, let's continue. This is a little graphic, so if you're sensitive, you might want to look away.
Just check out the video.
What you gonna do, Audrey? No, I'm really about to kill this bitch. What you gonna do? No, where can we hide the body at? Okay. That ass. Also, what is you finna do? Oh my God, Ava. You trying to leave this house, bitch, and I'm gonna drag you by your hair, bitch. Audrey, talk all that shit that you was talking over the phone. Talk now. Stop. Bitch, shut up. Shut the fuck. No, because this bitch, I want her to fight me. I want her to fight. Bitch, shut your mouth. Shut up.
So all my little black boys and girls who think it's okay to be the only one in the crowd, when the liquor, the D-rugs, and the pills kick in, this is what you are liable to get. They're saying, where should we hide the body now? And they're serious. They're laughing, but this is going through their mind. I'm about to kill this female dog. You think about leaving here, that's kidnapping. That's kidnapping and abduction.
Yep. And the girl, you heard her say, where should we hide the body?
You think about leaving here, I'm going to drag you by your hair. Now, this is their quote unquote friend. Now, once again, the internet has found the victim, and her name is Audrey. And she apparently made this post about the situation. And you can see it. It says, hey, everyone, I'm Audrey. I'm the girl who got beat. I am doing okay. Now, I did get rushed to the hospital after that incident with a blood alcohol level of 3 times the limit. Police, in fact, did show up to that apartment. I guess when I got stable in the hospital, the nurses said I went to Riley's neighbor at her apartment and knocked, and the neighbors called the ambulance. I had a swollen eye. I had a swollen eye. I had a scrape on my face. I had a goose egg on my side of my head. I had rug marks on my waist from when they dragged me upstairs. I do have epilepsy, so the amount of alcohol could have been fatal, or I could have had a stroke. I did have a seizure in the hospital from being hit in my head. I suffered mentally, physically, and emotionally that night. They know how I am on alcohol. They know my body don't do well with alcohol, which is why they waited for me to be completely intoxicated before they attacked me. But overall, I'm doing okay. A day after that incident, I did take a pregnancy test, which came up positive. I did, in fact, welcome a baby girl 2 weeks ago, and she has changed my life in the way I go about things. I no longer.
Now, she posted this, I think this was yesterday, this post, and she was pregnant when they did that to her. They didn't know she was pregnant. So after that, they gave her a pregnancy test. And now, that was 9 months ago when that attack happened. And now she just gave birth to a baby. And the video just surfaced. No one knows how, right? Leave it to the Most High, right? The video just surfaced.
Drink, my baby saved me from self-destruction, and I am speaking me from self-destruction. My life in the way I girl 2 weeks positive. I did, in fact, okay. A day after that incident, I did take a pregnancy test, which came up positive. I did, in fact, welcome a baby girl 2 weeks ago, and she has changed my life in the way I go about things. I no longer drink. My baby saved me from self-destruction, and I am speaking to my counselor tomorrow to hopefully help me pursue charges, because they did almost take my life that day. I was completely almost unconscious. The nurses told my grandma, I'm embarrassed, I'm ashamed, I let myself get to that point, but I completely changed, and I am no longer speaking to them. The day I speak to their faces will be in court. The incident happened back in November, and because I didn't remember the fight, I didn't pursue charges because it would have been too hard to get them in trouble if I couldn't remember anything. But with the video, I have all the proof I need, and my counselor said even though it was 9 months ago, I could still carry out with them getting to be held accountable. So that's what I'm definitely going to do. And shout out to the young sister, evidently for coming to her senses. She said that they know how I get when I'm on alcohol. They knew her body didn't do too well with alcohol, but yet and still they got her drunk so that they could drag her up the stairs, beat her, talk crazy to her, and she don't remember a thing because she was so blacked out. She eventually went to a neighbor's house and they called the police, but yet the police didn't do anything.
So she went to a neighbor's house, bruised up, beaten, and the police did nothing. And these thugs need to be arrested. So I'm glad that the video came out again. So this is the thing where it's like, no matter what happens, it's like the narrative is, well, what about the blacks in Chicago? What about black on black crime? It's like, okay, we're talking about incidents that are happening. Just because something else happens doesn't mean that another thing gets null and void, right? Things can happen consecutively. You understand? But, you know, these devil-possessed people, I don't care what color of skin you is, right? Because Officer Tater Tot, Officer Tampon, he got black skin, and he's a devil-possessed raccoon. You understand? These people, they don't care. As long as the so-called blacks are being harmed, they are joy. They are elated. This is the devil-possessed people of this earth, okay? And this is why you got people who are trying to say that there is no crime. Some of this stuff is heavy. Dude, I got some clip that can lighten up. Y'all want me to do a lighter clip right now? Right? Because I got some clips that'll give us a little laugh in between all this heavy stuff. Y'all think it's time for a little laugh right now? Because we got a lot tonight, right? I got more clips. All right? Thank you. Zayana say yes. All right. So we're gonna let's bring some balance, okay? Because thank you, Sister Kelly. Thank you, Yarlene. Thank you. Dara said no. But I gotta respect some of the sisters. We got some elders in the building as well. So, we gotta bring some balance as well, okay? So because the clips it's dark stuff that's gonna be showing. You understand? So let's bring a little bit of balance, all right? So let's get a quick little laugh in, all right? Just a little laugh, and then we'll come back to the heavy, all right? All right, here we go. Yeah, it is time to toughen up, but I'm gonna bring balance, all right? So anyway, copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't rights to the video. Let's get a little laugh in. Shout out to Brother Charles in the building. Shout out to everybody new coming in the building. Let's get a little laugh in. This is Drewski. I couldn't take out the curses, so excuse the curses, but it's just funny clips. Just something to make us lighten it up a little bit as we get back to the heavy matters. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's get a little laugh in.
Riding around cruising. You see, we got the coaster now. What's wrong now? You with Dada? You with Dada, man? The thing about me, we still don't know if you my kid, man. What you is? You boy or girl? Your mama was doing a lot of that clubbing and stuff. See, you don't even know what you crying for. Get your ass a hookah and put a little hookah tip on it. A little nicotine addiction. Your mama was smoking hookah, going to clubs and shit when you was being born. I told her to stay about them clubs, but that's probably why you crying. Probably want to go on down the gold room in the city, huh? Y'all do pup cups here?
Yeah, we can do a pup cup for you.
Yeah, man. Get a little pup cup for your ass.
This fool went to I don't know where, Wendy's, and someone talking about getting this little baby a pup cup. this little idiot. This just to make us do a little laugh as we get back to the heavy matter. You know what I mean? I like to bring balance, okay? So this fool talking about something, you gonna get a pup cup for this little baby, right?
What's your credit looking like? You got good credit? What's your credit looking like? Yeah, man. Get a little pup cup for your ass. What's your credit looking like? You got good credit? Hey, so tell me this, how old the kid gotta be to to drink a pup cup? Oh, okay. All right, bet. All right now. I got your pup cup, come on. Hold on, I know you want it. You can smell that motherfucker, can't you? You ain't lactose, is you? Hey, this baby lactose intolerant?
It's beyond 6 months.
No, I got a little pup cup. There ain't nothing to drink. Little pup cup.
I love pup cup. What the is wrong with you? My baby ain't no motherfucking dog.
Oh, kids can't have no pup cup?
No, stupid.
She want it. You hear her barking like she want it. So I hired one of my cousins to be Homie the Clown. That nigga crazy, man. Hey, kids! Whose birthday is it? It's your birthday! Hey, you gotta get it how you live, man. You pay that nigga a little dub, he get active, you know what I mean? I ain't crying. Get over here! Come here! What is that? Hi, give me a hug. I just want a little bit of hug. Why am I crying? Are you scared? Come here, man. I can't control what he do, man. He been on and off drugs for the past couple years. He in one of the programs you gotta do shit with kids, you know? How you doing? I'm a clown. What? Ain't no running for me. Can't hide. I'm here. I seen how good he is with kids. It inspired me. That showed me that he gonna go far in life after prison.
I'm sorry, I am too stupid for this. I swear. That's why I put it in, because this heavy topics and stuff, we need to balance it out with some laughter, guys. because I think that was Michigan, Espresso, Michigan, where they did that to the sister, the black sister. He said, why am I crying? He said, hold on, I got to put the homie the clown back again because that part just tickles me. I'm just really foolish. All right. So anyway, so he hired his cousin to be the clown at the party. All right. All right. And then we're going to get back. All right.
Active, you know what I mean? You got. So I hired one of my cousins to be homie the clown. That nigga crazy, man. Hey, kids! Whose birthday is it? It's your birthday! Hey, you gotta get it how you live, man. You pay that nigga a little dub, he get active, you know what I mean? I ain't crying! Go ahead! Come here! What is that? Huh? Give me a hug! I just want a little bit of hug! Why am I crying? Are you scared? Come here, man! I can't control what he do, man. He been on and off drugs for the past couple years. He in one of the programs you gotta do shit with kids, you know? Hey there! I'm a clown! Laugh! Ain't no running from me!
He said I'm a clown. Laugh! He said laugh.
Can't hide! I'm here! I seen how good he is with kids. It inspired me. That showed me that he gonna go far in life after prison.
Right.
Come on, you gotta support her head. Everybody been saying that on the internet. They say you don't be supporting the baby head. Come on.
Bro, do you see her showing her head up?
The baby head weak.
No, it's not. Look at her looking at you.
I'm doing a DNA test tomorrow.
She don't look like you.
That baby dark skinned. I know that.
Wow, black people can make any color babies.
Girl, you know I'm Dominican.
You're
My
not.
baby ain't coming out like that. I swear to God, I'm Dominican. I'm half Dominican.
I know your mama and your grandma.
I'm half Dominican for real.
Where?
If you look at my hairs, I swear to God.
Where there's a perm.
I swear to God, I'm half Dominican. Why that baby look like Donnell Jones?
Who the fuck is this?
Who you to get that baby? I'm telling you, that ain't my baby. That ain't my kid.
This is your baby.
That ain't my kid.
Yes, it is, and I'm tired of you saying that it's not yours.
The little nigga Donnell in there, like, bro, it is what it is. See, the baby, no. I know that baby comprehend what I'm saying.
Baby look like Donnell Jones. Yo, Drewski is so stupid. I'm sorry. This is the last part. I just had to do a couple of live clips, guys. This boy said, why that baby look like Donnell Jones?
I swear to God, I'm half Dominican. Why that baby look like Donnell Jones?
Who the fuck is this?
Who you to get that baby? I'm telling you, that ain't my baby. That ain't my kid.
This is your baby.
That ain't my kid.
Yes, it is, and I'm tired of you saying that it's not yours.
The little nigga Donnell in there, like, bro, it is what it is. See, the baby, no. I know that baby comprehend what I'm saying. That baby understand what I'm talking about, bro. For her not to understand, but the baby do, it's fucking crazy.
All right. So that was Drewski. I had to get a little laugh in there, right? All right, so let's get back. All right, let's get back to some heavier matters, okay? So let me go here. Let's go here. So I'm gonna go to we got in the thumbnail. Let me touch on the thumbnail again. So in the thumbnail, it's the title says, a white woman says a mayor's connected to the Nolan Wells case, new police audio linked. All right. So now I'm going to do the part of the live stream where we do the new police audio that's linked. All right. They blocking the mess out of our live stream, but it is what it is. All right. Peace and blessings to everybody in the building. All right, here we go. The police audio, new police audio linked in the Nolan Wells case. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't rights to the video. We are reacting to the video. Let me grab it. It's this one, cops audio. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers on effect. New police audio exclusive breaking news in the Nolan Wells case. Here we go.
Nolan Wells' father, Elmore, shared the fact that when he went to pick up his son's car from his friend's house, he had a very difficult time getting the keys. According to Elmore, first, the friend told him that he couldn't find the keys, and then after 15 minutes, he brought out the keys after finding the keys on his Xbox. On the other hand, Nolan's friends say that Nolan was their friend, their homie, their buddy, their bro, and they have complied with everything that the police and the parents have asked them to do, and they have in no way been withholding from Nolan's parents. Well, now, we have audio which seems to confirm Elmore's side of the story when he says that he had a very difficult time getting his son's car, because it appears that on the night in question, Elmore went to the house to pick up the car. But instead of the friends just handing Elmore the keys and then everybody going their own separate way, it appears that the cops were called, they showed up on the scene.
Now everybody, you heard the dad, Nolan Wells' dad, RIP to young Nolan. His dad said when he went to Jack's house to get the keys, right, where Nolan had spent the night, where his car was, he said they gave him a hard time. What we didn't know was that they called the police on him. You about now, copyright disclaimers, we have police audio released of Nolan Wells' dad trying to get his keys when his son is missing. And this is supposed to be his friends.
And then they ran the registration for Nolan's car to ensure that Elmore was the owner.
It's related to the signal AD report 32 was on earlier tonight.
10-4. John at X-ray 250, John at X-ray 250. It should come back to the missing juvenile. As far as the missing person.
10-4, return to Elmore 1, please.
32, has the missing person been recovered? Negative.
So 10 minutes later, the cop informs dispatch that the parents have picked up the car.
Copy. PD, Call County Dispatch. 10, we have further information that DMR and the Coast Guard are actively searching. The parents came and picked up the vehicle of the house that he spent the night at in the Prius.
Now, my question is this. Warren allegedly informed all the friends that Nolan was missing before he called the Coast Guard, and he also told Nolan's mother that everybody was going to be all hands on deck to try to find Nolan. So why did it take all of this? When they go to pick up his car, why did the police end up having to be involved to the point where they were over there running his registration to make sure he owned the car? I mean, really, if you're Nolan's friend and you know his parents, then why did they have to be subjected to all of that? I mean, really, if my best friend went missing and then her parents came to my house to pick up her car, which was in my possession, I would just hand over the keys.
Well, a woman found hanging from a tree.
All right, so let me go back a little bit there, because some of the sisters said she couldn't understand them. So when the dad went to pick up the car, the police was called on him. So the police was profiling him, running his registration, making sure he got, doing all this stuff when it's supposed to be a situation where your child is missing, that they're supposed to be there to support you. You understand? So they were there investigating the dad. Okay? So afterwards, when everything came out clear, you heard him say, the dad picked up the car and the MDLR and all this type of stuff, right? So this is newly released police audio when Nolan's dad, it's actually confirming Nolan's dad when he said that he had a hard time getting the keys, right? And remember, Warren went on Officer Tampon's show, and he said, basically that they didn't have no hard time getting nothing. Everything was cooperative on their part, but the police was called, okay? Not to assist him, because you see, they didn't assist him. The police didn't assist him getting the keys. They ran his info, I guess, to see if they could lock him up. All right? But anyway.
PD, Call County Dispatch. 10, we have further information that DMR and the Coast Guard are actively searching. The parents came and picked up the vehicle of the house that he spent the night at in the Prius.
Now, my question is this. Warren allegedly informed all the friends that Nolan was missing before he called the Coast Guard, and he also told Nolan's mother that everybody was going to be all hands on deck to try to find Nolan. So why did it take all of this? When they go to pick up his car, why did the police end up having to be involved to the point where they were over there running his registration to make sure he owned the car? I mean, really, if you're Nolan's friend and you know his parents, then why did they have to be subjected to all of that? I mean, really, if my best friend went missing and then her parents came to my house to pick up her car, which was in my possession, I would just hand over the keys.
Well, a woman found hanging from a tree behind a Jackson house has been...
So look, guys, Joe said somebody's living the victimhood bullish. So look at Joe, guys. Joe said we being victimhood. But look at this news story right here. What's this? Hey, Joe, is this victimhood? Look.
Identified, and that case is raising new questions tonight.
That's right. A city councilman says that federal authorities need to step in. 16 WAPT's Ross Adams explains what he wants and why he says the community can't wait.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes says he just sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Mississippi asking for the agency to help in any way it can after a young woman was found hanging from a tree in an abandoned home in West Jackson.
Oh, so in Mississippi right now, they just found a young sister, R.I.P. to the sister Tasia. I gotta watch what I say because they always striking me. They let others say it all. Dangling from a tree, right? But Joe said we on some victimhood bullish. See, guys, this is the point I'm pointing out. These devils always show their scales, right? These reptilians always show their scales. Oh no, Joe, she did it to herself, right? Like Troy Reed, right? At college, he went up and he strung a rope up and he did it to himself. We get it, Joe, right? We get it, Joe Dirt, okay? All right, all right. So praise the Most High, all right? But it's like the timing of these devils, right? These jelly belly devils, right? They come here, and the minute he started talking about some victimhood, the next clip was this young black sister is dangling as strange fruit. You understand? So because Joe has been, Joe doesn't have no aspirations to be anything. Joe, let me explain something to you. There is a goodness inside of you. You just have to tap into it. Okay? You have to tap in. Right? You do not have to give in to the devil, okay? You don't have to, Joe. We believe in you, Joe. There is something in you. There is some goodness in you. You can do it, little Tink Tink. We believe in you. Maybe nobody's ever told you that you are worth something. You have worth. You have value. You don't have to be jealous and envious of anyone, okay? You don't have to. There is a greatness inside of you. And it's you tapping into the Most High, okay? All right. I know you want to you want to project your racism onto us when we are a ministry of every nation, kindred, and tongue. You understand? So my black brothers and sisters, my white brothers and sisters, Hispanic in this ministry, we telling you that there is greater in you, Joe. You have to reach for righteousness, okay? Right? I know you hate, it's just that you're jealous. You just envy something when you don't have to be. Maybe you were traumatized when you were a child. Maybe it was passed down from your generations to be envious and hateful and wicked and dark. But there is a light that can be poured into you, Joe. You have to go take it to the Creator, the Most High. You got to fall down, prostrate, and repent for the sins that you've committed in your ancestors and ask the Most High for discernment and start to live righteous, Joe. Start to live righteous. We believe you. You can do it. This ministry, all of us here, we giving you a binky and a blanket, Joe. Maybe you've never been told we love you with the love of the Most High, Joe. Everybody could tell Joe we love him. See, guys, these people are really traumatized, and these people are really a lot of them are really just demeaned and demoralized, and a lot of them they just need understanding and compassion. We love you with the love of the Most High, Joe. We love you, Joe. You can do it. You can be righteous. We don't hate you. We don't hate you. You have a chance at repentance too. Okay? Come on. God loves you, Joe. But guys, this is how we got to deal with these little trolls, these little, right? A lot of them, they're traumatized. A lot of them, the devils are traumatizing them in their mind and their spirit. You understand? We defeat darkness with light. You defeat unrighteousness with righteousness. You understand? So sometimes, I can get into a little tug of war match, right? And be joking with them. But the real way to defeat darkness is with a Habayah, with love. We love you, Joe. You might not have heard that. Well, guess what? There's every nation, kindred, tongue here in this ministry telling you, you don't have to receive it, but we gonna give it to you anyway. You heard? You could be the wicked witch of the West and you just, I'm melting from all of the love. I'm melting. Yes, let that darkness melt away, Joe. Let that darkness melt away. No, I'm not a tiger. I'm a lion, Joe. It's okay. Call me a lion. You want to call me an animal? I'm the lion of the tribe of Yaada. I know you don't know what that means, Joe, but it's okay, right? So let the love, everybody shower him with love. Binkies and blankets for Joe. Okay? We love you, Joe. Now you've heard it. Now you're gonna have to go to the judgment with that one, Joe. You heard? Touch not mine anointed, Joe. Do his anointed, the Most High's anointed, no harm. We love you with the love of the Father. The Most High loves you, Joe. Great is he that is supposed to be within you. Let's continue. All right. Now Joe can continue in his sin and transgression, but he got his binky, we gave him his blanket, and now let's continue with the lesson. R.I.P. to this sister, another Mississippi. We're not saying that this is tied, but it's just, there's no coincidences. The nation is being infiltrated with more hate. The devil is spewing his hate and trying to divide the Most High's children, right? So they're trying to divide us, America, by the races, right? To make us hate one another as they continue their 2030 agenda. It's crazy work. As these serpent seeds who don't even love you, Joe. They don't love you, Joe. All right? These serpent seeds. Yeah, Binky blanket and his onesie, Leslie. Yes, y'all give him his onesie. All right? So they want us to divide to divide us, to hate one another, as they are continuing to usher in their new digital age, their new digital currencies, their new digital infrastructure, their new 15-minute cities, their new, their 2030 agenda thing that they are preparing for us. So they're going to keep people who are, how can I say that, who are dealing with less understanding, like Joe, right? And they act off emotion, right? So they pump in a lot of emotional headlines and narratives to emotionally trigger the unbalanced. You understand? And so that's why the trolls come and they talking all this, they don't care. So Joe's gonna, he's just gonna continue to spew unrighteousness because he's unbalanced. You understand? So let's continue. So right now, they just found, y'all probably seen this story, this young sister, and they're not ruling it, but she's strange fruit, if y'all know what I mean, from a tree. I gotta watch what I say because they strike me no matter what I do, right?
Anything that they can provide to get this
Jackson.
Anything that they can
way it can after a young woman was found a letter to the U.S. attorney for Councilman Stokes says he just sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Mississippi asking for the agency to help in any way it can after a young woman was found hanging from a tree in an abandoned home in West Jackson.
Anything that they can provide to get this case solved quickly. We need to have someone in handcuffs as soon as yesterday.
The Hinds County coroner identified the woman as 29-year-old Tasia Fortune. Investigators say Fortune's body had been hanging in the tree for 3 to 4 days before someone found it Monday night at the house on Road of Remembrance. Stokes' letter to the U.S. Attorney asked for help finding a suspect and a motive for the killing.
Everywhere you go, they talking about that. And I don't care where you go, to the grocery store, to get something to eat, people talking about that.
The Jackson Police Department has said little about the case in the past 4 days. Other than a late Monday night social media post, JPD has been so tight-lipped, they haven't even sent out a press release.
Once upon a time, a press release will have come out quickly because of the sensitive nature of things in Mississippi.
Alrighty, let's talk about it.
In a Thursday interview with 16 WAPT, Police Chief Rochelle Brackney refused to answer any questions about the investigation. Councilman.
So you see, the police chief refused to answer any questions, but look at her demeanor. Watch again.
Mississippi.
Alrighty, let's talk about it.
In a Thursday interview with 16 WAPT, Police Chief Rochelle Brackney refused to answer any questions about that.
Did y'all see that? She says, let's talk about it. She grabs her glasses, put them on, and then for 1 second, take them off. You see? So again, you know, those behavioral therapists can understand, right? So if this is your police chief and this is her demeanor regarding this, you know you're in trouble getting any type of diligence or any type of justice when this is the demeanor
of things in Mississippi.
Alrighty, let's talk about it.
In a Thursday interview with 16 WAPT, Police Chief Rochelle Brackney refused to answer any questions about the investigation.
See that? See how unhinged that is? She don't know when to put on the glasses, take them off. She's triggered. You understand? It's like, okay, so if this is the chief, this is what I'm working with right here. You don't seem to be too balanced, too leveled. You seem to be way too disheveled to handle any of this. I think you might need a vacation or something. You need some leave. You need some leave time.
Alrighty, let's talk about it.
In a Thursday interview with 16 WAPT, Police Chief Rochelle Brackney refused to answer any questions about the investigation. Councilman Stokes says even if there's no racial element to this, he says given Mississippi's history of lynchings, public officials all across the city need to step up and say this is unacceptable behavior.
Now, I am not saying that this particular incident has anything to do with Nolan Wells, but what I am saying is this. All the people from Jackson County, Mississippi, who keep jumping in my comment section saying, oh no, you don't understand. Around here, there's no racism. Please stop acting like y'all are all part of the cast to the Andy Griffith Show and y'all live in a town in Mayberry and everybody in the town is Opie. And let me say this, because a very lovely white woman came in my comment section the other day and she said, I don't see color. Stop it.
Now, the reason why what the sister's talking about is everybody is keep running around talking about there's no racism in America. There's no racism in this. I just showed you 4 clips. We didn't showed you drownings, unalivings, beatings, the other young man with his sons trying to enjoy at the apartment complex, the pool, and getting harassed. Okay, but they're trying to paint a narrative that there is no racism when we're finding people being strung to trees. But okay, so yeah, we stringing ourselves. Black people don't string themselves to nothing. Okay?
Stop it. You do see color. If I put up color and she says, I don't see town is Opie. And let me say this, because a very lovely white woman came in my comment section the other day and she said, I don't see color. Stop it. you do see color. If I put up 4 different color boxes on this screen, you see what color boxes those are. So please, stop saying I don't see color. You're supposed to see color because God made different colors. The goal is not to see color, but instead to see them, appreciate them, and love them no matter what color they are. Anyhow, let's get back to Emmanuel.
Another thing.
All right. So y'all might have seen this dude, right? This dude is what's her name's Nolan's dad's friend. He was Nolan's barber. So y'all might have seen his clip, right? So yeah, he's back at it again. All right. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers. We don't erase the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go. Before we see his part 2 clip, let's see this clip.
This guy right here is Emmanuel. He say he is the family friend, close friend of Nolan Wells' parents and dad. More so the dad. He say he go to lunch with the dad, work out at the gym and all that. Now he's a professional barber, but I don't know. I can't tell. But he did an interview with Don Lemon, and let's just say that interview kind of went left real quick.
So talk to me, Emmanuel. How do you know Nolan? Let's start with how you know Nolan Wells and his family.
Okay, well, I've been knowing his mom since she was like in high school and whatnot, but I came and his stepfather, we still work out in the same gym together right now. And I came to know Nolan through his, she had this lady babysitting him, and I'm real good friends with her son, Bingo. And they would bring him around, bring him to my barbershop all the time. And I gave him his first haircut, and we used to have him to say every time he would leave, we would say, "What's your name?" And he would say, "Nolan Wells." And we all used to laugh at it. We used to make him say his name every single time, man. He was a funny little kid, man. That was what was up, though.
Do you know the other kids involved? Do you know some of the friends?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. How do you know them?
Well, with the recent ones that was on like TMZ, I spoke with him Friday night. I know one of the white guys and one of the pictures, where it's quite a few of them, not one of the 3 on the boat. They were all in a collective group there. And me and his father, we're very good friends. We get up and have lunch about 2 or 3 times a week currently.
This was Nolan Wells' barber, his friend, his dad's friend. They work out at the gym. They have dinner 2-3 times a week to eat or whatever. And this is what he got to say.
I'm going to bring in our correspondent, Daniel Grimes, who actually called you to do the interview. Daniel, real quickly, because you have to get off.
Emmanuel, you and I chatted, and you said you've spoken to the kids there. You've spoken to, Nolan's family, and you know both sides to this. So can you just speak a little bit about, I think a lot of people want to know, those kids are not talking. You've talked to them. What is their theory on what happened to Nolan?
Well, I'm going to tell you what they told me this past Friday night. They said they don't know what happened, but they do believe in their heart that something happened to him. And they said they don't really want to talk to people anymore. And I was glad you brought that in, because I was going to mention this to Don a second ago. They saying that they don't like the way that, the reason why they really don't want to give interviews anymore, they don't like the way that the outside people has been treating Black Mississippians. I'm just telling you what they say. They say they're not believing what we're saying. They think that we this racist place down here, and so we don't really want to give them interviews anymore. That's exactly what was told to me this past Friday night.
But going back to your point, so you said that they think something happened to Nolan.
Yeah.
This guy right here is something else. So you talk to Nolan Wells' friends who was with him. They say that they don't know what happened, but they believe in their heart that something happened to Nolan. But then you go on to start talking about what someone don't like, how something being portrayed. Man, who cares about how something being portrayed when the words out your mouth is they think something happened to Nolan? Don't you? Look here, I can tell you right now that Don Lemon do not care for this guy at all.
What do they think happened?
You said he said they don't know what happened, but what are do they have any ideas? Are they giving you any theories?
Yeah, they were there.
No, one of them told me that they gave to the police about a week or so ago. The last two people Nolan was seen with, one was a girl, one was a guy, and I won't be giving their names, of course, because I don't need nobody trying to sue me. But that's what I was told, that it was a guy and a girl that they was last seen with on the island. And I want to say this too about the lady that took that video and chopped it up and was able to pull up. If that video is true, Don and Daniel, if that video there is true, it's a lot of people in trouble in Ocean Springs. But I don't know no more details on that. That's just what I was told. And I'm just repeating what I'm told, and, take it with a grain of salt or take it however you want to,
It's some weird stuff going on down there in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Something smells real fishy, and it's not seafood.
Now, let me explain for all those. I don't rock with no lemonade, all right? I don't rock with no abominations. I don't rock with none of that, okay? So, to me, the way that Crump and them went straight to this lemonade dude, that was fishy to me, period. So whatever. We're here. The clip is because he got this dude's interview. So just letting y'all know the stance, right? Because we understand that we don't rock with abominations. They need to repent. And right, like anybody else that's being unrighteous, repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. All right. So let's continue. We're discerning this barber right here.
Everybody have all this information, but then don't nobody want to tell anybody anything. It's $150,000 on the line for information, and nobody.
Because to me, most of these content creators, all they there is to pimp the Nolan story. That's what it is. It's just pimping. That's why you got people doing literally 3 live streams a day. They're doing 4 live streams, 3 videos, getting 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 views, right? They're making money. They just pimping the Nolan Wells story. We go live every Monday and Friday, and we never change. We don't stop. I'm not pimping the narrative because I could chop up the videos and put out 15 different videos all day and live. I can go live in the morning and go live and do right, pimping the narrative. That's what they all just pimping Nolan Wells, the story. That's why I don't know. It's an ugly spirit all around. You understand? And a lot of people are falling for it, thinking like, yeah, they're doing commentative. They really just pimping. Honestly, that's what they're doing. They're doing it for views, and they don't really care. You understand? That's why what we're doing, we're trying to teach the spiritual warfare. We're trying to bring out the cases. That's why I show more than just Nolan case. You understand? I just showed Troy Reed. We just showed the other, sisters and the brothers, you know what I mean? They stick on one case. Remember, they was all on Camelo. You understand? And then the minute that Nolan came out, you hear they just jumped right on Nolan, and you hear nothing else about Camelo. You don't hear nothing else about nobody else. You understand? This is the big story, and everybody's pimping the story. You understand? They're not teaching. They're not trying to bridge spiritual healing. They're not trying to point out the puppet master, the media narrative, the bigger play. They're not trying to bring healing. They're trying to bring more views. You understand? That's what they all doing. So I'm sorry. All of them can miss me. You understand? Because I see it. All I see is a continual pimping out. Just everything is just Nolan Wells. You got 200 videos and live streams already done. All right, let's continue. But they don't teach you no healing, no understanding. There's no fruit behind it. It's just information, right? Let's continue.
It has yet to come forward with anything. But this family friend said that he didn't talk to the people, and somebody told him, yeah, Nolan was with some men and some woman last. Well, who are they? Somebody getting sued. If it's some information that can help the mother get some answers, you still be going out to lunch with the stepdaddy, but you withholding information like taxes.
Do you think What do you think happened?
Let me tell you something. I've been asked that question so many times, even on other national radio talk shows and whatnot. I can't, it's so much stuff coming out, so many different variables, man. I can't say what happened. And I'm not willing to say what I think partially happened. But it's a movie, a Netflix series. I believe it's called Your Honor. I don't know if you ever seen that, but if you haven't, you'll see it. It's real life. If something did happen, I got to go back to that lady's video. If that is the truth, then we looking at a lot of cover up here. But here's the other side to this. I know the sheriff. I know Mike.
You know Ledbetter.
Right. I know Mike Ezell. He was the sheriff, and he's now a sitting congressman. It's hard for me to believe those guys gonna turn a blind eye when if it was any foul play. I just don't see that man walking away. Now, did he speak prematurely? I believe once they found his body, I believe it looked like a drowning when you first take a look at it. But what sparked suspicion is when the mom, Christine, started making phone calls about what happened to my son, how this happened, whatever. Then she started getting mom is the word. Well, that sparked suspicion. Well, that is a problem now. Now, the sheriff did already put out his statement that they believed it was a drowning.
That was a problem then. Mr. Tater Tot, Officer Tater Tot Part 2. That's a problem then when Ledbetter put out the statement before any official reports, any autopsy. You can't rule out foul play. You can't rule out, you can't say anything. Only thing he was supposed to say was, I can't give no statement. This is what we found. And depending on the reports and the autopsy report, we'll give, But he immediately, right, gave a conclusion. And now, no, it was a problem then. Let's continue.
Because that's at the first initial eyesight. And Don, I'm gonna say this, and already put out his statement. Well, that sparked suspicion. Well, that is a problem now. Now, the sheriff did already put out his statement that they believed it was a drowning, because that's at the first initial eyesight. And Don, I'm gonna say this to you, and Daniel. This case has taken on its own thing that nobody believed would have ever happened.
Everybody, I text mine and say he's a professional victim. You don't have to be a professional victim. You need to be a victor, all right? Stop being tink-tink. You got it in you, right? Stop being a professional victim. All right, let's continue.
And I believe if we had to start this case over, I believe you'll see a whole nother different case. We all Monday morning quarterbacking. Even the sheriff, everybody that's involved. I don't believe that Ben Crump and Al would come down to Mississippi and say the same things and act the way they did. Because if you notice, he changed his stance. He changed up how he conducted himself.
You don't know Al Sharpton.
Well, here's what I'm saying.
I think that they would handle it the same. But anyway, go on. Go on. I don't want to argue about it. Go on.
Right.
These kind of friends right here, I don't want no family friend like this in my family. Matter of fact, I don't want no friend like this at all, period. And what I can see right now that, friend down there in Ocean Springs, it's just weird down there. Family, parents and stuff don't even know your best friends. Your best friends don't know your parents. Nobody met. It's just weird down there. But the way this guy is talking, I'm just trying to wonder, what kind of family friend are you? Because nothing you have said even sounds like a person that's speaking from like friendship with the family. But now him and Don Lemon is really finna get into it. And he really finna make Don Lemon really upset. Because the stuff this guy is about to start saying, all that I got to say is strap on your seatbelt.
Listen, man, I want to say this to you. I know it's probably not following your questionnaires, but that is a problem that we're having here. There's a lot of blacks right along with a lot of whites that are having this problem. When Ben Crump and Al Sharpton came to our state, I think one thing they did wrong was you can't come down here and start saying that our state is prejudiced.
Welcome, Sister Mary. We'll see you later when you come back, Sister Mary. And I got some other exclusive coming later, too. I got some teaching I'm going to do at the end of these clips, too. I got some more stuff, and then I got some exposing, some real teaching to do at the end, Sister Mary. All right, let's continue.
This is prejudiced place. This is the state that lynched and killed Emmett Till. Well, that was 70 state. I think one thing they did wrong was you can't come down here and start saying that our state is prejudiced. This is prejudiced place. This is the state that lynched and killed Emmett Till. Well, that was 71 years ago. And Emmett Till was killed for looking and whistling at a white woman. These days, it's so many blacks having babies with white people. White men are marrying black women down here. We have so many sandy brown haired mixed babies running around down here. And it's a gumbo. Everybody, white people try their best to not ruffle the feathers of black people. And black people try their best not to ruffle the feathers of white people for the majority of it. So when Ben Crump come to this town and start saying things like that, he's alienating these people and he's getting pushback now. That's why he's getting all this pushback. And it's going to me, it's hurting the whole entire investigation, which is why he's probably not getting a lot of help from people.
He said the problem was that Ben Crump and them came and said that there's some racism going on in Mississippi. And he said there is no racism in Mississippi. They talk about Emmett Till. That was 70 years ago. We sleeping with white women, and the white man is sleeping with the black woman, and we just all a big gumbo soup, he said. We just all Mississippi. There's no racism in Mississippi. This brother just said. Mississippi out of all places, okay? But anyway, there's racism everywhere, first of all, not just Mississippi, all right? So he said they smashing, so it is no racism. But the little girl, the R.I.P. to Tasia, that they just found dangling from a tree now, and I guess you're going to say she did that to herself, right? But let's continue. Listen to his logic. It's crazy work, but let's see where he's going.
Now, that's why he's getting all this pushback. And it's going to me, it's hurting the whole entire investigation, which is why he's probably not getting a lot of help for the majority of it. So when Ben Crump come to this town and start saying things like that, he's alienating these people and he's getting pushback now. That's why he's getting all this pushback. And it's going to me, it's hurting the whole entire investigation, which is why he's probably not getting a lot of help from people. To me, that's the deal. You cannot come in here and tell us how racist we are. Well, these people showing you how they hate you doing that type of stuff in our community, and he's going to get this type of pushback that he's getting.
Okay, can I jump in here?
Go ahead.
So you are good friends with the family. You hang out with the dad and go to lunch, but you are on a national YouTube interview with Don Lemon criticizing the lawyer that the family, your friend, hired. You can't make this up.
Okay. Now, look, I'm from Louisiana, so I know there's lots of mix. I mean, that we are all, that's what Creole and mulatto is about. We've been mixing it up. We invented mixing it up in Louisiana, so I understand what you're saying. But that doesn't end racism. Sometimes it heightens it, right? Because then there's a hierarchy, and then there's colorism, and then people say, well, I can't be racist because I'm married to a white person or whatever.
He is happy when he was talking about the mixing it up. Did y'all see that big smile on his face? He got real happy. But the crazy thing is, he says he knew Nolan since he was a little boy. He's the first one to cut his hair. But you seem real joyous and happy. Everybody, it's only been a month. Right? So again, it's the continence of these people. It's like, it's been a month since young Nolan, your friend's son or stepson, who you knew personally, and you got a big smile when you're talking about the swirling and stuff, right? You real happy. Okay, let's continue.
The lawyer that the family.
So, I mean, that we are all, look at, that's what Creole and mulattoes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that we are all, look at that. Now, look, I'm from Louisiana, so I know there's lots of mix. I mean, that we are all, look at, that's what Creole and mulattoes.
Yeah.
We've been mixing it up. We invented mixing it up in Louisiana. So I understand what you're saying. But that doesn't end racism. Sometimes it heightens it, right? Because then there's a hierarchy, and then there's colorism, and then people say, well, I can't be racist because I'm married to a white person or whatever, or I'm married to a black person. And we know that that's not true. The other thing that sounds like, though, and I just want to put this here, I'm not trying to insult you, is like, it kind of sounds like back in the civil rights movement when people would say these outside agitators are coming here and telling us what to do, and we don't want race mixing here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I understand how people may feel, but sometimes I just want you to take this into account. Sometimes it takes, and I'm not saying they're doing this, but just to think about this, sometimes it takes someone who comes from the outside to hold up a mirror so that you can see what's happening, because sometimes you're too close for the forest to see the trees. All right.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that doesn't exist, that people shouldn't feel that way, but I think that people should have an open mind about it, because that's what civil rights leaders did back in the day.
Well,
okay, go on.
We do. I'm for them coming to find justice, but you cannot walk into this town claiming it's racism, all these same state that killed Emmett Till, these racist white people. When that eulogy, I was at the funeral, that eulogy had to be, and just so I was setting up, you know, you can see this is his obituary. So that eulogy had to be the hardest eulogy for Al Sharpton. When you walked in this church and you saw 30% of the church is white. These are his friends. These are all the people he hang out with. Here's what I'm saying, Don. It's like, in this generation, it's like we're still charging cases like we're in the 60s when something happens here. I'm not saying a white man did not kill Nolan. What I'm saying is,
well, we don't know that. I'm not going there.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be over something else. It may be over a girl. Why does race have to lead every time? Why are we leading this investigation with race? Because that's where you're upsetting everybody. And it's when you're saying race, when he's been hanging with them same white guys all his life.
Who cares about upsetting someone when your friend of the family, they have lost their 18-year-old son, and you're on here trying to defend about what Ben Crump and Al Sharpton them doing when they came to Mississippi? Look, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. The Nolan Wells parents and dad need to go get a pair of scissors and cut him off immediately.
Not everybody lives in Mississippi. And so the people who are on the internet, the people who don't live in Mississippi, they see a black guy with all white guys and they go, oh, he's the only one that didn't come home. The history of Mississippi, blah, blah, blah. So people start putting two and two together, and that's why race is involved in this, because that is the history of America. Now, whether race played a role in his demise, no one knows that. No one knows that, but there is no denying that race plays a part in this case simply because of the optics. That's where the race part came in. That may be offensive to some people there, but the truth is often offensive. That is the reality in America. Yeah, yes, sir. You can ask me. We're here to have a conversation.
Okay. When Emmett Till was killed in 1955, I believe it was, he died for whistling and simply looking at a white woman. Now we have went from there to making babies with these white women. When does that go out of the window for, as you know, this racial component of Mississippi history years ago? How can we accept that history when it comes to?
You can accept it by acknowledging the problem. You accept it by acknowledging the problem and acknowledging the reality of the history of the country. You accept it by saying, I understand why people think race is involved. I understand why. I understand why people do it, but what I'm saying is it a fair assessment for us? Of course, it's a fair assessment.
We have nothing but a bunch of We have
Listen,
nothing but mixed kids running around down here.
But that,
And-
just, but
and
just because you have
nobody's
mixed
dying.
kids, just because you have mixed kids, it doesn't mean that you're not racist.
But Don,
It doesn't mean that
dying now. Back then they died for looking at her. Now
What-
we're sleeping with
let me
them
ask
and
you
having
this.
kids and nobody's dying.
One
So
thing.
we
Let
can't
me
act
ask you
like
this.
things haven't
Let me
changed.
ask you this, Emmanuel. Do you know why Nolan died or how?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
If you ain't figured it out by now,
My mouth was stuck a little open. I'm sitting here like, wow. Do y'all hear his analogies? He said, he kept going back to Emmett Till. He said, now we smashing the white woman, right? That's what he basically, boy, you gonna get yourself in some trouble. A big beard dude. You on there talk about how much y'all smashing the white woman. You do know there are some racist white brothers that don't want, there's black people who don't want nobody smashing black women. You understand? There's prejudice, bigoted, racist, or whatever you want to call it, of all nation of people. You on there in Mississippi, he just proud of his jungle. He said, we as Emmett Till, they unalived him for looking at a white woman, but now we's a smashing them now, man. He said, we's a smashing them now. Oh, they're not gonna like that, bro. Yeah, bro, I don't know, bro. I think he thinks he's smoothing it over, but yeah, you gonna get some people upset with that. Talk about how much y'all smashing they women. We's a smashing them knives. Right, Saudi? It's crazy. I'm sitting there with my mouth open. I'm sitting there like, what am I listening to? Like, what kind of, this thing is crazy, bro. This is insane right here. I swear, this is insanity. Come on, Land. He said, man, you can't make this up. I swear, I'm like, I cannot believe. I thought I'm just sitting there stuck. I usually do more, narrating and stuff of reaction, but I was stuck on stupid behind this dude. But let's continue.
This, Emmanuel. Do you know why Nolan?
Back then they died for
assessment.
We have
Listen,
nothing but mixed kids running around down here.
But just because you have mixed kids, it doesn't mean that you're not racist.
But Don,
it doesn't mean that
dying now. Back then they died for looking at her.
Nobody's dying. That girl they still stringing them up. Are you kidding me? No, nobody's dying. All right, but let's continue.
Now we're sleeping with
Let me
them
ask you
and having
this.
kids and nobody's dying.
One thing. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Emmanuel. Do you know why Nolan died or how?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right.
if you ain't figured it out by now, Don Lemon is sick of this guy. He didn't have enough of him. He like, do you know what happened to Nolan Wells? Because that's what this is all about. This guy is upset that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton came down there, but you are friends with the—
Shout out to Jose. Well, Jose pointed out you got some people that think the exact reason why Nolan is gone is because some was jealous over some of the white girls he was smashing. You got a whole narrative of people thinking that's the whole reason why this officer Tater Tot, this officer Tampon, I don't know if he's worse or Officer Tater Tot is worse. He said, we's a smashing the white women's now, boss. Wow. Okay, let's continue.
Said that Ben Crump and Al, because that's what this is all about. This guy is upset that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton came down there, but you are friends with the family. You should not be upset with no action that they take to try to find justice for their son, who are not with them anymore, went out and did not come back home the same way he left. Then you're talking about, because you have interracial going on and you're having kids with a white woman and mixed kids, you're trying to say that racism doesn't exist in Mississippi because of that?
Now, Yadon wanted to drop a bomb. I was trying to leave it out, Yadon. You trying to be too sharp for your own good, right? Now, Yadon, you're correct. I was trying to save it for a little bit later, right? You're correct. Yadon said he knows what happened. He's playing the fool to preserve his life. You're correct. So that's why you're dying. When I pointed out, when I said him getting too happy, talking about we's a smashing the white woman's now. I'm like, bro, you as you trying to play the fool to preserve, right? Because you really scared, which you probably have a right to be, because remember, these are power players. They wealthy. That's that old money, right? And it's that old KKK stuff, right? That's why on the last live stream, you see they just found it in the public, the civil service office. I forgot what it's called, public office, right? Now, all the KKK memorabilia and stuff, right? So he has a right to be worried, but he went a little too far, talking about we's a smashing the white women's, and we's, I'm like, bro, as much as you trying to save yourself, you literally putting a noose around your own neck. You understand? That's exactly what he's doing. You understand? Peace and blessings to everybody coming in the building. All right, Teronia, Danielle. All right, sorry I missed others. But yeah, that's why I said, bro, you need to dial it. You need to dial it down 10 notches, because that at the same time you're trying to make them think that you part of the go along, get along, right? You just went a little too far because you a little too happy, right? You see, he like, we's a smashing the white girls. All, whoa, bro, whoa, cowboy, you just opened up a whole new can of whoop ass on yourself. Facts. All right, trying to convince us that ain't no racism in Mississippi while you over there tap dancing. You better tap dance. That's why I would get out of there. If it was me, I'd be like, you know what? It's time to pack up because I'm too close to this case, right? And so all these people want to interview me. Move yourself somewhere else, and then you could tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, right? But anyway, it's not easy for everybody to pack up and move. I have to understand that as well. Right? So it's not as easy as people think, right? Not everybody can just get up and just move and start over somewhere else, right? Economy is so hard too. But anyway, let's continue.
I'm from Mississippi. I can speak about this. I'm from Mississippi. Then you're talking about, because you have interracial going on and you're having kids with a white woman and mixed kids, you're trying to say that racism doesn't exist in Mississippi because of that? I'm from Mississippi. I can speak about this. And you, sir, have lost your mind.
So I'm for an investigation. That's why I said I'm for Al and them coming here and investigate.
Yo, Leslie said he in the sunken place. That's what. Yo, this brother is definitely deep in the sunken place. It's like, get out. Somebody reach their hand down in the jar. It's like, hello. Hello down there. He definitely in the sunken place, bro. That's why I say y'all need to get out of Mississippi. That's where they made that movie for. That's Mississippi. Get out, right? Let's continue.
You're trying to say that racism doesn't exist in Mississippi because of that? I'm from Mississippi. I can speak about this. And you, sir, have lost your mind.
So I'm for an investigation. That's why I said I'm for Al and them coming here and investigating. But Don, what I'm saying is I don't think he should have led with this strong racial, the same people who killed Emmett Till. And I mean, that was almost 100 years ago. And we're now sleeping with white women and white men are now sleeping with black women, creating babies with these people, man.
You know, this interview.
This boy is crazy. He said creating babies with these people, man. We're now sleeping with white, bro. I'm like, bro, as much as you try, this is a think, everybody. This boy is not too bright upstairs, right? He might be, I don't know, he might be a good person probably in life, right? This is fear. He's scared. For those who don't know, I'm a man, I'm an elder. I know fear. I can hear it, right? He's scared. So he's trying to preserve his life, but he's not sharp enough to understand that you're actually doing yourself more harm than good. It's better to just shut up. It would be better for him to just shut up. Okay? For real. Because I'm like, bro, you digging yourself a serious, while you trying to preserve your life, you digging your own hole. Literally, bro, you steady keep talking. He just keep talking about we smashing the white women's and we smashing all the white women down here. Bro, this is crazy, bro. I cannot believe that we making babies. Wow.
I'm from Mississippi. I can speak about this. And you, sir, have
could somebody bring my slippers, please?
Lost your mind.
So I'm for an investigation. That's why I said I'm for Al and them coming here and investigating. But Don, what I'm saying is I don't think he should have led with this strong racial, the same people who killed Emmett Till. And I mean, that was almost 100 years ago. And we're now sleeping with white women and white men are now sleeping with black women, creating babies with these people, man.
You know, this interview was a waste of time. And Don Lemon realizes that as this guy continues to talk, he realized that why did I even have him on here? Like, the family don't need nobody like this out speaking on their behalf as a quote unquote family friend. But this whole thing about because you having kids with white women that you trying to act like, look at
he literally says sandy haired babies running around.
Wrong with this dude. But Don Lemon is finna turn it up on him because he done had enough. So things finna start getting real heated.
So don't tell me that racism is stamped out in Mississippi and where you are because people are sleeping together. First of all, people have urges and people used to sleep with each other on plantations.
That's what I was about to say. He was literally sitting up here saying there is no racism because back in Emmett Till days, when he got unalive for looking at a white woman, but now we's are sleeping and they're sleeping with black women. Well, the slave master was sleeping and raping the black woman, the black man, and the black child. You understand? They always was smashing the black. So what are you talking? What's the problem was whenever the white slave master's wife with what's the name would check out, what do they call him? Ashanti? No, what they call him? Mandingo. That's whenever right? Because the slave master, he was always in the cabins, always stealing, and they was raping the little ones, the men. They was raping the men more than they were raping the women. That part y'all don't know about real slavery history, all right? They was raping the men more than they was doing anything. Okay. So anyway, and they were still racist. You understand? What do you mean? They were still slaving and beating and unaliving them and stuff. Why are they smashing them? So just because you smashing something doesn't remove racism. This dude is a clown boy. This boy gonna be in trouble. Gonna be trouble. That boy gonna have to leave Mississippi. He stayed because he is too happy with. Look at smile. He is just chucking and jiving. He got all his pearly whites. He got all 32 showing. You understand? Yeah, they was buck breaking everything. And then outside, Serena, outside of buck breaking was a practice. Outside of buck breaking, most of the slave owners was Baphometic. They like like they do now. Y'all know Epstein, all that stuff. They was all Diddy's and Epstein's. You understand? So outside of the buck breaking, that was one practice, the buck breaking. The other one was they was coming to get your little boy. They was coming to get your teenage boy. You understand? That part, that was a whole culture, and it was more prevalent than them even great. They wanted the little boys more than they wanted even the women and the little girls. A lot of the women and the girls was used for procreating. You understand? For making slave babies, for making more slaves. But the boys were used for fun. It's the same thing. Ain't no different from Rome, Greece, from the Hellenes, the Romans, none of that. It's always been about Hasatan is the first Diddy, Epstein, Baphomet. You understand? That part. So anyway, he's definitely a fool to try to pull a wool over somebody's eyes to say because someone's sleeping with someone, that means that no, you can't be racist. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world. All right? But anyway, he trying to save his own skin, which I totally understand that part. All right? But he would have been better not he would have been smarter to not say anything. All right?
He'd have had enough.
The most I teach you less is more.
So things finna start getting real heated.
So don't tell me that racism is stamped out in Mississippi and where you are because people are sleeping together. First of all, people have urges and people used to sleep with each other on plantations.
Which is true.
I'm just saying. The master used to sleep with the people on the plantation, women and men.
I think that's slightly different topic than what I was speaking of. Like this Saturday, I was out at dinner, man, and everybody in the restaurant was mixed. I mean, I see a black woman here with a Mexican guy, and they got 2 kids, 16 to 17 years old. I mean,
of course, that happens everywhere.
That's how we are down here.
So because of that, there's no racism. So you take your little happy-go-lucky boy and walk right into those woods, okay, and get into them. What they call those dudes in the woods? The ones that they call them something, right? Those ones in the woods. You walk your little happy-go talking about. Well, I went into a restaurant and everybody's mixed. Mississippi, there's no more racism because everybody's just a big gumbo pot. Okay, okay. Let's continue.
Really cares about the quiet races. He's at dinner, man, and everybody
with each other on plantations.
Which is true.
I'm just saying, the master used to sleep with the people on the plantation, women and men.
I think that's slightly different topic than what I was speaking of. Like this Saturday, I was out at dinner, man, and everybody in the restaurant was mixed. I mean, I see a black woman here with a Mexican guy, and they got 2 kids, 16 to 17 years old. I mean,
of course, that happens everywhere.
That's how we are down here. Who really cares about the quiet races? He's a racist and he's quiet and he don't say nothing about it. He over there. If he not bothering you, he can be racist over there. As long as he don't come and shove it down my throat.
This ignoramus just said, who cares about the quiet races? Everybody, what is the most dangerous gangster of them all? The quiet one. The loudmouth, they're not gangster at all. They're not really dangerous. That's why they have what they call secret societies. That's why last week on the live stream, when we broke down, we read the KKK Quran, their manifesto, they called it the secret, the greatest secret. It is to be quiet. It ain't the one seen, it's the one unseen. That's the threat. Thank you so much. It ain't the one seen. So this foolio sitting up there talking about who cares about the racist that's quiet, that's secret. Oh, you mean the snake that's in the grass? The one that will bite you because you don't see the snake? Foolio? This fool, boy, he'll get somebody in danger. He'll get the youth in danger teaching this logic, even though he's trying to save his own butt. But this is some dangerous rhetoric right here. Talking about everybody, the most dangerous snake is the snake that you can't see. Do y'all understand that logic? The most dangerous snake is the snake in the grass, because the one that you can see, once you cut the grass, now you can react. You can defend yourself. You could go around. The one you can't see will bite you, can unalive you. Okay? All right, let's continue. That's in spiritual warfare as well as life, real life, physical existence as well, on all matters.
2 kids, 16 to 17.
Yeah, passing down his cowardice.
I was out at dinner, man, and everybody in the restaurant was mixed. I mean, I see a black woman here with a Mexican guy, and they got 2 kids, 16 to 17 years old. I mean,
of course, that happens everywhere.
That's how we are down here. Who really cares about the quiet races? He's a racist and he's quiet and he don't say nothing about it. He over there. If he not bothering you, he can be racist over there. As long as he don't come and shove it down my throat, I don't care what he is over there, right? He's not affecting me. If he ain't affecting me.
You don't know that.
But
you don't know what that quiet racist is doing. You don't know who he's influencing. You don't know what kids and grandkids he's influencing. You don't know that.
But what I'm saying is,
I don't rock with the lemonade dude, but I rock with truth. No matter what, I rock with truth. What he just said is the absolute truth. He's somebody talking about what he doing don't influence you. Do you not understand the whole part of secret is that it influences behind the scenes? That's the narrator. That's the Marietta strings. And the lemon dude is correct. You don't know how he's influencing his generation, his children, and what effect that has. Talk about it doesn't affect you.
You know who he's supporting. Maybe
but
you don't know what that
race is over there. As long as he don't come and shove it down my throat, I don't care what he is over there, right? He's not affecting me. If he ain't affecting me.
You don't know that.
But
you don't know what that quiet racist is doing. You don't know who he's influencing. You don't know what kids and grandkids he's influencing. You don't know that.
But what I'm saying is,
you don't know who he's supporting. Maybe he's sending money to the Klan. You don't know.
But when I'm speaking of quiet, I'm talking about the ones who just keeping it to himself. You know what I'm saying? If he's quiet with it, I agree with what you're saying right there. I agree with that.
Emmanuel.
If he's helping people be racist, that's a problem. And when I'm speaking,
but how do you know that if he's quiet about it? Quiet is kept. You know what quiet is kept is, right?
Hey,
this guy, in my opinion, don't care nothing about no justice for Nolan Wells. What it seems to me that he cares about is proving the point that, oh, we all get along down here. We all, just like Nolan Wells' friend Tristan Shepard said, Ocean Springs is a tight-knit community. We stick together. Well, I can see now. It don't matter what race you are. He is talking more about black and white stuff, issues, then he is talking about what happened to Nolan Wells. And he is a family friend.
That is the truest thing in the world. He said all he keep talking about is we used to smashing the white woman now, right? And he ain't saying nothing about Nolan, RIP, right?
At that.
But here's my main thing, though.
Yes.
And I want to speak on what you just said.
Yes, sir.
I believe the world and Hollywood did this to us down here in the South. They have made everybody in the North, East, West think that we so prejudiced down here. When none of that is true, man. It is not. It's not saying that there's no prejudiced people here, but you cannot just keep saying that.
How did Hollywood convince people that what happened in the South and what's happening in the South that's real is, how does that Hollywood? Hollywood is just projecting what's happening.
Because when they make their movies, that's how they show it.
So when Hollywood made Mississippi Burning, and it showed what happened down there in Mississippi, okay, he blaming the lens. he blaming the mirror. You understand? Wow. But let's continue. Now we know Hollywood is wicked, right? But the portrayal of the movies, when you're making these autobiographical movies of events that happen, that's how the masses know what was happening at this time. You understand? But anyway, let's continue.
What movies?
Every racial movie, everything.
What movies? Hollywood is just projecting what's happening.
Because when they make their movies, that's how they show it. They project
movies?
us. Every racial movie, everything
what movies
that come through here.
Did you watch Django?
Yeah, I watched that.
Okay,
yes,
did you think that wasn't real? A lot of this stuff is based on truth.
I'm not saying that wasn't real. But
do you remember when we were going? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 46.
Do you remember Miss Jane Pittman? Do you remember that story? Did you watch Roots in elementary school?
Yes, I did.
All right, so that was Hollywood doing that?
No, listen, man, this is what I'm trying to say. Hollywood will take something that may be true, or Hollywood will take something that's not true and make you think it's true by keep putting that in your head. That's their job.
How are they putting something in?
Yes, that's correct, but he's misdirected. He's projecting now. We know Hollywood is wicked. We know who controls and runs it, right? We know the media, right? Entertain to detain enter your mental and detain it, right? With the information. But there are movies that were made, right? That the people made about our culture, that if it wasn't put on screen or put out, because like now they're trying to erase things from the history books. They're trying to erase books and history. You know what I mean? Rewriting. So there are movies that are put out that depict what happened in Mississippi, what happened in Ocoee, Florida, what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, what happened in Greenwood, what happened in so many Seneca Village, what happened in all of these places, okay? And if it wasn't for documentation, documentaries and movies and films, right? Now we know that the Hollywood can make false movies and misdirect, but he's doing sorcery and witchcraft right now with his information. You understand? Yes, Hollywood is straight demonic, but we understand that we use the tools of hell. Everybody, everything we using is straight demonic. Let me show y'all. This right here is straight demonic. What you call a cell phone is straight demonic. It's unaliving us with the energies, the information that's coming through. Everything we're dealing with, we have to be in this world, but not of this world. So we got to understand and decipher and discern all the medias, all the different interest portals, because this is a portal, right? Our internet is a portal. Our TVs are a portal. They watching and hearing and recording everything we do, right? So we understand all of these devices, but we understand that we use the tools of hell to survive the hell we in. You get it? We have to be in the world, but not of the world. So Hollywood, they are of the world. So they're using it to also, like he's pointing out, to infect and to instill and to incite into everything. But we also use media. Now I'm using media. I know YouTube, we know who runs and owns everything, right? But right? So they shadow ban me like crazy. They literally, I was going to show y'all, but I don't want to get no more of their nerves. They literally just took down a video that I never put up on my channel. It's unlisted. It's been unlisted since 2006 when I started my channel. And I'm like, what? They come on, this content is, we take something. I said, I never put that out. So they in my back office, meaning not my videos that's out, right? And I'm not even a big channel. We probably got now probably about 6,000 subscribers. And here they are, you got people with hundreds of thousands, million subscribers, and they can put out anything and they on me because they know who I am in the spirit realm. They know what this channel does. We fight spiritual warfare. They know where the real truth lies. You understand? So they let me know not only are we watching everything you say and do, right? Like the other live stream when I said that word, I can't say it now. They literally blocked our stream while mid-sentence when I said it. And then I went on YouTube and everybody else is saying the same word. They don't got no restriction or nothing. So now they just went into my unlisted videos. And I had that thing up since it's about my little son. My baby was born. My baby's probably like 7 years old now. I know y'all like probably, I don't get to see my children. I just pay every month, right? Babylon, it is what it is, right? I do the best I can, right? I pay to play. And, the matriarchal system of this dark second world, it is what it is. So anyway, at that time, I had access. That's why I got the video, right, of him, because he was under, I had access to my baby. So he was a baby. And so I made a video and something, but I never put it out, right? This was back in 2018 or something, when I first opened the channel. I didn't release our ministry to 2021. So I'm like, huh? So you're striking a video from 2018 that I never put out, that's unlisted. So you're in my back office looking, wow, I guess they just wanted me to know. Like we all through your catalog, we on you. We ain't just on your live stream and on your videos. We in your unlisted, we in your back office. You understand? So anyway, and that's what I'm saying about the serpent seeds. We know the devices. So, you know what I mean? I have to use, the Most High is allowing me to use this device called YouTube to be able to reach his children. But I'm not one with whatever spirit that things are doing. But remember, we got to use the devices or what, right? I got to have a driver's license, right? And when they made that real ID chip on the driver's license, in order for me to drive, I got to go and get that license. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with, you know what I mean? I got to, a registration and stuff. I got to do all these things because we got to be in the world, but not of the world. And we got to give Caesar what Caesar's as long as it don't go against the Most High. Now, when they go so far as talking about taking a jab juice, right? That's when I draw the line, right? Because now that's going against the laws of my father. So I'm only going to go, but so far giving Caesar what Caesar's. You understand? I'm going to do the law-abiding things that I got to do to survive this world that I'm in. Do you understand? I got to have a driver's license. I got to have a registration. I need a social security card. I need this. Now they made me get the real ID. But then it's going to go further to the point where they're going to start trying to make you take things like they did with the Jim Joe's jab juice, right? And that's what separates the wise from the unwise. That what separates, you know what I mean? Honestly, no disrespect to nobody who took it. You know what I mean? Just repent and understand that you didn't know and repent to the Most High because the effects of that is happening now. You understand? So, but remember, these are the devices of the serpent in this dark second world. And they've always been doing this and they're never going to stop doing it. All right. I'm going to get back to his video right now. Right. I talked enough. But anyway, So this is what we do in this channel. We point out the bigger narrative of the serpents. You understand? Where most people is just talking about what's current right here, but you don't understand that these practices and these things they're doing, they have bigger implications. They have a bigger agenda that they are trying to accomplish and they're doing, and they're not going to stop until they accomplish it, right? So this right here is what I'm talking about. Right here, right? So here, watch this. Let me come back. I'm going to get right back to him. 1 second. I'm going to stop share, right? Stop share. Share screen. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all see this right here? This is what I'm talking about. In 1986 and 2025. In 1986, this is what they were shooting into the babies. OPV at 2 months, OPV at 4 months as drops. I don't know if it's drops in the mouth or the eyes. Then DTB at 2 months, DTP at 4 months, DTP at 6 months. Those were the shots they was giving you in 1986. In 2025, this is what they doing to the babies. You see this? RV at 2 months, RV at 4 months, RV at 6 months, Tdap in utero, the flu in utero, inside, CV19 in utero, RSV in utero or at birth, Hep B as soon as they come out, Hep B1, 1 month, DTaP at 2 months, HIB at 2 months, PCV at 2 months, IPV at 2 months, DTaP at 4 months, HIB at 4 months, IPV, see? All right? And this is why you have so many disorders. That's why everybody on the spectrum. This is why so many people have a debilitating, this is where you get your ADHDs and your autisms and all these other things, okay? This is demonic. This is what we're really fighting against. So these are the puppet masters, you understand? That are trying to make these narratives to keep us, the children of the Most High, to keep fighting against one another while they fulfill their 2030 agenda. It's crazy right here. And when you go further back with us, they just gave us 1 shot. I'm an elder. Now you mix this up with all the barium, aluminum, they spraying, all the fluoride, all the toxics in the foods, the chemicals, and it's to destroy the children of the Most High. All right, let's get back. This is what we do here. We do more. This ain't just a YouTube channel. This is a house of the Most High. We teach and expose and give you understanding. So all those shots, I didn't allow my babies to get it. As rash, And I went at it with that doctor. And it is what it is. Call the cops, do whatever you're going to do. You ain't shoot my baby with nothing. Well, she won't be able to come back. Well, we ain't coming back. She won't be able to go to school. I don't care. I don't want her in school anyway. Good. I'm trying to get a mama to get, I don't want her in your school system anyway. You ain't about to shoot my baby girl with nothing. Sitting up there talking about she behind. So because my baby mama wanted to send her to pre-K, right? While we could go, because she just didn't want to take care of her no more. She wanted to just go out and just do stuff, right? And I'm like, girl, right? So then, okay, you wanted to go in pre-K, so we go, now we got to go because she needs shots. We go in there because she ain't had no shots, right? You ain't shooting up my baby with nothing. You understand? I don't play none of that. We go there, they talking about, well, she behind, so we got to give, I think they wanted to give her 11 shots. Right then, right now, 11 different things. What? First of all, you ain't shooting up with one. And I need to see the ingredients of what it was a mess. The doctor had to come, that's when, yeah, guys, that's when they start that black, that's when the black thing come. Oh, we got a troublemaker. Right? I'm surprised they ain't call the police, right? You're gonna have to call the po-po. I don't care. You're gonna lock me up. I'm going to jail for mine. That's that, I take care of mine. That's what I do. I fight for mine. You ain't shooting my baby up with nothing. Nothing. I don't care what you say, right? And matter of fact, let me see. Because then the nurse was I said, go get the thing. Oh, sir, well, we can't. No, yes, you can. I study. I'm a righteous man. I'm a studious man. You can go, I can get to see the ingredients. Give me the list. You got the thing back there. She said, well, I can bring you the list I got the list for 4. It come back, it got monkey venom. It got the bones of a baboon's ass, right? A baboon's ass. Sorry, pardon my language. Right? It just hits a little different when you say it, right? It got the skull bones of a orangutan I'm like, what is the liver of a Nephilim? I'm like, what is y'all tripping? It had the teeth of a rhino and all this stuff. I said, bro, you tripping. Well, can we can cut it down to 7. We'll give her 7 now, and then when she come back next week, we'll give her the other, 5. You ain't giving her nothing. Matter of fact, how about we ain't getting nothing? How about, well, she can't come out. Shit, we ain't coming back. I'm sorry, baby mama, you just gonna have to be mad at me. You heard? You just gonna have to be mad at me. We out of here. Well, you can't go. I don't care what you say. Call the police or whatever. I don't care. I'm out of here. Facts. Grab my baby and we walked out. You heard? That part. And my little man Azariah ain't never had nothing. I kept him away from all of it. He had not one shot. And that's the thing. They make you think that because if you don't get these shots, that they're going to get sick from the other kids on the playground. See, this is how they dumb you down. You understand? If you feed them the correct nutrition, then their immune system, you understand? The Most High created the immune system to fight against all immunities that you understand? Righteousness going to cover my babies. Somebody done told you wrong. I don't apologize. I'm about to say I apologize for going off on that tangent. I don't apologize. This is the truth. This welcome to the house of the Most High. For everybody new here. You heard? That part. Don't let them shoot your baby up with nothing. Don't let them shoot your babies with nothing. That's why that's why the kids, remember, they shoot the kids up with stuff and they start walking backwards and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's why they get all the ADHD and the DDHD and the DDDP and the blah, 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 P. And I got anxiety and I got this and I got that. And everybody's on the spectrum. Everybody nuts because they poisoning the babies. All right, let's continue. This part.
Your head.
Look at this little Nephilim on the screen. this little roly-poly Nephilim on the screen. He's smashing all the white women. Oh, what's his name? Jeffrey and them gonna see you. They coming to see you. You better keep your pickup truck on the right road. You better stay. You in Mississippi too. You better watch out. Jeffrey and them is coming to see you, roly-poly man.
Did you watch Django?
Yeah, I watched that.
Okay, did you think that wasn't real? A lot of this stuff is based on truth. I'm not saying
that wasn't real. But
do you remember when we were going? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 46.
Do you remember Miss Jane Pittman? Do you remember that story? Did you watch Roots in elementary school?
Yes, I did.
All right, so that was Hollywood doing that?
No, listen, man. This is what I'm trying to say. Hollywood will take something that may be true. Or Hollywood will take something that's not true and make you think it's true. By keep putting that in your head. That's their job.
How are they putting something?
So you trying to make us think ain't no racism in Mississippi because they made Mississippi burning? Boy, this boy is somebody and told this little ting. Let me show y'all something. Y'all know, y'all know what we do here. Y'all know I bring the real raw, rickety raw. I got some Ricky Raw for you. You want some Ricky Raw? Let's do it. That's why we a different channel. I don't care what topic we bring out. We gonna bring out stuff ain't nobody got. You heard? I'm gonna do that every time because we on deck. Watch this. Share screen. Let's go. I got some exclusive for you. This dude want us to think that Hollywood is the one that's telling us Mississippi is racist. Here we go. This right here. Let's go. Watch the house of the Most High get down. The culture we experienced in Mississippi. My husband taught and coached some of the same students that are now connected to the Nolan Wells case. Let's go. Exclusive. We moved there, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, in 2022, and we were very quickly impacted by the deep-seated racism and bigotry that exists in Mississippi. It's an area that is highly religious on the surface and incredibly corrupt underneath, right? That religion is Christianity. They gonna unalive you in the good name of the good ship Jesus. Somebody that told you wrong. They're gonna burn and hang you at a cross in the name of the good ship Jesus. Let's continue. This is a real life couple telling their testimony from Mississippi. While this super officer, super coon, this raccoon here trying to make us think ain't no racism in Mississippi. Listen what this family tells you. I watched firsthand as the police and the faculty quietly allowed the white students to possess large quantities of illegal substances, while the black students in school could be expelled for not showing up to class on time. My husband experienced so much harassment from the white students that we had to install security cameras once they found out where we lived. It's a sickening feeling sitting beside the parents every Friday night on the football game, Friday night football, not knowing which ones have taught their children to hate people with brown or black skin. And even worse, fearing for the safety of my husband and the few black students on campus every day. The Gulf Coast of Mississippi is a tight-knit in their collective good old boy system. That's why Trayston said, we tight-knit. We see everybody, Trayston, Javon, you can tell when people, you know that movie, that TV show Scared Straight? Oh yeah, that deep-seated, they have a right to be. It's like you in the lion's den, bro. You better be wise as a serpent, as you harmless as a dove, until you get out of harm's way. You better not show your hand. Don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Come on. So the officer tater tot part 2 with the beard, if that's what he's doing, my only problem with him is you would have been better off not saying nothing, because you too happy talking about you smashing all the white women and stuff, right? You way too happy putting that out there. So they said the Gulf Coast is tight-knit in a collective good old boy system. Many of the white family members are in a position of power, such as government, law enforcement, or the churches, in the ministry. And if they aren't, they know someone who is and can get anything they want done quite easily. Come on, anybody with any common sense know this. Drunk driving? Little Timmy caught drunk driving? Just go visit the chaplain, the father, on Sunday morning, and he'll do more than help you receive forgiveness spiritually. He'll get that drunk driving wiped away. Caught with contraband at school? With D-rugs or something? Good thing that your dad bought the new turf for the football stadium so you could still play on Friday night football. Oh yeah, this person knows what they talking about. This is the politics. You understand? All right? If you've seen the Nolan Wells story evolving and question whether the corruption in Mississippi is bad as people say it is, I promise you it's worse. Layers of deceit, protection, and privilege run so deep. Oh, it runs all the way back to slavery deep. You heard? It's in the soil. It's over the principality. It's over the city itself. I deeply hope and pray that the tides will start to change with this Nolan Wells stuff coming out. And the things that have been allowed, encouraged, and hidden in darkness will soon come to light. Mississippi desperately needs to be set free from a system that enables deep hatred and institutional protection. It has to end here. There you go. Y'all know, I'm going to bring y'all some exclusive. This is the story this sister told the story of them moving, and they moved out. They moved out. And this clown trying to tell us ain't no racism. Stop share screen.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Akiama.
We still have questions when you're ready.
I know. You want to do one right now? Because I know they building up.
Okay, this one is from Leslie. He says, is it true people that are between 6 feet to 6.5 are mini Nephilims?
No, no, that's not true. Nephilim, Brother Leslie, Nephilim genetics just don't show up in height. Nephilim were giants, but there were other Nephilim that weren't giants. There's Nephilim that were regular size. There are Nephilim that was hybridized, half animal, half, right, with the head of an alligator. That's where you get Thoth and Thoth and Osiris and all these ancient Kemet gods and Hindu gods with an elephant face and stuff. So Nephilim shows up. There are different variations, different colors. Some of them look like Avengers and stuff. That's why they make all these movies and stuff, right? So, or not Avengers, what's the X-Men, these movies and stuff, right? So yeah, Nephilim just doesn't denote height. No, they're children of the Most High who had height, stature. You know what I mean? Heights. But yeah, now if you start going into anything over like, once you start going to 10 feet, now you're talking, that's a different strain, right? So, but yeah, just because someone's 6'11", 6'5" doesn't mean they're Nephilim. That's not true. Give me one more, Hakim.
This one is from No More Hate 777. She says, why don't people just wait for the investigation to come out?
Because if we waited for the investigation to come out through all these cases that got thrown under the table for hundreds and hundreds of years, it's like, at what point, I'm not sure what the brother or sister nationality is, but for the so-called Black American, we done with waiting for some racist investigator we already know what is going to come out. No foul play, because listen clearly, if we didn't take this to the social media streets, it was already ruled no foul play. Do y'all remember? Listen clearly. What was the first thing Sheriff Ledbetter said? Nothing to see here. No foul play. Stacey Turner got a history of saying no foul play. They rule it a drowning or a self-unaliving, and then that's it. And they go on and they do it to the next person and the next person and next person. So no, we're not sitting waiting for nothing to come out. We're going to bring it out ourselves. We're going to investigate ourselves. We're going to put the magnifying glass on you, not you, but on them, on their name, who they connected to, who this one's in bed with, who this one was. That's why they took their social media down, that this one is connected to this one, and this one's connected to this one, and this one is blood ties to this one, and all this stuff. No, we're going to do it ourselves. Rightly divide thoughts. So no, sorry. This ain't 2010. This ain't 2001. This ain't 1990. This ain't the 80s. This ain't the 60s. This ain't the 50s. Welcome to 2026. That part. We ain't waiting. No. And we're going to do every case. Welcome to the new world. Right? While they do their NWO, I say NWA. While they do their NWO order. Yeah, welcome to our new world order. All right, praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. Let me continue with this so we can get through this, and then we'll do the other questions.
In your head, that is, if it's
that may be true, or Hollywood will take something that's not true and make you think it's true by keep putting that in your head. That's their job. You know,
how are they putting something in your head that is, if it's based on reality or a true story?
But
so So do you think
It
that
might
the
have
image?
used to been based on reality and a true story, but you cannot keep coming down here telling the world that, listen, man, people comment in my comments all day about how racist we are down here. You know, people, we don't move like that. We really, because here's what I think, Don, and you should know this better than anybody. Because there was a problem here in Mississippi, a big problem in Mississippi with racism. These days, people try not to step on each other's toes because they don't want it to come across as we still have that problem.
Okay, Emmanuel,
even though
you
they
are
might not want you to marry their daughter, but that's his personal preference. That don't make him preference.
This boy said it used to be a problem in Mississippi, but there is no problem in Mississippi. Wow. This boy crazy. Well, you know, yeah, he definitely is talking too much. That's what I think. As much as he's trying to clear himself to be safe down there, he's talking too much. Less is more, bro. Always.
Is that not his personal preference? If a black man chooses for his daughter to be married to another black man because that's what he is, does that make that black man prejudiced? No,
Yes,
that's
it does.
his preference.
Yes, it does.
So
oh my
a
gosh,
person can't prefer something?
This is absolutely embarrassing. This 46-year-old man just said out of his mouth that Hollywood is to blame for what's going on down south. Man, they've been making movies about stuff that goes on in Mississippi for a long time. And to be quite frank with you, most of the movies that are made about Mississippi are based on true stories of things, places, and events that actually happen. For you to sit up here and try to blame Hollywood making movies, giving a prediction of what Mississippi looks like, which is true because the movies are based on true stories. You can go down the list of Mississippi movies and you can tell that those things happen. And for you to be a resident in the state of Mississippi and you do not know that, that tells me everything I need to know about you, buddy.
So you can't have a preference for what cake or what car you prefer? Does that mean that you're prejudiced against?
Well, you can't compare cars. You can't compare cars to people. That's not the same thing. Come on.
We not. So you're saying people
You're
not
not
allowed to have
yourself.
a preference? That
preference for
don't
what?
mean
You're allowed to
for
have
their
a preference,
choice.
but if the preference is based on race, that's problematic.
No,
because
it may
we're
not.
all humans. If you like people, some people like dark-haired people, some people like light-haired people. But if you discount an entire race, that's racism.
No. If a man says
that's not racism, but let's continue.
I want somebody that looks like me or resemble me to marry my daughter, that does not mean that person
That's
is
not your decision.
racist.
That's not your decision.
Yeah, we know it's not his decision. But he didn't say that.
Decision.
I didn't say anything that person would not accept another race come marry his daughter. I'm just saying it does not mean that a person is racist if he wants.
Are you in the
if a
sunken
black
place?
man wants his daughter to marry another black man, that does not make him a racist. And the same with a white guy. If a white guy wants his daughter to marry a white guy,
look, I'm going to move on. Let me just say this.
It's that level. That conversation has deeper nuances. So this lemon dude, he's wrong with that. So that has deeper nuances because the Most High has nations of people. And if a person wants his lineage to continue in his nation of people, that's not racism, because racism is an institution. You understand? So the problem is when you water down that word and try to make it, so does he has a preference? He's correct. Or even, I guess it can be a prejudice, because it's depending on why the person wants his son or daughter to marry within his own nationality. It depends on the motive. The motive could be bigoted, or it could be wanting to continue your lineage. You see, it matters on the heart posture. That ain't racism. So the lemon drop dude is wrong about that. All right, he's the little roly-poly dude. He's more correct on that. All right, but anyway, let's continue. But that got some. It's a lot of nuances to that as well. All right, but let's continue.
To move on because I want to talk about you.
Okay.
It's exactly what I said to you in the beginning of this. You're too close to it to even understand what it is. First of all, it's not that dad's decision about who his daughter marries.
And I just, my stance personally, I don't think it's anything wrong with anybody who wants to keep their lineage within their nation of people. That's your preference. It's when you do it to harm someone else, or if you're doing it for a nefarious reason. If everything you're doing is to promote, is to continue your lineage, that, I mean, that what could be wrong with that? That's, now that ain't got nothing to do with racism, okay? And hate and bigotry and violence and envy and lust and, jelly belly stuff. That's a whole nother, yeah, lemongrass. He messing with lemonade anyway. Y'all already know what I'm talking about, right? he playing on other right. So anyway, let's continue. Let me not. All right. But for any of those that are dealing with the abomination, come out of her. Now I don't reject the Most High's children. We receive everyone where they are, and we are to bring you to the righteousness of the Father. And as you start to become one with the Father, then may you put down that lifestyle, because the Most High sees it as an abomination and it is not natural. It is not what he created us in and for. But we don't reject you because you are in that lifestyle. The Bible says we receive them as they are, the sick. The Messiah says he come to those who need healing, right? We're not coming to the healed. The healed don't need a healer. You understand? So I just want to say that because, I don't know how much they got shadow ban this video. It might get 10, 20, 15,000. I don't know how far they're going to let this one go, right? And it could be some people who are in that lifestyle who can, think that this ministry is, we don't condone that behavior, but we receive you where you at. And we are to, as you sojourn and assemble with the ministry and you strive to be more and more righteous, to become one with the Father, then over time, may the Most High will that you start to come out of that lifestyle. You see? That part. All right. So let me continue. I just, we got to be I'm very studious. And all right, praise the Most High. All right, let's continue with roly-poly dude.
Dad's decision about who his daughter, because I want to talk about you.
Does not make him a racist. And the same with a white guy. If a white guy wants his daughter to marry a white guy,
look, I'm going to move on. Let me just say this. I'm going to move on because I want to talk about you.
Okay.
It's exactly what I said to you in the beginning of this. You're too close to it to even understand what it is. First of all, it's not that dad's decision about who his daughter marries. That's the point. That is actually misogyny, right? The fact that you think that you can control or you should control who your daughter marries, and the fact that you don't understand that.
Control it. I didn't say he can control it. She can pick.
Oh God.
No.
If you look up the definition of racism, it is preferring in that definition someone of your own race.
So when are you allowed to have a preference? When are you allowed to have a preference?
I gotta go.
That's not race. Racism is an institution, but let's continue.
You can't have a preference. Everybody has a preference, but that's not racism.
But racism is totally different than a preference. If he prefers,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like
oh my gosh, I'm not going to go on with this. I'm going to send you someone who can talk to you better about this. And it's Eddie Glott. I'm going to give you your number.
People like this is the exact problem in Mississippi. It's people like him that try to act like what happened in Mississippi in the history of Mississippi never happened. He tried to act like that, that was back in the 50s and the 60s. We not like that no more. Look at dude. I'm from Mississippi. And everyone knows there are certain places in Mississippi where not to even stop it.
That's what I'm about to say. He talking about ain't no racism in Mississippi. You got plenty sundown towns. He knows that, though. See, that's the part where people in other countries too, And people, the trolls, I don't know what happened. They blocked us from the trolls tonight. Cause I'm like, where the trolls at? Right? They blocked us from the trolls tonight, right? There's only 200 of us on the live stream. I'm like, where the trolls at? They closed the troll door. Now, this is the crazy part, right? All right. Now, the crazy part is, Ruggin said, you from the UK and you like the Diddy. Boy, Diddy, no Epstein, Rugans. Keep your Diddy in. Shout out to my righteous brothers and sisters in the United Kingdom. You keep your Diddy in over there if you like the Diddy. We don't do no Diddy in here. All right, no Epstein. All right. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that this they blocked us from the trolls. They don't want our lesson to get out. Right. So the crazy thing is that. Hold on, let me put it back again. I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm about to show y'all something that just knocks this out the park.
Preference, if he prefers.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like even like.
Oh my gosh! I your number.
People like this is the exact problem in Mississippi. It's people like him that try to act like what happened in Mississippi in the history of Mississippi never happened. He tried to act like that. Oh, that was back in the 50s and the 60s.
Okay. So guess what, guys? I got another clip. He came back out. He just made a new video. Now watch this. Let's see what let's see what he said. Copyright disclaimers on the fact. We don't own rights to the video. We react to the video. Officer Tater Tot 2, right? Now he coming on because now he didn't have his Don Lemon interview. All right. Now, here you go.
There's a lot.
Shout out to the brothers from the United Kingdom. We got people in our ministry, Ruggins, from the United Kingdom. So you ain't the only one from the UK. We got brothers right here in our ministry that are from the United Kingdom, brothers and sisters. All right. So welcome to the channel, Ruggins. Welcome to the channel. All right, let's continue. Now let's hear, he got an update, guys. Let's hear what he got to say now.
There's a lot that I want to say about Nolan's case, but because I have a platform, I don't speak my mind. I cannot afford to speak my mind. Things can happen if I say the wrong things. Point blank, period. I clearly said.
You're done. There you go. Now he coming out. He because now he's probably getting mad heat from the so-called black community in America. Now he's coming out trying to do damage control on the black side. So he said, if I speak my mind, things can happen. You got that right. If you speak your mind, things can happen to you. Yes, Sister Mary, if you were one who had took the Jim Joe's jab juice, repent. Everyone, if you took that jab juice for whatever reason, you go prostrate to the Most High, you repent for your ignorance or error or whatever you took it for, fear, however it is, repent for that error and ask the Most High for forgiveness, and his grace and mercy will cover you from that error, because that juice, that thing changed your molecular structure. It changed your DNA. All right? mRNA statin. So that needs to be repented of. All right? And praise the Most High for his grace and mercy. And for those, and ask him also to bestow you favor in your health, because it's unaliving a lot of the people now, out of thousands. But they're not letting a lot of people know that people are dropping like flies left and right all over the world who took those Jim Joe's juice. That's why they're going at it with Fauci now, right? They're trying to hold him guilty and stuff, right? They're not going to prosecute him. But anyway, so all that stuff is coming out and he's like, yeah, sorry, right? So again, repentance. You go in a quiet place and you truly repent from your heart to the Father. Our Father is long suffering and he'll forgive you for your error, your mistake. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, or fear, ignorance, whatever it was, right? And now the ones like church leaders and stuff like that who ushered the children into a burning building, they got a different level of accountability for that. That's a different level of repentance. But for the people, you know, who took it from fear or ignorance or pressure from the job or something like that, just repent wholeheartedly from your heart. And remember, ask the Most High to bring you healing in your temple. All right? Praise the Most High. All right.
Something ain't right. That woman, I clearly said, point blank period, did the wrong things. Or to speak my mind. I don't speak my mind. I cannot afford to speak my mind. Things can happen if I say the wrong things. Point blank period. I clearly said something.
See, he was better off not talking at all. Because what he's saying now is what I believe. I don't speak my mind. I can't afford to speak my mind because things can happen. But for you to be going on and talking about ain't no racism in Mississippi, that's just as dangerous. That's why it's better to shut your mouth, guys. Because if you say that statement that you said, then you can infect young people there who say, yeah, see, there is no racism here, and then something happened to them, you're held accountable. That blood is on your hand in the spirit realm at the judgment. That's why you got to be, your life and death is in the power of the tongue. The Bible says, let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nays. Okay? That's why less is more. So when you wise as a serpent or harmless as a dove, you only speak when you need to, when it's right. You don't volunteer for views. Now you're talking about, I got a platform and all this stuff. You want to be famous, or you're going to be held accountable for every word that came out of your mouth and everything that comes from it. Life and death in the power of the tongue. That's why less is always more. You understand? As you understand it, you in that environment, I can't say the things that I think and know when they don't say nothing at all. Okay? On that platform like that, when you trying to sway the narrative to please these serpents, you understand? Instead of bringing out truth, then it's better to shut your mouth than bring forth lies. A forked tongue, you're going to be held accountable for that. Facts.
I clearly said something ain't right. That woman, the black woman who pulled up that video and edited the background, she mentioned somebody's name on that video. That woman stay out like North Carolina somewhere. She ain't never been down here. But how would she know that a dude with the same name, Bart, is the name she said? That speaks volumes, bro. That woman, you can't discredit that.
Yo, Sister Mary, the interesting part about that, now, Sister Mary, I ain't know no politician's side, but that drink bleach statement, Sister Mary, was actually correct. When you go through the science of the statement, it's not drink a bunch of bleach. The chemical properties in the bleach on the smallest minute amount was what fought against the what they call the virus thing. So that actually statement was actually a true statement. So it was actually against what they were shooting into you. So the Fauci was actually poisoning, right? And like, I know I'm not pro none of these politicians, but the orange dude, he didn't take it. You see what I mean? I don't even think Fauci and them took it. The politicians who fake like they took it, now the cackling hyena, she probably took it because she got brains like a bag of rocks. But the other ones, they ain't take it. So they was faking people, acting like they taking it. You understand? But that actual bleach thing was actually, if you understood, and you go through chemistry, you can see it. All right. So I know it sounds crazy, but it actually wasn't. All right. But anyway, but now of course you ain't supposed to be drinking no bleach like that. But All right. So anyway, I just wanted to bring a little balance and understanding on that statement wasn't as crazy as them telling you to take that juice, that jab juice. That's what was crazy. That actual thing was different. So it was alcohol. That's why another thing that was fighting it is sun. The sun was fighting it. That's why in Florida, they got mad at us because we would stop going out in the sun. And alcohol, liquor. So they had all the alcoholics. I remember I was doing Uber and they kept the liquor stores open and all the alcohol. It was so funny. I used to have alcoholics in my car. Yo, these dudes be smelling like, it was like they got the right to drink liquor. They was like, see, I don't got no coke. My family's sick. Everybody's sick. And I'm not, he like pouring liquor down his mouth. I'm like, you're like, thank you very much. Drop me off at the next liquor store. Thank you very much. I'm like, boy, these alcoholics was outside. And they had the liquor store. That was what was open at the end. It was crazy, bro. It was crazy. So yeah, it's we had to bleach our water. Thank you, Wesley. That's the part people don't understand. They didn't know that was actually a true statement. And the alcohol, the liquor, right? The vodka, the white liquor and stuff it was crazy. That time was nuts. It was nuts. And I was outside. I was called which one of them workers, what they call that, them workers that could be outside because of my Uber. I was taking doctors and nurses back and forth to the house, all that. I was out. I never locked in the whole time. Through the whole thing, I never locked in. I was out every night, 7 days a week. And it was crazy. It was like The Walking Dead. There was no people out. At the time when the whole America was locked in, it was like a ghost city. And the only people that was traveling was nurse doctors that I was picking up, like medical workers, essential workers, whatever, and people who were smashing. That was it. Kids sneaking out the house and going on trips. They was using the internet and going smashing. So I would be taking long trips and people, these kids ain't know where they going. So I'm picking up somebody in Orlando. They going to Tampa, which is an hour and a half away. We get to Tampa and they don't even know where the house at. They trying to look. I'm like, did you ever meet this person? No, I met him online. They talk. I'm like, y'all, it's dangerous. So it was booty calls, alcoholics, and medical workers. That's it. That's what was outside. Everybody else, all y'all was locked in. And it was, the streets was empty. It was like a ghost. It reminded me of a scary movie. If you ever, it's the most spookiest thing. And I lived something that most y'all would never experience. Well, hopefully y'all won't. I experienced, you know how you watch like the Twilight Zone when there was no humans? Everybody, let me tell you something. This earth, this land, when all people are gone, it is scary. What makes it really scary is the quiet. It's so quiet, it's eerie. I'm out. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. There is zero movement. Nowhere. No people, just the lights, the traffic lights moving, everything closed. No sound, no people. It's just like everything is empty. And every now and then I'll see another Uber with the Uber light. And every now and then I'll see a cop car. But that was it. I'm talking about for miles and hours and just, it's so scary. It's like eerie, bro. It felt so creepy. And I'm not a spooky, scary person. You know what I mean? I was just like, this is creepy, bro. Like, this is creepy, bro. It's like everybody was dead. There was no human life in the quiet. That's what was really, what made it the scariest is how quiet it was. It was just eerie. It was bad, bro. And then later, about 3 months into the lockdown, when they really locked everybody in, when they made it against the law to go out, then what happened? These night crews. This is when they was putting up 5G towers. I didn't know it then, but now we know. So then all of a sudden, about 3-4 months into y'all lock in, when they made it illegal for anybody to be out, they all of a sudden, lights everywhere, like lit up like at the daytime in the middle of the night. They got lights. And I'm like, what are they building? They was putting up 5G towers. Now I know. I didn't know it then. So all through all cities, because I'm going everywhere, because people was going far. Right? Every trip was somebody going far. Right? And so I'm in all cities. And they was building 5G lights, just workers, just everything lit up like the daytime. But you couldn't see what they was building. I'm like, what are they building? Everywhere. It wasn't until later, when we found out they was putting up 5G towers. Yeah, it was. No traffic, no, remember the highway was spooky too a little bit. Like no cars at all on I-95 and stuff. Woo! I mean, I-4, I said I-95. I'm in Florida now. On I-4 and stuff. Well, I was on I-95 a couple of times too. But I-4, like I-95, how like no cars going back. It's just like, bruh. And animals, too. The animals came out a lot. So you had to really be careful with deers and stuff because there was nobody out. So the animals was everywhere. They came out. It was crazy. It was some spooky stuff. Let's continue.
That video that woman found out, somebody said that boy's name. If you ask me, that's a credible. She did something. If you ask me, that's the most evidence I've heard since we've been watching this.
Okay, I'm gonna get Sister Mary's question. Give me a little more detail what you mean, Sister Mary. What do you think our highest power will do? You mean against what? And I'll answer you, Sister Mary.
Point blank, period. I think that woman did a great job. If that's true, she did a great job. All I know is somebody out there really was named Bart. And she said somebody named Bart. How would she know that? She wasn't there. Man, think. No. I have to go about doing this another kind of way. I can't just run out here and say, oh, we got to do this to that white man and we got to do that to the white woman. You don't even know which one to go do nothing to. Ain't no evidence came out for nothing. Man, y'all keep sitting around here listening to Don Lemon, Sour Lemon, if you want to, but I knew he was going to do something like this. Thank you, Don. You ain't doing nothing but making me more famous, clown. Hey, and by the way, I talked to his producer at like 5 in the morning.
See, he did it for views and stuff, but he doesn't realize he's getting himself in more trouble. So now he try to come out and try to save his black card a little bit and try to make it say, I can't say stuff, everything, but yeah, you still showing your hand. And you done got up there keep talking about how much you smashing the white woman and all that stuff. Yeah, less is more.
We was texting each other, 6, something like that. And I told him, me and Don we talked, and I was talking about bringing us together down here on this coast. And I told his producer, and what did he do? He got on there and he tried to divide us even more. Don Lemon is a fraud and he is a fake. He act like he for black people, but he ain't did nothing for black people. I'm asking him to come down here and let's see what we can do. Let's bring peace to this black people down here. That is what I said to Don. Listen to the tape. I said, we
heard a lot more than that, boy. That boy's scared to death. You said a lot more than that, brother. So you can try to smooth that over all you want. We just sat up there until all you kept talking about ain't no racism in Mississippi and none of that. You ain't not say all that stuff you talking now.
To bring peace to the black people. I can put up the text that I wrote to these people. I'm trying to bring black people together because black people, we're on edge down here. And you can say the wrong thing and tip people off the edge, man. And we don't need no bloodshed down here.
Now you finally telling the truth. You on edge down there, but you said it was no racism because you smashing all the white women and everybody just sandy head kids everywhere and all this crap you were saying. But now you sitting up there talking about we on edge down here. You understand? Yeah. So again, he's running his mouth, and that's going to be his downfall. Running his mouth.
To keep the peace, man. Point blank, period. And the truth is this, I talked to Nolan's father.
Sally Tate say he trying to cover up his ultra perm. Nah, I know. Because he getting exposed. So now he's trying to save face. But it's too late, bro. Once you show your hand, once you turn cold, it's a wrap, bro.
And the truth is this, I talked to Nolan's father last night, and he agrees that we have got to wait for the evidence to come out. Since I don't know him, Sour Don. Obviously, I gave you good ratings because this is the third show you've had me on talking about me. You even talked about me in your short. So that's 4. I done seen about 5, 6 shorts since I've been doing this, since I did the video with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's steady
backpedaling. I'm giving
backpedaling.
you some great ratings. So take that check and go home, man, and shut your mouth.
You know what? I got something for you.
Nolan Wells' father.
I got something for y'all really exclusive. Now, this is a great way to, let me show you. This is a great clip. All right. Let me just show it. All right. It's excuse the curses. It's too many. I couldn't take them out. So excuse the language. But the point that is made in this clip is very profound, and it's done with laughter. So this is actually a great clip. All right. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Y'all enjoy this. It's a very great way to laugh at the racism of others, to actually point it out. Forgive the cursing. Let's go.
January 6th, that was a cool day. I found that day to be pretty fucking awesome. Again, I don't believe in America, so I popped the bottle.
She said January 6th, right? That's when they stormed the Capitol, right? She said that was a cool day. All right, let's go.
Champagne, watch that home.
And yeah, this is a she, that's a male, that just ignore that part, right? We understand Babylon. We in Babylon, so just ignore that part. But listen to the message, it's very important.
Again, I don't believe in America, so I popped a bottle of champagne, watched that home.
Hold on, let me go back again.
I think like most January 6th, that was a cool day. I found that day to be pretty fucking awesome. Again, I don't believe in America, so I popped a bottle of champagne, watched that home. I think like most black people, we're like, I guess we just don't go outside today, and we wait it out, see what the whites do. See what they accomplish. Today, it's not our fight, you know? Lock your door in case one of these crackers from down the hall want to act crazy. And just wait this one on out. It's one of my favorite days in white history, personally. Put it in that top 5. I love how ashamed white people are of it too. Like, look, he's like, no. They're ashamed. It's good though. You need white shame sometimes. You need a good public white shaming. And I really enjoy that because, like, you know, like elitist whites hated it because all your dirty whites came out. All the little dirty whites came out and they acted up. And no one likes that. No one wants to see their worst turning it up one time on the Capitol. But I loved every second of it. I was like, hell yeah. Especially when the poor whites came out, because I was like, good. The poor whites have every right to be mad. They're the most bamboozled in this whole deal. In this whole fraud of a country, the poor whites are getting fucked the most, and they don't even realize it because they believe in this stupid shit. At least niggas know it's bullshit. Poor whites are like, this is for us. It's like, no, it ain't. And they finally woke up. So I appreciated the poor whites being angry. They have every right to be angry. And they did the right thing. Because y'all be pumping all this rhetoric into their poor white brains about revolutions and all this bullshit American propaganda. And they believed it. And they were like, whoa, revolution, our goddamn selves. It's like, yeah, go ahead. Go crash out, you fucking dummies. I loved it. Because also they just acted how poor people act when they're disenfranchised. You know, and I feel like white people always judge black people. They love judging black people. Why would you burn down your neighborhood? Why would you burn down your neighborhood when you're angry? I don't even get it. Nigga, why would you burn down your country? That's what poor people do when they're mad. They don't own shit. They burn other people's shit. It's a poor concept. It's not a color concept. I also love January 6th because it brought out every version of white racism. I like seeing that. I needed to know all the different looks. So I feel like you have an idea of racism in your mind. If you black in this country, close your eyes, like this is what it looks like. But it looks like all types of shit. And everyone rolled out, like Lululemon workout mom racist. Fucking fleece vest tech guy racist. Little anime racist, which hurt me. Hurt me. The little anime niggas hurt my heart. Not gonna lie. I was like, you ain't supposed to be on that little anime. You supposed to be with us. That ain't the principles of Dragon Balls. It's fucked up, little anime. Also brought out the most scariest of all whites, in my opinion, the ones I'm worried about, the woods ones, the ones in the woods. The woods whites finally came outside. I've been waiting to see them for a long time. They're the ones I'm most nervous about. When the woods whites showed up to the insurrection, it felt like Game of Thrones when they looked beyond the wall. Like, oh shit. The woods whites are nerve-wracking to me. Like you city whites, I don't give a fuck about y'all. Like I'm not saying I'll win, but I won't hesitate to smack the shit out of a city white. I won't. Pow! Shut the fuck up, city white. Not them woods niggas, no. Talking about those motherfuckers who drink whole milk and eat steak with dinner like nuts. This is scary, bro. You also just don't know how many of them there are. That's what concerns me about the woods. They just out there fucking. They out there fucking. They making more. We don't have a count. Ain't no count on the woods ones. Cause you're not.
Yo, that's some great. She said they drinking whole milk, eating steak. That's actually pretty funny. But anyway. Let me continue. So it's calling out the racism stuff, but with a joke. So forgive the curses anyway. All right, let's continue.
They out there fucking. They making more. We don't have a count. Just don't know how many of them there are. That's what concerns me about the woods. They just out there fucking. They out there fucking. They making more. We don't have a count. Ain't no count on the woods ones. Cause you're not convincing me there's a motherfucker going to the woods doing a census. 1, 2, 3, one behind a tree. No. Ain't no numbers on the woods ones. But the poor whites turned up. Those are the ones that really came to show out. They showed out. The crackers came. And they came for everything. I loved it, bro. I love seeing that white people got niggas too. I love that. I was like, oh, look at y'all niggas. And they acting like niggas. They was doing all the nigga shit. They were stealing the podium, trying to sell it on eBay. It's like niggas are the same everywhere. Taking pictures on Pelosi's desk.
That's pretty funny because in the January 6th insurrection, this person is correct. I don't know. She, he, this is she. I'm going to go. The Bible made you, the Most High made you a she. They is correct. They was actually selling stuff. They stole stuff out of the Capitol and was selling on eBay. And they was literally taking pictures. Y'all seen them sitting behind it. They put their feet on the desk. They was taking selfies. That is straight Igga stuff. And y'all know I call out all Iggas. We call out all Iggas in this channel. Do you understand? We call out white Iggas, black Iggas, Hispanic Iggas, everything. The righteous children, we don't like the Iggas, but she is correct. The Iggas came out that night on January 6th. The white Iggas showed they self. All right, let's continue.
Like niggas. They was doing all the got niggas too. I loved it, bro. I love seeing that white people got niggas too. I love that. I was like, oh, look at y'all niggas. And they acting like niggas. They was doing all the nigga shit. They was stealing the podium, trying to sell it on eBay. It's like niggas are the same everywhere. Taking pictures on Pelosi's desk. Throwing parties in the hotel lobby afterwards like it was Freaknik. Like you just committed a crime. And they did all the news interviews. Because niggas love talking to the news. Love it. And they kept saying one thing. I heard this at least 4 times, right? The news interviewer was like, what do you plan to achieve with all this? And I'm like, when it's all said and done, we're gonna bring back slavery. I heard that shit like 4 times. And every time I do this joke, this is the exact reaction. White people get quiet. One white woman gasps, and the black people laugh. Because that's what I did. I laughed. And every time a white woman goes, I'm actually offended because I'm like, bitch, you think it's possible? The fuck? What do you think of black people? Do you think slavery was just a suggestion and we were like, cool, man? Sounds like a fucking fun ride. No. You know how much it takes to make slavery happen? A lot, dog. A lot. You gotta convince people to sell people into shit they're not quite sure they're selling them into. You gotta steal some niggas unbeknownst to them. You gotta separate them from their families. You gotta deny them their language. You gotta force a language on them that you don't even really let them speak. You don't allow them to read. You don't allow them to write. You don't allow them to communicate. You don't even allow them to keep their own fucking kids. And you gotta do this shit for like a 400-year time span. You think I'm gonna be a slave with an iPhone in my pocket, you stupid bitch? What the fuck are you talking about, man? I have technology, nigga. I can read. You start doing slavery over here, I'm just gonna take an Uber black car over here. We not slavery no more. Suck my dick. You're like, what are you? Also, what am I slaving doing? I was thinking about that. I was like, okay, so we get to slavery. What the fuck am I doing? What am I actually providing as a slave? Because like you niggas don't have land like that. Like, you know, I'm just in your apartment stocking your shelves like it's Walmart. Like, what is the concept here? You don't need me to pick cotton anymore. Like, that would be stupid. Anything agricultural would be fucking dumb because you would lose money. You would lose money. There's machines that will do it way more efficiently than I could ever do it. You would lose money at this point. So what am I, slaving at a Papa John's? I'm just like, I gotta get these pepperonis out. It's the Super Bowl. Suck my dick, bro. Slavery's not coming back. Shut up. It's not coming back. You can't run that back. It's just happened. It's done. You had an advantage. You blew it. Let's just move on to like new ideas. That's all I want at this point. I just want a new version of racism. I'm like, you don't even gotta stop being racist. Just hit me with something different. Like if one of those white people was like, and we're gonna turn black people into batteries, use them to power our electric cars, I'd be like, oh shit.
They already said that. It was the Ethiopians, the what's the names, Africans and stuff. They already do it for uranium. So they already stealing the melanin and stuff. That's actually a thing. You heard? That is a literal thing. Okay? So what she's trying to make as a joke, she doesn't understand that that's actually a true thing. You understand that they're taking the energy, the source, the everything in there. Remember our lesson from 3 years ago when we exposed on the, what they call that thing, that platform where you call in. I forgot what that thing is called. And the Africans, the Ethiopians, and all of them was talking about how they stealing, they unaliving the black people and using it to make nuclear weapons and stuff like that, and energy. Yeah, that is actually happening. All right, let's continue. No, not Zoom, that call-in thing that people was using.
I'd be like, oh shit. Use them to power our electric cars. I'd be like, just hit me with something different. Like if one of those white people was like, and we're gonna turn black people into batteries, use them to power our electric cars, I'd be like, oh shit. Now I didn't know about the nigga the battery program. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Matter of fact, don't go to the hospitals no more. Stay out of the hospitals and don't eat the noodles no more because the noodles make you more battery-like. They make you.
But that's actually a thing. So organ stealing, right? So a lot of this stuff, where they're unaliving the young ones, it's about organ. This is all the movie Get Out. This is like we literally living in a Get Out movie. That's why they put this stuff in the movies. You understand? So they are taking all the different energies from the temple of the black, like they, well, it's worse than from what they used to do because they have more darker advanced intelligence of what to use it for. So they're also using it to replenish themselves, right? So that's a whole thing. But anyway, let's continue.
Well, because the noodles make you more. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Now, I didn't know about the negative battery program. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Matter of fact, don't go to the hospitals no more. Stay out of the hospitals and don't eat the noodles no more because the noodles make you more battery-like. They make you. I be wondering how we gonna solve this race shit. It's our main problem, right? It's at the root of this whole shit. We're all tired of talking about it, I think. But it won't get solved till we just be real about the shit in every way. Like everybody be racist sometimes.
So we got a twofer. We got a troll. Somebody that came in. What's his name? After Floyd. After Floyd said, why would he want body parts and organs from retarded humans? Well, then leave us alone. Right? After Floyd. You're correct. So tell that to your grandpappy, right? Tell your grandpappy to stay away and leave us alone. And then you can move on. And to Yusef said, it's truly diabolical that anyone of color can find the humor in any racist joke, knowing what we've been through. Yusef, you're wound up a little bit too tight. Let me explain. Because you must ain't lived long enough. You're probably a youngster. So if you can't find humor in all things, that's a great equalizer. Humor. They want to stress you out, Yusef, right? To the point, stress is an unaliver, okay? It makes you sick. It's a dis-ease. Humor, laughter, and being light and not heavy, having a sense of peace in the midst of the storm is how you keep yourself balanced, brother. Even when you're at warfare, if you're a tacticianer of war, it's the one who can keep a level head and not be emotionally triggered, right? That is the one who can devise a strategy, a plan of action to win a war. So if you can't laugh to keep from crying or be able to find joy, light, even though you're in the midst of darkness, then that's something you need to work towards, young king, okay? So yes, I can find humor within this and still get the fruit out of it. I can still have smile and joy in my heart, even though I'm enduring the trials and tribulations. Brother, what I went through in the 70s, well, really the 80s was the worst part of my generation. When they released crack in the hood, when they released it onto the black people and the unaliving from those racist police systems, just shooting us and unaliving us, there was an existence that I experienced in others, just like you could talk to some of the elders that experienced Jim Crow and lynchings in the 60s and the 50s. Then you could go back and others in the 20s and the 30s. So there's people that had experiences. And he that can find a balance in laughter and still being able to have some type of light inside, then that means that you have a stable, leveled head and you're not just tossed off the emotion. So that's a powerful trait, young Yusef. Oh, well, 44, you're still young to me, but anyway, all right? No, that's okay. You're still young to me, brother. 44, you're still young to me. So I'm an elder, all right? So yes, I am saying so. So now remember, just because you're 44, I see a lot of 44-year-old crash outs. I see a lot of 44-year-old youngsters. No disrespect, I'm not disrespecting you, but there's a lot of 44-year-olds out there on the corner still thinking they blood up and thugs up. And so you can learn a thing or two from some righteous elders, okay? So before, when you was born, that's when I was, the story I was just talking about. You was in your mama's womb, or not even in your papa's sack when I was living the things that I'm talking about, that generation, okay? So I'm a generation ahead of you, brother, young man. So yes, there is balance. Now, if you so uptight that you can't laugh at a comedy and learn, get the fruit from what this comedian is talking about, this actually, do you not know that laughter actually bridges gaps? A lot of things can be brought across as and what points can be made when you say it in a way that people can receive. And laughter, it's like a what's the name? It's like a bridger. You understand? It doesn't mean that I can also laugh. Listen clearly. There's also different forms of laughter, Yusef. I can be laughing at you, or I can be laughing with you, or I could be laughing because I find the humor, but I'm getting the wisdom, I'm getting the fruit as I'm discerning. But yes, all right? So yes, you need to have balance, okay? So if you all wound up tight, you can't laugh at nothing, then you can stay stuffy then. Go ahead and stay all, stay all wound up all tight. That ain't gonna do nothing but make you sick, brother. I'm just giving you wisdom and eldership. It's gonna make you sick. You're gonna have all type of disorders, diseases. You have high blood pressure and stress and all type of isms and schisms in your temple. You need to get you a little bit of laughter in there. Get you some laughter, get you some fruits and vegetables, get you some sunshine, some fresh air, get you some balance. You understand? Yeah, you can't be all tight, you can't be all uptight all the time, right? You got to take a spiritual poop sometime. Let it on out, bro. All right, let's continue.
Be frustration about in every way, right? It's at the root of this whole shit. We're all tired of talking about it, I think. But it won't get solved till we just be real about the shit in every way. Like, everybody be racist sometimes.
Let me see.
They make you... I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Battery like, they make you... I be wondering how we gonna solve this race shit. It's our main problem, right? It's at the root of this whole shit. We're all tired of talking about it, I think. But it won't get solved till we just be real about the shit in every way. Like, everybody be racist sometimes. A lot of racism just be frustration about your own situation. And this is just the way you can hold another motherfucker down when you don't feel good about yourself. That's most racism at this.
So you see, I wish I would have turned when she moved. She needs to learn mic skills because she keeps moving the mic. She's a good comedian, but she needs to learn mic skills because she keeps moving the mic from her mouth and stuff, right? I'm like, bro, you're killing me. And I already amped up the thing. I would have did it really hard, but I didn't know she was going to keep moving. But you see what she just said? See, she's dropping nuggets in between the comedy. That's how I used to do comedy. My comedy cerebral. You understand? I be dropping it, bro. I had people laughing, like standing ovations, like, bro, I just learned some things. Oh yeah, you gonna learn some things while you laughing. You heard? But listen what she just said.
Frustration about your own situation. It's solved till we just be real about the shit in every way.
So that racism, it won't be solved until we just be real about it in every way.
Like, everybody be racist sometimes. A lot of racism just be frustration about your own situation. And this is just the way you can hold another motherfucker down when you don't.
A lot of racism be just your frustration of your own situation in a way that you can hold other people down. So she dropping jewels right here.
Don't feel good about yourself. That's
woo, you see? Right there. Now she should have kept the mic in first. She should have said that loud. Say it with your chest, little girl. And and come out of the abomination, but whatever. Y'all know this world.
Be frustration about your own situation. And everybody be racist sometimes. A lot of racism just be frustration about your own situation. And this is just the way you can hold another motherfucker down when you don't feel good about yourself. That's
way to hold somebody else down when you don't feel good about yourself.
Most racism at this point. Like, then there's like real actual race who's like, I hate niggas, but like, I really feel like them niggas are dying. You know, like, it's just, That actual real visceral, I don't even want them to be able to eat food. It's like...
See, that's what yo, Yusef, if you can't laugh, bro, you tripping, bro. You need to lighten up, bro. Because this is actually good stuff, right? I'm not gonna just show some buffoon comedy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just showing no buffoonery. I'm not gonna show something if it ain't got a message, some intellectual quotient. It ain't got an intellectual component to the laughter. She literally said that's what most racism is. She said the other. Hold on, let me put that back, boy. That's what I'm saying. I like some good comedy, especially.
But like, it's all till we just be real about the shit in every way. Like everybody be racist sometimes. A lot of racism just be frustration about your own situation. And this is just the way you could hold another motherfucker down when you don't feel good about yourself. That's most racism at this point. And like, then there's like real actual racism who's like, I hate niggas, but like, I really feel like them niggas are dying. You know, like it's just that actual real visceral, I don't even want them to be able to eat food. It's like, these niggas, they don't really exist.
No, yes, they do. That's where she wrong. They exist. Those ones, a lot of them is them Woods ones and stuff. They definitely exist. She's correct. That's real racism. A lot of them are really tink-tinks. That's what I'll be bringing out. That's why I'll be like, bro, a lot of these trolls and stuff, these are just really tink-tinks, bro. They really just hate themselves. They got low self-esteem and they just want to feel better trying to put somebody else down. That ain't the real one she talking about. I hate niggas, I'll just eat them. And, right? Now she making a joke. Now they do exist. That's the part she's wrong. And that's the real dangerous ones. Those the real one. That's real racism. She's correct. All right? But they exist. Facts. And that's the one. That's who be unaliving. That's the ones out there with people hanging from trees and stuff and all that type of stuff. Then you got the secret ones in the systems, right? That be covering it up and stuff. So those are those soldiers, you know what I mean? Those race soldiers, those unhinged ones that be out there. That's the ones we talking about. Be careful. You understand? Because you can't run around thinking they don't exist. You tripping. You really tripping, right? They out there and they're really dangerous. They really dark. If you come across them, you could feel their energy sometimes. Sometimes you can't, because now they hide themselves in positions of authority, like it be your governors, your senators, your sheriffs, your medical examiners, your doctors, you see everything. They hold in all positions now, and so a lot of times they'll hide behind a pleasant high, all that type of stuff. So it's levels. Now the ones who are just straight out, like she said, those are the crash outs. But they out there, they the attack dogs. You understand? Facts. All right, let's continue.
Real visceral, I don't even want them to be able to eat food. It's like... these niggas, they don't really exist. Most of it's just a power play or some bullshit that we blow up. And I'm so tired of us blowing. I just wish we would just deal with every racial thing just more fucking legitimately. And some of them just ignore. It's not even worth the shit, bro. It's so weird what we become, black and white. We're all just so caught up in it in this dumbass way where sometimes we don't just accept, like, people just fucking being people and getting in arguments. I don't even know how racial it is. Like I saw this story, it was out of a Bonefish Grill in South Carolina. Right? So there's some black women at a Bonefish Grill, there's some white women at a Bonefish Grill. The black women are being loud according to the white woman. The white woman comes over, she's like, I'm with my friends and you need to shut the fuck up. The black women are like, bitch, you don't tell us to shut the fuck up. You don't get to tell us what to do no more. We do what the fuck we want in the Bonefish Grill. And in everybody's defense, everybody was right, I think. I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure these black bitches were loud. But also, this white bitch don't got the right to tell them what the fuck to do. Nobody's incorrect. And so the black lady's yelling at the white lady. And then the white lady goes, "You're just a bunch of stupid niggers." And she walks away. And then everyone does that. She said the word. And then it became a news story, which infuriated me. So this is not news. This is just what goes down at the Bonefish Grill. On any given Sunday, this is the Bonefish Grill, baby. Racial slurs get thrown out, good fish gets ate, niggas go to bed.
That's hilarious. You said this ain't a news story. This is just what happens at the Bonefish Grill.
Fuck we talking about? But it becomes this news story. And of course, they go meet up with the black women that were called niggers, and they're all in their most pristine outfits, sitting on a bench. So hurt. So hurt. I don't give a fuck about this old white bitch. But they're like, and I can't believe that in this day, at a Bonefish Grill, such words were thrown at me. And it's like, this is not civil rights. It's just bitches brawling at the Bonefish. And then they hunt this white woman down.
Now, what Tama Yah wrote is correct. And this is what we be wanting. When she was talking about the racists, the ones that are, we don't even want them to eat food. Tama Yah said those are the ones that if they ask you, you want to go on a honey trip with them and you'll never return. Facts. That's what we're talking about. You knew better than to go on a honey trip with. See, that's where we need to discern the spirit behind all people. Because you can be asked to go on a black people, we don't go hunting. What black people do? Go to Jamaica, right? Go to Cancun, right? With a whole group of blackity blacks, and you didn't discern the spirit over them. You might not come back either, depending on, right? So we need to teach the youth to discern the spirit over the people. And once you get to a collective of people, that's when you get that group mentality. Those principalities take over a group mentality, and people go along with a group just so that they're not the outcasts. You understand? Even if they don't want to be a part of it. You understand? Like this, watch this. And we're going to get back to it. Watch this. I'm going to show y'all something right here. And then I'm going to close out with something, right? So watch this. Look at this picture right here. Right here. I'm going to show y'all group mentality. And sometimes stuff ain't right, right? Stop. Hold on. Come back to y'all. Watch this, guys. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Share. Y'all remember this picture? The famous pool pic with Nolan Wells, right? But in this pool pic, there's this individual. Y'all see that face? That's the face of terror. Everybody else is smiling. See? See the smiles? He's not smiling. That's darkness. That's the face of darkness. Everybody else is smiling. I don't know, something about that energy is off to me. But everybody else. But did y'all notice? He's terrified. Look at his face. What is happening? And this dude got him in a bear hug. Hold on. A bear. Oh, I don't got my other one. I had a couple of them, but it's all right. I'm going to work with this one. He got him in a bear hug, but he has terrified. See, this is when you discern the spirits behind people. Why is you so terrified like that? What is happening to him? Or what happened? Yeah, they don't tell you about that part. I'm like, yeah, all right. Let's go back. Share screen. Bang, share.
white lady. They look her up, they find her address, and I'm like, when did black people become this? Why are we like this new whiny thing that we hate? Like, just beat the bitch ass in the bonefish and go to bed.
Hold on. So, Casper, I can help you with that question, minus the curses, but it's okay because I know you're like, well, they cursing on the screen. But so what he said was, he said, where is it? Oh man, I can't find it now. He asked the question like, why? He said kind of like, why do some blacks go to these frisky looking, like that pool party with the white culture? It's because some of them are raised in that culture, right? So they're raised in a very mixed culture. So that's what they're used to. So unless they have a parent or uncles or somebody that'll teach them that, yes, I know that you're very comfortable in these scenarios, but you still have to have your awareness and your discernment on at all times. But when you become assimilated and you lose your cultural awareness of the traditions that have the principalities and the spirits that could come against your nation of people, and you don't pass that awareness or that intuitiveness to the generation, then they can be in that situation like that picture. And they won't see it coming. You see? Because they're not mentally aware of the principalities that can take over a group of individuals once you start adding in liquor and D-rugs and spirits. And sometimes you add one or two bad characters, right? Devil-possessed people, and the rest will go along just to be with, So, yeah. So I couldn't find this question no more. I had it, but I don't know where it's at. But yeah, that's why. All right? All right. So, all right, let's continue.
I'm like, when did black people become this? Why this singular white lady? And then they hunt this white woman down. This singular white lady. They look her up, they find her address, and I'm like, when did black people become this? Why are we like this new whiny thing that we hate? Like, just beat the bitch ass in the bonefish and go to bed. What are we doing, man? So they hunt down this poor white woman. Oh, bitch, she had to be like 70. Find her address. They pull up to her house. The bitch is gardening, bro. When they get to her, she got a big sun hat on. She's pruning her little roses. And they're like, are you the nigger bonefish lady? Which in her defense today, no. She's not the nigger bonefish. Today, she just gardening white bitch. That was Wednesday, Like, I'm not even on that right now. What you talking about? And they're like, do you know the power of that word? Do you know how hard and deep that word cuts? And she said, yes, that's why I said it to them. I don't like them. And I wanted to hurt their feelings. And then she just went back to her garden. And I was like, this bitch need to be president. Whoever this white bitch is, give her a medal. Because she didn't even if she would have cried and be like, I didn't understand, I would have wanted to kill her. But she was just like, duh, nigga, that's why I said it.
So anyway, that was just, just a little joke. I liked it because it talked about the racial things that's going on and mixed in with a little comedy, right? So again, a little bridging because, we have some dark information tonight. Right? So, we're talking about some serious, actual serious issues that's been happening, right? Like this.
Came out on a vandalism call. A neighbor said 29-year-old Damian Cameron had punched a wall. During the arrest, deputies used tasers on him more than once. Witnesses said a deputy knelt on him. His mother, Monica Lee, says one deputy knelt on her son's back for 15 to 20 minutes while he said he couldn't breathe. He was taken to the University of Mississippi Medical Center and was pronounced dead that day.
Okay. So this is why, to my young king Yusef, this is why I put some laughter, a little bit of comedy in, because some of this can get really dark and heavy. And we got sisters, we got elders, we got, right? So I try to balance it out a little bit, because this reality is nothing to play with, you know? And if you take, if sometimes you got to come out of the darkness, right? And you got to regroup yourself. That's what laughter and light and joy is. Regroup yourself, and you come back and you face the darkness and get back to fighting and discerning, right? But if you stay enveloped in this, it'll make you dark. You see? This heavy stuff. This is too heavy, right? So other nations, they don't understand this. This is a curse over the so-called Black people, that we are really the only people on earth that have went through this for eons and still to this day continue. You understand? So listen to the story.
In the small town of Braxton in Rankin County, sheriff's deputies came out on a vandalism call. A neighbor said 29-year-old Damian Cameron had punched a wall.
A neighbor said this young man punched a wall.
The arrest, deputies used tasers on him more than once. Witnesses said a deputy knelt on him. His mother, Monica Lee, says one deputy knelt on her son's back for 15 to 20 minutes while he said he couldn't breathe.
Okay, let me explain to Yusef. I got to reach the young king. Yusef, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think you hear your words. You said, and this is why I can never forget the pain they endured just for laughter. Brother, you don't forget. Oh, so you're never going to laugh again, Yusef? You got to clearly understand what you're saying, Yusef, because I know sometimes making a statement, I can understand, but you're not explaining your statement correctly. We just had some laughter. Did we just forget the pain? We had laughter, we brought balance, and now we back to telling the story. So no one said you have to forget the pain for laughter. So watch the words that you're saying. We understand that. I don't know anybody who forgets pain for laughter. That's not even the thing, brother, right? So you might have those who laughing at something, they ain't forgetting no pain. They probably inflicting pain or something. But if you got somebody who went through some trauma and pain, and they can still have in their life something, joy and laughter, that's balance, brother. That's healing. You don't want to stay infested like a sore. That's a cancer inside of you. It'll destroy you. So you need to balance that out. So that's why, all right? But we don't forget, all right? That's what ain't what we doing here, all right? So welcome to the channel. You're new here, so you probably don't, you just new. You found a new channel, you don't understand, right? But as you go through, if you keep coming back, you go through the calendar, you be like, oh, these y'all ain't no joke. No, we bring all of it, but we also bring balance, okay? And laughter is good for your soul, brother. Never lose that, all right? That's what they want you to do, be dark. They want you to be dark and angry and black and envious and, to curse yourself. If we get them to curse themselves, always have balance, bro. All right, let's continue.
Monica Lee says one deputy knelt on him, used tasers on him more than in Rankin County. Sheriff's deputies came out on a vandalism call. A neighbor said 29-year-old Damian Cameron had punched a wall. During the arrest, deputies used tasers on him more than once. Witnesses said a deputy knelt on him. His mother, Monica Lee, says one deputy knelt on her son's back for 15 to 20 minutes while he said he couldn't breathe. He was taken to the University of Mississippi Medical Center and was pronounced dead that day. But here's the thing about that, though. The deputies came from the same Rankin County Sheriff's Department that later produced the so-called Goon Squad. In January of 2023, a group of Rankin County deputies who called themselves the Goon Squad tortured two black men,
Now, do y'all see that? This is where people are talking about, everybody listen, when they talk about ain't no racism, ain't nothing, these are all police officers. And they call themselves the Goon Squad. Praise the Most High, they actually got time. You see? Some of them actually, you see, they got time. 9 times out of 10, they don't get any time. This just happened to be an incident where they actually got some type of justice. But these are the ones that's in those positions of power, right? And they were all police officers, okay? And this is the most dangerous thing in the world. This is what young King Yusuf, this is what I'll be trying to teach when, we get the trolls and we get people from other cultures that don't understand the Black American experience. And I tell you, no, there is a darkness over my life. Every time I go out my door, my front door, I can run into people with this spirit, and they could be in positions of power. There is no Black police officers that be shooting white children, white kids. That doesn't happen. But this, on the opposite, this is every day. And you run into one of these race soldiers, these possessed devils. These are the ones that comedian said, oh, they don't exist no more. The ones that said, we don't want you to breathe. And I said, oh, yes, they do. A lot of them are in positions of authority. Blessing Solidas. And positions. So that's why I understand why young Yusuf, I understand your posture, young King. But the only thing I'm trying to bring you is to make sure you bring balance. You always should be able to laugh at a situation. You know what I mean? Not everything is funny, but that comedy that I broke down, it was a message in it. You understand? So I'm just, I don't just do no Boo Boo the Fool. Now I did it with what's his name? The other clip, because it was so dark. Drew Ski, because he's just funny, right? So it was just a black thing, funny, But that's just bringing balance, because we can't go for too dark for too long. It's depressing, and depression is a devil. Anxiety is the devil. Stress is the devil. All of these things, they bring you disorder and dis-ease in your temple. So you can't stay on things that just bring you down, down, down. You got to bring a lifter. You always got to bring balance. The Most High exists in the stillness, guys, the balance. So you never get cocked to one side, no matter what it is, right? You always bring it back to the middle, balance it back out, and then you continue. That's a spiritual warfare lesson and a life lesson to all of y'all, no matter your age. Whatever you do, I don't care if it's excitement, joy, anger, bitterness, whatever emotion or whatever temperament, you never go to an extreme. The Hasatan, the devil, is in the extremes. That's where that saying, the devil is in the details, comes from. He exists in the extreme, so he wants you to be extremely this or extremely that. The Most High exists in the stillness, in the balance. So that's why I always bring everything back down to the balance, no matter what. So no matter what topic I bring, or no matter what I bring, I always bring you back down to balance, because that's where the Most High exists, in the stillness. And with that, that's your starting point. That's your ley line, your focal point. You start from the stillness, then your balance, and you're clear. That's where clarity is, in the stillness. People they want you to go in your emotions. They want to trigger your emotions. That's what the serpent seed doing, media and all that, right? And they want to have all of us triggered in emotions. So that's what I was doing, young Yusuf. Just bringing it back, bringing back balance. You heard? I live out this word. We teach spiritual warfare, and that's what it's all about. And that goes with everything. Even if I was teaching a military school, tactician, and guerrilla warfare and physical, I would teach that same thing. You teach your soldiers to stay grounded. It's called grounded, rooted. You heard? Always in a balance. Never get emotionally triggered, invested. Once you do, you bring it back down. That's that bring it down a notch. Always bring it back to here. Everybody, always bring it back to here. Your anger, have you go up here, right? You go from 0 to 1,000 real quick, 0 to right, bring it down. With your kids, anything, catch yourself. Oh, you know what? I'm worked up right now. Or the opposite. People get depressive. They get sluggish. They get, woe is me, down. Bring it up. Bring it up, bro. Come out of that rut. You see, you always want to be here, guys, because the Most High exists here in the balance, in the stillness, in the shalayam, the shalom, or shalom, or whatever you want to call it, in the peace. The Messiah said, in the midst of the storm, I leave you my what? Peace. In the midst of the storm, when everything is going chaos, in the trial and tribulation, find the peace, the balance. It's hard to do, but it's what you have to do. You have to work. You have to work at it. So that's what I was doing, young Yusef. I'm always going to be balanced. I'm a tactician. I'm a warrior in the spirit. And I was a warrior in the flesh, but now I came out of the flesh. All right? But now I'm still a warrior in the spirit realm. But let's continue.
Squad in January later produced the so-called
now this is the same Mississippi, the same medical examiner, right? Stacey Turner, that's handling Nolan's case. This is why when people say, why don't y'all wait for the evidence to come out? We ain't waiting for nothing. Wait for Stacey Turner and the goon, but wait for these devils to give us what? Like they're gonna give us what? Come on, that's foolish. I'm going to wait for the devil to tell me what he's going to give me? Nah, I test and discern all spirits myself. You heard? I ain't waiting for nobody. Somebody told you wrong. Greater is he that exists within me. You heard? Discernment is the gift I get from the Most High. So here they is. They said Stacey Turner ruled nothing happened to this man. And y'all see his face? Y'all see what they did to that young man's face? But they said nothing happened. Nothing to see here.
The University of Mississippi Medical Center, and was pronounced dead that day. But here's the thing about that, though. The deputies came from the same Rankin County Sheriff's Department that later produced the so-called Goon Squad. In January of 2023, a group of Rankin County deputies who called themselves the Goon Squad tortured two black men, Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell Parker. During an illegal warrantless raid, 6 officers pled guilty. One of them, Hunter Elward, who was involved in Damian Cameron's 2021 arrest, was sentenced on March 19th, 2024 to 241 months, about 20 years and 1 month, the maximum under his plea deal.
Now, the thing about it is, that's what they got caught for, torturing those 2 black men. What about all the others that they didn't get caught for?
The judge, U.S. District Judge Tom Lee, called the conduct egregious and despicable. In September of 2024, the U.S. Justice Department opened a civil rights investigation into the whole department. So when Damian Cameron's family looks at who was in...
So that's how that young man looked. And shout out to this judge. Him. See, we got to call out those who fight for rights, for truth. Okay?
1 month, the maximum under his plea deal. The judge, U.S. District Judge Tom Lee, called the conduct egregious and despicable.
He gave him the maximum sentence. Shout out to that judge. That's what we need. More righteous police, more righteous judges. We need the righteous, and we need to call it out when it shows up. Okay? The same way we call out the wicked evil ones, we need to give respect and give credit to the righteous ones. A lot of the times, guys, we get so traumatized that we only call out the wicked, but we never give the proper due respect to the righteous. So for the righteous, it becomes harder to be righteous because you get you damned if you do, you damned if you don't type of thing. So that's why I try to call out all spirits. The Bible says test all spirits, call out all spirits, whether they be wicked or they be righteous. So you just don't call out one side. Don't find yourself, listen, children of the Most High, don't find yourself in a place of you only calling out darkness. Because you'll get enveloped in only seeing darkness. And you are what you believe and see. So if all you see is darkness and that's all you call out, that's what's going to keep coming back around to you. Do you understand? That's why I'm trying to teach the young Yusef, young king, about laughter and still finding joy. Because what I'm teaching is that the thing that you spend your most time in, that's the thing that keeps coming around to you. Things, remember, we have free will, and things have 360 degrees. They go in rotation. You understand? Things are kalalaya, a completion. You understand? And things gonna come around. So what you put out, the thing that you constantly think or do, the state that you stay in the most is the state that's gonna keep coming back around to you. So if you can balance out, you don't want to stay in a state of despair, the state of anger, a state of trauma, a state of hate, a state of, you see, you want to balance that out with a little laughter, a little joy, a little love, a little kindness, a little compassion. Then if you can build you can control your mind, right? Your spirit controls your mind and your body, and you can try to make yourself exist more in a state of laughter and joy and lightness and righteousness. Then the dark ebbs and flows, you can handle those better. You understand? And so what the thing that you put out is what comes back around. You see? So now, because you're constantly being in that state of righteousness, of lightness, right? Then that's the thing that's going to mostly come around into your life, back around. Things come, your ebbs and flows. So that meant when the ebb flow, when the dip come in your life, it won't be as dark as if you already in wallowing in darkness, or you already in anger. When that thing come around, it's going to compound. Everything has interest. It compounds in interest. It ain't just financial compounding interest. Sin compounds. Sin is payment. It's money, mammon. You understand? The wages of sin is death. We get paid what? Wages when we go to work. This is where these English terminologies come from. Everything is biblical. All the linguistics, all the terminologies, all the tongue. You understand? So there's payment for sin and transgression. You have a debt. You see what I mean? So when things compound, the interest of sin. So if you stay in darkness and you already in anger and everything, and then that ebb, that flow comes around, you're going to get it compounded interest in your debt. That's how people sink into darkness and depression and the misery and woe. I'm teaching y'all some real powerful spiritual warfare right here. All right? I wish they wasn't shadow banning us so much on this one, because a lot of people need to hear this word. The Most High is speaking through me right now. What, 142 on the live stream? Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning. It still usually be about 300 of us here right now, right? So what I'm teaching you is, that's why I was trying to teach young Yusef when he was like, he ain't trying to laugh at that. I'm like, no, bro, you gotta have balance. You gotta have balance, because when that ebb comes back around, the dark time, when that heaviness come back around, you don't want to be already drowning when it comes, because it could be the flow that come over you. That's what's going to push you under, drown you. So you have to fight to stay light, you have to fight to keep your joy, fight to keep the light on. That's why the Bible says, don't let your lamp go dark, let your light, right? Don't let your light go dark. Okay? Don't let your lamp go out. Keep the flame lit. That's why we don't just teach, we don't just show these stories and show what's happening, and we don't bring you balance. This ministry, we bring you understanding and balance to teach you how to see what's happening, discern what's happening, adjust to the things around you, to process the things around you, and how to keep yourself balanced so it don't pull you into dark places that you can't pull yourself out of. Because if you time yourself and you're in a real dark place, and then the ebb of your life come around and heaviness come while you were already there, that's what be crushing people. That's where people self-delete themselves and stuff like that, and they can't make it. Okay? So that's the point. Yeah, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. That's exactly, Rodney, that's exactly the song you need to sing. Facts. And so life can get so heavy. That's why in this ministry, we teach, I teach to fight against spirits that's over people, right? In the time of their life. And I try to give them some light some righteous light, hope, right? That's what the Bible says. Hope and faith is things hoped for. Imagine things unseen, right? Because once you squash, that's what the serpent seed tried to do to the so-called black, try to take all our hope away. So we've got nothing to look forward to. Because when you make a human being, when you make a person remove all hope and anything, then they have nothing to live for, then they go dark. You've experienced that, right? When you push, that's pushing and making a person into an animal, you see? And that's what the serpents have done with a project that they did on humankind, right? Especially the blacks, as they try to remove all hope, right? All belief, so that we give them nothing to live for, so they'll just become rabid animal, and they'll destroy one another, destroy themselves. But no, this little light of mine, I'm about to let it shine. So when your lamp get low, you come to this ministry, come to this YouTube channel, you watch all this, you're going to get a light, we're going to light that lamp. You heard? Facts. We're going to keep that lamp lit. So shout out to this judge for calling out that, yes, choose what to laugh about. Absolutely, because everything ain't funny, Stephanie. You heard? And laughter is a whole spirit. We did a whole lesson on the devil of laughter, right? Because there's a jester, but that's a whole deep lesson. We did that. Go through our catalog. We got a lesson on laughter. I don't know if we did it on our Zoom Bible study, or if we did it on YouTube, but that was a dope one. I might do it on laughter, the jester devil. You understand? Because you got some people that hide behind laughter, right? The devil will hide behind laughter and a smile. And you got to discern all of that. That's why I said there's a difference between people laughing with you and laughing at you. And there's sinister laughs and stuff. Okay? It's okay, Sister Mary. There's a lot of people that is finding shame, and there's nothing wrong with shamefacedness. Let me explain, Sister Mary. Sister Mary said, here's my pain. I'm ashamed to be white. There's a lot of brothers and sisters, our white righteous brothers and sisters, who are feeling that shame. What that is, Sister Mary, that's the shame of what your ancestors have done. Sister Mary, I have shame too. I have shame of what my ancestors did to the Most High. And that's what has my nation of people still paying the debt from the curse of what our ancestors did. They transgressed and they crossed the Most High, stabbed him in his back, and they put curses on us. Now, the repentance and coming to righteous, I can remove those curses from my ancestors, but I still have shame for what they've done to the Most High. So it's natural and healthy, Sister Mary, for you to have shame to what some of your ancestors done to mankind, right? That means you're healthy. That means that the light of the Most High is in you. Yep, A. Sandoval too, my sister. That what that means, right? That's why I always shout out my righteous white brothers and sisters, righteous black. I shout out the righteous of the Most High's children. It's because we need to keep that light lit. So I got to give y'all to understand that it's okay for you to have that shame and embarrassment. I got embarrassment by the Iggas of my nation of people, right? Running around with their pants sagging and all that. And I got shame for what my ancestors did to the Most High. You understand? I don't share the same shame that y'all have because my ancestors didn't do it to people on earth. So it's healthy for you to have that. That lets you know that you're not one with that spirit principality that was over your ancestors that do that have done that. And that's what we're called to do, repent and rebuke the sins of our ancestors. Get those generational curses. Let it stop with you. That part. And the righteous, we ought to see the righteous in one another. All right? Praise the Most High. So I understand that. And I was going to play that, guys. I was going to shout the nosy bug. I had a clip, but I didn't grab it, of some of the white brothers and sisters making videos that they are ashamed. Yeah, they're speaking out, and they're not okay with it. And that's the righteous of our white brothers and sisters, the children of the Most High. Yeah, they're speaking out. And I stand with you. I stand back to back in spirit and in truth with you, righteous. The light have to fight the darkness. There was a judge who freed me from Oof. There you go. Every time, bro. I'm so traumatized. Whoa. All right. I'm not going to talk about the story. But every time I revisit that, the tears start to flow. And I keep telling you, these tears are new. I'm so traumatized when they was trying to give me 55 to life and then 25 to life. There's a trauma that's so deep in me. And there was this judge, this United States Supreme Court judge, this white man. And the Most High allowed him, I guess, to see my spirit. And the Most High used that man to free me. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't be talking to y'all right now. I would still be serving I would probably have, I don't know how many years left, because I probably would have had to stab somebody up to survive and do whatever I had to do in there. You know what I mean? Because I would have I was never coming home. But the Most High used this, he was 70-year-old with white hair, older than him on the screen. And that Supreme Court judge, the Most High touched his heart and let him see me. And I looked bad because I got oily skin, so my skin was all broken out, get bumps in jail because I ain't have, you can't cleanly wash your face, my locks, I look like a monster, diesel. But the Most High allowed that man to see my spirit. And that man did what he did and gave me, the Most High meant that man used me. The Most High used that man to give me a second chance in my life. And no matter what, I never turned my back. And one day, I want to be able to tell his family, the ministry, one day we're going to do this. Because one day I'm going to tell a story on the big channel. And because if he has, I know he got children. I want that judge's children to know what kind of a man he was, at least in his old time. I don't know what he did before, but I'll bring that out. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
In September of 2024, the U.S. Justice Department opened a civil rights investigation into the whole department. So when Damian Cameron's family looks at who was in that yard, they see the same department that was later exposed for racial violence. Dr. Stacy Turner performed the autopsy. She ruled the cause of death undetermined. In her report, she wrote that, due to a lack of access to information about the circumstances of the death, the cause and manner were best classified as undetermined.
So this is why we're not taking nothing that the same medical examiner. See that? This is the spirit of a devil in this person that can, time after time, say there was no foul play. Y'all see his face and what they did to him? Undetermined. And that's why people don't, why don't y'all wait? To wait for what? Wait for this devil to tell us undetermined. Well, now they won't, because now they're getting so much fuss. I'm waiting to see what's going to come out. They're going to concoct something, right? Because they know that if they just say nothing, then stuff is going to hit the fan. So they're going to come out with some concoction with the Nolan Wells case to say something. But if we wasn't doing all of this diligence, it would have been nothing to see here, and that would have been it. Another one gone, they move on to the next one. Like they already got the girl Tanisha, if that's her name. What's her name? Tasia, that they just found strung up, right?
Defended that kind of call, telling reporters were best classified as, she wrote that, due to a lack of access to information about the circumstances of the death, the cause and manner were best classified as undetermined. She has defended that kind of call, telling reporters her office errs on the side of undetermined because they don't want to make a mistake. Well, you made a mistake. A Rankin County grand jury then declined to indict the deputies, relying on Stacy Turner's finding. And we know how that works. You rule undetermined, and now your buddies get to go free, right? And remember, they're all under that public safety umbrella. But I'm not done yet. because several independent autopsies would prove that she lied. In 2023, the New York Times and Mississippi Today asked 3 independent forensic pathologists to review Cameron's autopsy photos, hospital records, sheriff's reports, and witness statements. All 3 concluded it should have been ruled a homicide. Dr. Michael Baden, a former New York City chief medical examiner who testified in the O.J. Simpson trial and performed an independent autopsy for George Floyd's family, said Cameron's death was a homicide. Absolutely. This person died of asphyxia because of neck compression. Dr. Zhang Shui Hu, chief of the forensic pathology division at Rutgers University, said, "That's really nothing to be undetermined about. It was a homicide." Stacy Turner's own autopsy documented internal bleeding in Cameron's neck and severe facial swelling and trauma. The injury pattern those outside experts say points to someone pressing on his neck. Still, she said his cause of death was undetermined. Damian Cameron's family sued. A judge first threw the case out on immunity grounds. So we got to get rid of all that immunity stuff. But the Mississippi Court of Appeals revived the lawsuit, finding there were genuine questions about whether the deputies' actions were reasonable. That case is still alive. Stay with me now because you're going to notice a pattern here. This cat in the hat.
Oh, this whole case is still going while the Nolan Wells. So that's why us people, we're not taking it. We're not listening, just going with whatever they say. That ain't happening no more.
Face looking at Stacy Turner is on some. This cat in the hat face looking at Stacy Turner is on some BS. Shannon Wilson was 13 years old, a D'Iberville middle school student. On May 8th, 2022, he was in the water with some friends near Old Highway 15 in Harrison County, along a river and a creek. Friends said they saw him struggling in the water. He was pulled out, taken to a hospital, and passed away. The Harrison County Coroner's Office ruled it an accidental drowning, and that was done immediately. This is before an autopsy was even completed, by the way. Any investigation was completed, they ruled it an accidental drowning. Shannon Wilson's family disputes the drowning ruling. They say his friends, several white youths, threw him into the water. They've also accused officials of mishandling his body because he was actually embalmed without their consent, which destroyed crucial evidence. Wilson's death was ruled an accidental drowning, but reports say that determination was made without a full autopsy.
See? So all of these is under Stacy Turner. So all that accidental drowning, we ain't just receiving nothing nobody said. Have a good rest, Sister Mary. We'll see you back next time if you could come join us again. We live every Monday and Friday, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Corey Howard was 36. His family described him as a father and an entrepreneur. The local tattoo artist everybody knew. Just before 1 a.m. on January 8th of 2022, a Moss Point police officer tried to pull him over for speeding. The driver didn't stop. Police chased the car near Magnolia and House Streets. The driver jumped out and ran into a marsh. Officers say they lost him and called off the search. Now, the thing that stands out to me in this case is the fact that he had a passenger in the car with him that didn't run away. And after the police chased Corey into the marsh, that passenger says they just got in their police car and left. They didn't come search the vehicle. They didn't come to talk to him, get a statement, ask any questions. It's like the police were running away from a crime scene here. Howard was reported missing by his family days later. On January 13th, after his own family and friends searched the area and turned up a jacket and a wallet they believed were his, police finally returned and found his body in the marsh grass off House Street. I wonder how they found that immediately, probably because they put him there. Howard's family and friends took to social media demanding answers, angry that police chased him into the swamp and then, they say, couldn't find his body for 5 days. Neighbors who were there said investigators never even interviewed them. They didn't interview anyone, probably because they knew what happened and didn't want it coming out. That's my guess. But again, Stacy Turner's autopsy report ruled out homicide, but did not determine a cause or manner of death. Just undetermined as always. No investigation, just another accident. And the boys in blue were free to prey on the community. DeMar Travion, Trey Reed, was 21, a student at Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi, originally from Grenada. On the morning of Monday, September 15th of 2025, a faculty member found his body hanging from a tree near the campus pickleball courts. A black man found hanging from a tree in Mississippi carries the weight of the state's entire history of lynching.
And now we got a woman hanging. We got plenty of them. Okay. Yes, Nosy Bug. She still got the same job, still doing these unalivings, covering up for these unalivers, right? Still doing this stuff, and they trying to have Nolan's mom, right, lose her job. Talking about Nolan's mom and them is a problem. You understand? And all they want is justice, like all these other families want. You see? But what do you think she's going to say with Trey Reed? Nothing to see here. You see?
Family members and pretty much everybody with the brain say they believe Reed was lynched. According to the family's attorney, Vanessa Jones, the Grenada County Sheriff's Department first showed up at the family's home around 9:15 a.m. and told them Trey was found dead in his dorm room in his bed. His grandfather, J.B. Reed, said a sheriff's official flatly called it a self-delete right away, no investigation. He didn't even say possible self-delete. He said it was confirmed self-delete. Then the family learned, they say from the news, that he was actually found hanging from a tree in the center of campus. The family says the media knew about Trey's death before they did. That's the kind of thing that destroys trust before an autopsy is even finished, because why are the cops immediately ruling it a self-delete? When I hear that, my mind goes to, okay, what are you trying to cover up? What are you not telling me? Delta State's public safety director said at a September 17th.
Yep, inevitable. We still showing these people the unalived. Yep, still at it. we can show this for days and days and days, right? Still showing. They said in the middle of the college campus, he just strung himself up on a 30-foot tree, right? Did it to himself.
Self-delete. When I hear that, my mind goes to, okay, what are you trying to cover up? What are you not telling me? Delta State's public safety director said at a September 17th press conference that he had no knowledge of those calls, but confirmed investigators had video evidence connected to the case. The family has been asking for that surveillance footage to be released to the public. It hasn't.
I agree, Sound of Music. Why wouldn't this be a national issue? Ain't nothing changed. The other little girl I just showed, I could do this every day, all day, right? Greetings, Sound of Music. So again, but then, they'll come and say, we just victim blaming and shaming. What victim blaming? These are real lives. You understand? These are real people. And these cases are still open. Come on, Nosy Bug, welcome to America. At least for the blacks, raggedy blacks. Welcome to my reality. You heard? Everyday life. Not guaranteed. All right. 2:42 in the morning. Let me see. I don't want to close with nothing dark. Let me close with some information. All right? Let's close with some information.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. Oh, that's right. We got
questions when you're ready.
Yeah, do the questions now. And I'm going to close. Yeah, I'll close with some information. I don't want to close with this dark story. This is too dark. Go ahead. Give me some of the questions, Hakim.
This first one is from Erica. Erica, she says, who's a free M? M sign. The mayor? Question mark.
Oh, probably all of them, but I don't know who's a free M. I know she's talking about FREEMASON. Most of them do be like they have some type of. So that was I think she was talking about when we was reading the orders that they belong to. I think that was one of the parents or something in the sheriff. So they be having all of these organizations that they belong to, right? The orders of Mithra and the orders of this and the this of that, and it's all type of Masonic stuff, right? And even the KKK, it's all free ASON stuff, right? So yeah, so probably all of them. That's how they get into these positions and stuff, right? And all that. So Anyway, go ahead, Akiama. What's the next one?
The next one is from Miss Hartsfield. She says, so why do they think they're coming to content creators? This is regarding lawyers.
Yeah, because we're the ones exposing it. So they want us to stop. You see what I mean? So they want us to be scared so we don't do no more investigation into the case, right? We don't open no more leads, right? Because they want it to go away. They're not going to do no investigation, right? They wanted to just leave them alone, mark him as drowned, and that's it, and go away, right? The Tavia, what's her name? Tasia, who just got found swinging from a tree behind the house. You know what they want to say? She did it to herself. Nothing to see. Go away. Troy Reed, he did it to himself in the middle of the campus, the college campus. Nothing to see. Go away. So they could continue to keep doing it. So they hiring all these big time and they want to put all this money and they want us to be scared and shaking in our boots, right? You're going to sue us. Sue for what? Like, bro, get in line. Like, what you, come on, bro. Like, I'm not scared of no spirits. It is what it is. The Most High told me to start speaking on this, and I've done it. And I've done it, and I'm doing it in a righteous way, and we've been reaching the Most High's children. Since I've started, I'm glad I listened to what the Most High said. We've met thousands and thousands of his children of every nation, kindred, tongue that has happened to find us. You understand? And to come back and get spiritual warfare tips, you know what I mean? And the lessons that I'm going to be bringing in the future. So thousands, you understand? Whereas before I was so shadow banned that we can barely even get one or two people that can, every live stream that could find us. They would unsubscribe about 10 people every video, and then 4 or 5 subscribe, they unsubscribe 6. Then the next one, maybe 2 or 3 subscribe, they unsubscribe 7. They like, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? So praise the Most High that for me listening and heeding what he said, that we've been allowed to reach more of his children. So they want us to stop. You understand? And I started doing this earlier with the Carmelo stuff, early, when it was we was one of the first groups that was putting this out. So I was one of the first to doing the Nolan before all the media, before everybody started doing it as well. Some of the first ones, you understand? And now everybody, you know, it's a big media, everybody under the sun. But I only go live twice a week. So if I was trying to pimp the story, right, then I could have just ramped up, went live every day, a couple of times a day, chopping it up, putting out videos. Oh, please, we probably be at 20, 30,000 subscribers right now. You see what I mean? All those people. But the Most High told me to start doing these stories back when it was Carmelo. And then when this one, immediately, because his children are of every nation, kindred, tongue, are going to be emotionally triggered and trauma. You see our sister Mary says she's ashamed, and our sister A. Sandoval and stuff, right? And these are white sisters, right? So you got black sisters triggered, black brothers, young, old. You see what I mean? So it's like the Most High is like, my children, I guess he knew what they're about to do. Now I guess, you know, the Most High knows all things. So he knows he wanted us in the space so that as he sent his children to find us, that they can find understanding and discernment and repose. They can find balance. They can find healing. They could get their lamp lit. They could get instructions. They can get a binky and a blanket. You understand? They can get understanding, compassion, empathy. They can get strengthened. They can get clarity so they can continue their righteous fight and understand, like, no, it's good for you to be shamefaced against the sin of your ancestors. So am I. That means that's healthy. That means you're not one with their sin and transgression. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiama. What's the next one?
This next one is from Big Is Island. They say, is she black? That's referring the officer that was looking.
Yeah, I don't know.
shovel.
She looked, I don't know. She could be mixed, but she looked white, but I don't know. But anyway, if she was a black devil. So, yeah, I don't know though. Go ahead, what's the next one, Hakeem?
The next one is from Cynthia. She says, is he compromised? This is regarding that
That dude with the big beard, yes. He's scared. He really scared. So he was foolish enough to keep opening his mouth when he should have shut his mouth. He actually got himself in a lot of trouble. So he needs to less is more. He shouldn't have never opened his mouth. Yeah, he's scared. He's I don't want to. He's scared. I'm gonna leave it right there. Go ahead, Aklama. There's another one.
Yes, there's a couple.
Go ahead.
This next one is from Brandon. He said he hangs out with Bart's dad and has lunch with Bart's dad twice a week, not Nolan's. Uncle Ruckus over all over the place. You got you a white woman. Can I see the picture? Question mark. I think this was.
Yeah, she was talking about him.
Yeah,
she was talking about him with his beard. No, he wasn't saying Bart's dad. He was saying Nolan's dad. That's Nolan's dad, friend. They work out at the gym together. He was the first to cut Nolan's hair and all that. But yeah, so, you know, he's doing half tap dance and half raccoon, full scared, full scary belly. Not too bright, honestly. Not too much wisdom and discernment. Because if he was a real spiritual warrior, he would have known not to do the interview at all, to shut his mouth. But a lot of people want to be seen too, right? So these people become overnight, you get internet fame. You feel what I mean? Now all of a sudden the whole world's seeing his face. That's why when he went on the Rainbow Dawn stuff, he said, yeah, he stroked his beard. He said, yeah, I got interviewed on a bunch of nationally syndicated radio programs. See what I mean? It's like, right? 'Cause remember, before that, he was nobody. Before that, he was a little roly-poly dude going to the gym, with his little high-pitched voice. It is what it is, right? No disrespect for those with a high-pitched voice. I don't mean no disrespect, right? Just because you got a high-pitched voice don't mean you rainbow fruity tooty, right? Right? So no disrespect to anybody with a high-pitched voice. But, sometime, you're trying to get his minutes of fame, but all fame ain't good, right? All attention ain't good attention, right? So especially with a charged situation like that. So that's why he was trying to come out and say there's no racism, but then he started getting hit, probably got heat from the black community. And then you're like, yo, I can't say what I really want to say. And it's like, bro, you need to shut up. That's what you should have did from the beginning. You heard? All right, go ahead, Aklama. What's the next one?
This next one is from Wesley. They say, why are we listening to someone who has a white partner at home?
Yeah, next. It's all right, Wesley. We listen to everybody. We learn from a serpent. We learn from a donkey. We discern the devils. We need to discern everything. Test all spirits, Brother Wesley, not just some. So yeah, so he's relevant. He knew the Nolan, the dad, he's speaking out, so that's why. Go ahead, Akiyama, what's next?
The next one is from Cynthia. She says, that's a commandment, isn't it, to stay within your tribe?
Yeah, for the time. Remember, everything in the Bible is context. So there was a time where, remember, everything is time. So we're at the end times. So there was a time where they had statutes and laws that they had to put the woman out the house when they was on their menstruation. See? They had to throw away anything that a woman touched when she was unclean, your wife. So right now, you got a 75-inch big screen and your woman on her menstruation and she touched your big screen, or you would have to throw your big screen away. See? Those laws was for the context of the time. There was a time where they couldn't mix any fabrics. right? Because they were spinning their own clothes. You see? They didn't go out working in corporate America. They weren't going to buy their clothing from the serpent seed. You understand? Making their clothes. They wasn't going to Walmart or wherever y'all go, to the mall, right? So they were spinning the clothes so they wasn't able to miss fabrics. See? There was a time where they raised their food. You understand? So the way that they put down the cow, right, from these dietary laws of sin and transgression, you know what I mean? There was a way that they had to put down the cow, right? And all of that, not going to buy it from Piggly Wiggly, you see? So all those laws, they don't pertain, everything doesn't pertain to us in this end time from context. Our nations have been so mixed and then dispersed, you really can't even know. So you be looking at somebody just with some skin color, not even understanding that they just as much from your tribe as you is, right? Because you remember, we went through slaveries, captivities, breeding, all this stuff, okay? So now the children of the Most High, you discern people by their spirit. You understand? Now, if you're a melanated Black American and nationality, and you want to only mix your seed with your nationality, then that's your preference. Meaning there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I say ain't nothing wrong with that, right? But that's not the biblical command from the scripture. What the Most High was talking about to our ancestors, just as much as it's not that we got to put you out the house to our sisters, right? Every time, and throw plates away. And even if she touch a wall in your house, you got to break the wall down. You see what I mean? Because now we live in houses. We don't live in camps and tents and stuff. See? So it's different. It's the context of the scripture. The scripture, it fits. Now, under the spiritual law of the Messiah, order of Melchizedek, we're spiritual children of the Most High, a spiritual circumcision, not the law of the letter from Moses. Okay? Mashiach law. Mashiach law. Praise the Most High. All right. But yes, there was at a time, it was a commandment that it was another time that it went straight tribal, meaning it wasn't just the nation, meaning, let's say we're talking about the children of Jacob. It was a time where it wasn't just the children of Jacob, it was individual tribes. Judah was only supposed to procreate with Judah, right? Zebulon, Zabalayan with Zabalayan. Gad, right? What you call Gad with Gayad. Rabayan, Reuben, right? With Rabayan. Nowadays, you can't know who. And that 12-tribe chart that those wicked folio Israelites got, they made that crap up. So that's a lie from the lake of fire. So again, yes, there was a time where Judah was only supposed to, Ya'ada was only supposed to mix with Ya'ada. But there was a time when Ya'ada knew who Ya'ada was. Okay? So within your lineage, Ya'ada wasn't supposed to mix with Naphtali. Okay? And they are from the same lineage seed. But that was a context at a time. Then later, it was went, right? So when you understand the biblical scriptures, you understand you have to have the context of the time and what it meant. That's why when Paul was coming about in Ephesus and Corinth and stuff, he was speaking to a group of people at a specific time and the context of what they were doing. All right, so people take Shia all wrong. They have no idea trying to understand Paul. Okay? Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama.
Saudi Tate asks, what is a smart city?
That's those 15-minute cities they're trying to build. I did a lesson on it. It's one of the lessons about in the desert. Saudi Arabia, they try to build it, right? So they're building these cities, and that's where they're trying to enslave us. They're going to build it. They ain't trying. They're building these cities, and they're going to be putting people there. They're going to be putting us there too, right? Now, you're going to have a choice to reject it or receive it, and it's going to be a slave city. So everything, so the terminology is I think it's 10-minute cities or 15-minute cities it's called. And the terminology is you won't, everything will be within the 10-minute radius. Everything. You will never go further than 10 minutes from your apartment building. That's how it starts. Then later, you won't go outside the building because they're going to make everything in the building, right? The drone's going to bring you your food and stuff, right? So you will never leave the building. Your gym will be in the right, and then later you'll never leave the apartment. So it's just a confinement as they start to, yeah, there you go, Dubai City. Thank you, Akiyama. It's just a confinement as they do their 2030 agenda. But they're making people think it's going to be affordable, right? So they're going to put people on universal basic income, and they're going to make it, it's affordable, it'll be paid for, and you get a brand new apartment, and you're going to be like, man, I can't pay. Yes, right? And everything is within 10 minutes or 15 minutes, right? So where you go to work, where you go to grocery shop, everything, you never leave ever outside of 10 minutes. Everything is within that. And it's getting people used with their free will to being confined. It's like controlled space. They're controlling your space, enslaving you without you knowing it. It's like a slowly shackling you without you knowing it, but you're choosing it with your free will because they're making it look convenient and making it look like an asset. So that's what 15 smart cities is, 15-minute cities and stuff. And they're building them already. Thank you. It's 15-minute, thank you. 15-minute cities are. They're building them already. And then later, you won't never leave the building. They already got it in China and stuff like that, right? They're building them all over the place. And later, you won't never leave the building. And that's why they say they're going to lock us in. Go ahead, Akiyama.
This next one is from Mary. Mary asks, I wanted to ask you, what do you think our highest power will do with the way America is run by, with demons leading us? What will God do?
The judgment, I wish I should have did it when Sister Mary was here. The judgment, it plays out, it's in prophecy, Sister Mary. What he's doing is what he's doing right now. He's calling us, the righteous, to awaken, call out the darkness, repent. And as the dark people who serve the devil on the earth, they're trying to discern, they're trying to open portals and release the Anunnaki, the fallen angels who was chained all through the lands and stuff and the sea. And there's a great judgment that's coming called the day of the Lord in the Bible, the day of the Most High, right? It's the great Armageddon judgment. And so they're preparing for it, but they're preparing to enslave us all. And they're going to try to get us to receive the mark of the beast, right? The mark of the beast is sin, is transgression, right? The final complete, what you could call a mark, is when you agree to abandon the Most High and choose their comfort, choose their money, choose their thing over it, right? That's because all these other are marks that lead up to the marks of sin. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing in your forehead, the thing in your hand, in your brain, this, like these, all these different things, selling your soul, right? So they're trying to prolong their role in this dark second world kingdom that Adam and Eve, forfeited over with their transgression, right? And death got the keys, but the Messiah's crucifixion fulfilled and took the keys of death. But the time has to play out. That's why when the Messiah went to that island and that legion was inhabiting that man, that legion of devils, they said, why had you come to torment us before the time? So the spirits, the devil spirits, darks, they know there's a time. There's a time that Hasatan gets to rule this world, right? And so their time is shortened. That's why we're at the end times, worse than the days of Noah. So the Most High, we are victorious, Sister Mary. So he's going to prepare his righteous children. He'll cover his righteous children. We'll have Malayak angels coming down and ushering us into a safety place when it gets crazier and crazier, right? He has his righteous elect, like this ministry, to teach you spiritual warfare, to teach you wisdom, to teach you righteousness, so that you don't fear, you don't have fear of what's to come, because the Bible says men's hearts will fail them for fear of what they're going to see that's coming in these days, that's going to come. All type of Nephilim animals and hybrid beings unaliving and eating people, robots and stuff. They got people under the ground that they're going to be letting loose. That's rabid. That's going to be just trying to slaughter and eat people. So people are going to be so scared, their hearts are going to fail them. So it's all biblical, sis. But the righteous, we win. This game is already played out. All right? Praise the Most High. So he's going to continue doing what he's doing, right? Doing his will and letting the prophecy play out. And his children who choose with their free will to choose him, we choose the Most High. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Hakama.
This next one is from The Sound of Music. They say, do you think the new hip hop today has taken away respect for Black people?
Because it's the devil music. The is not real people who took over the culture, the music industry. They made it, the music is promoting devil worship. Now you got some nowadays you got new older rappers starting to rap again, like Rakim and LL Cool J. Like you got some of them starting to, and a lot of the elders appreciating that. They're not talking that devil music, but the kids, they made them sell their soul for record for contracts. So yeah, so they got them worshiping the beast, the Baphomet, Hashatan. So yeah, so the masses of the people, they look at the so-called Blacks collectively under that lens because they're dumbed down, right? They're foolish. The elect of the masses of the world, all other nations, those who have an election in these other nations, they know that this is a systemic overtake of another so-called Black people's culture that they use to promote wickedness and Hasatan. So they know where the blame goes. It goes to the reptilian serpent seed. But the masses, they're going to just blame the Blacks and look, yeah, because they are the idiot juices, honestly. They're the dumb down. They're the ones that the serpent seed going to use to, make racist fights and have us against and divide because they call themselves wise. They become fools, right? They're really ignorant, but they think, they're really imbeciles, but they think they're intelligent. Right? That's why they come here and say ridiculous statements. You know what I mean? And they don't care. So praise Yah. Go ahead. What's the next one, Hakima?
I will need more context for the next one. Just give me a minute.
So let me show you this. Stop share. Share screen. I was going to close out with something deep, but I'll save it now. It's too late. I'll save it. So this right here, guys, these are Nolan's friends. So they don't show you that Nolan did have so-called Black friends. So a lot of pictures you see them with his so-called white friends. So a lot of people did he even hang with Black? Yes. They were all at his funeral. Right? So these are some of his teammates, some of his friends. And these are the brothers, young brothers living in Mississippi. This is them at the funeral. Right? And he had, see, there you go. That right there is one of his white friends who came to the funeral. Right? The other ones who didn't show up, it is what it is, right? To really tell you who they are then, right? So this right here, it's an interesting statement. So these brothers was basically crucified at the top. But how soon we forget. They were called every evil word you can ever imagine, and they were innocent. They were imprisoned, life basically destroyed, and they were innocent. They didn't do a thing. Young teenagers. So it's just some of the unbalance. They were Central Park 5 arrested immediately, demonized, coerced confessions. The orange dude called for the death penalty. And there was no evidence against them at all. And the police doctored evidence, illegally did everything illegal, and got them sentenced and abused and everything. And you ask us why we don't trust? Let the system tell me what? Nah, we good. Sorry, we good. We good. We don't need the system to tell us nothing. We're gonna keep picking, we're gonna keep unturning things until we find out what we need to find out. And that's all. If you get your little feelings in the bunch because of it, then get your feelings in the bunch. Oh well. Oh well, you be all right. Right? You'll live. Most High forbid your feelings get hurt. You know what I mean? Oh, you'll live. We survived actually being hurt. So, yeah, you'll live. All right. So, yeah, just wanted to show y'all that. All right, Hakiyama, go ahead.
Okay, this one is from Deborah Brown. She says, who is she related to, and how did she get this position? This is regarding the lawyer that we showed earlier.
One of the lawyers we showed? Say it again. Who is the she was speaking on? And she said, who is she?
Regarding the lawyer we showed earlier.
Right, but the lawyer is not a she. Who is the she? You don't know. So say it again. Who
is she related to, and how did she get that position?
I don't know who she's talking about. She's talking about Ava? She's talking about Stacy Turner, the medical examiner?
She didn't give a name.
Yeah, I would have to know who you're speaking on when you say she. I'm thinking she's talking about Stacy Turner, because that's the only one she that we showed that had a position, was Stacy Turner. So Stacy Turner got the position for medical examiner from the public, what's the name, the dude that they found the KKK info, but she went to school to be a medical examiner and stuff, but she got in that position from, all of them, most of them, they all, a lot of it is genetic. They, Mississippi, they white, they go to school, they're looking for a position, they get hired. But I think she's talking about Stacy Turner. That's the only one that we that's the only one she could. I have a question. Go ahead.
Can you go back to that picture of Nolan's friends that showed up to the memorial service?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me find it. This one. I gotta go back. There we go. Stop share screen. Window, bang, share. This one?
Yes, it's that one. I don't know, is it a cultural thing? I noticed the white brother's the only one that's got his arm around somebody.
I know, I saw it.
Yeah.
I looked and I just didn't say nothing. I didn't want to do it. I saw it and I was like, oh my goodness. I know, it's a cultural thing. Yeah, I saw it. I was like, bro, why is your zesty? Get your arm off him, bro. Like, I guess it's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? So, no disrespect to anybody's culture. I guess, you know, it's a cultural thing. They're all touchy-feely. In so-called Black American culture, we don't do all that touchy-feely. That's why you see everybody got their hands to themselves. You see what I mean? We don't be doing all that. But, you know, every picture that we saw with Nolan, with his white friends, they was always hugging, right? It's a lot of, I guess it's a cultural thing. Yeah. But I saw it.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to say it because I saw it because, you know, he's probably, him being there like that, he's probably a good young white brother. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to, you know, say something bad. So I just ignored it, right? I'm like, oh man. I'm like, bro, unless, you know, I don't think they in a relationship or something, you know what I mean? That's why stuff be looking bad, zesty, bro. Like, bro, get your hand off me, bro. Like, I ain't your girl. Like, that stuff be looking crazy, bro. I don't know. These kids be doing some crazy stuff, bro. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah, I just ignored it. I definitely saw it. Yep, the Roman culture. Come on, Raymond. That's definitely that Roman culture. And Helens, the Greek and the Romans, yeah. That's exactly what they did. The brotherhood, like y'all said. All right. So yeah, I saw it. I just ignored it. I didn't want to. That's hilarious. You made me go on back and you're like, you ain't gonna get away from this, huh? we about to pull that right on out. What is this going on? Why is all this touching? Yeah, they do a lot of touching, right? And they do touching skin to skin too. I'm like, bro, y'all got on shorts and nothing on your legs and your leg touching my leg. We don't do none of that. All right? Facts. All right. So, that's hilarious. All right. So I'm guessing was that the last one?
Yes, they were just questions from the other night.
All right. You could do a couple from the other night.
It's from a few nights ago that we didn't get to. It's from when we did the Haiti?
The Haitian lesson.
Susie says, what's happening in Haiti causing these mass evacuations?
These mass evacuations from Haiti or from America? Well, they're evacuating them from everywhere where she's probably saying, why did they leave? Because their people went dark in Haiti. So their citizens, their people, they are gangs of citizens that turn their land into like chaos. So a lot of the Haitian people flee their country because it's kind of like Somalia, right? The way that, they got warriors. So it's a lot of gangs that's doing a lot of, chaos in the land. So people flee to go to other countries to have a better existence. Right? A lot of them come to America. They go all over the place. But yeah, that's why, I think the Most High is going to be having some of them go back to clean up their own land, right? And hold their people there accountable. The righteous don't flee, but fight in the spirit. Because it ain't no other nation doing it. You see what I mean? It's in Haiti, it's the Haitian gangs and stuff doing it. It's right? So it's not like the French is over there doing it, they're doing it. So, and I don't know enough of it to really go into detail. Shout out to my righteous white Haitian brothers and sisters, like passe. But yeah, so a lot of people just fleeing. But a lot of people flee all their countries. And that's what the Black American is like, bro, why y'all so disrespectful? We didn't flee. We don't flee. We stay and fight. There's no disrespect, but we stay and fight and we build our own. We ain't going nowhere in America. This is our country. So the other nations, y'all could flee our country and stuff and then leave it over to the mat. But it's like, why would you come here and then disrespect us? Who we ain't left ours. We ain't leaving ours. So it's like, but yeah, so some things we won't understand. Like, I won't be able to understand as a collective why they wouldn't go back and fight to build up, to get their country back from the devils of their nation, the people, right? And they're the descendants, the Haitians. They're descendants of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yeah, they is, right? And there's curses over them. So that's what's going on, right? Probably is some white Haitians, but it's very few. Haitians are very strongly black nation, so-called black, melanated nation. Like there's white Jamaicans, you know what I mean? There's probably a white Haitian. They probably are, but I know it's very few. It's very, very melanated country. They got their own. That's why they got a lot of Haitian pride. So it's like, well, then take it back home and build that thing up and get those devils out of there. But it's not my call. Yep, they did resort to voodoo, and that's the curse, Ramon. That's the biggest curse. Is they serve the serpent god, the voodoo god, and that's over the Shan kingdom. That's over there. We did a strong lesson on that, and so those they've been given over. That's a curse. They've been given over to that. So the righteous are either fight for it or, find your righteousness outside of that land. But that's why you got to be careful worshiping your genealogy, making your nation an idol nation. The boss said, I'm grown. Shout out to the boss in the building. You grown, the boss? I know that's right. Shout out, young king. All right. By being born there. Mm-hmm. Anybody that's born in the land, that's where that makes you of that land. So if a white person is born there, then they're a white Haitian. Just like you got white Jamaicans, Asian Jamaicans and all that type, because they're born there. And like the white Jamaicans and stuff, that's some funny stuff to see, right? They speak straight, right? Straight patois stuff. They straight Jamaican. They like, lick the shot, man. No, man. And I'm like, wow, it's crazy to see that, right? It's crazy, but that's their culture. That's where they born. So, it's a cultural thing. Quick Stop said, as a white man here in Los Angeles, I dated 2 Mocha sisters twice, and neither of them was a Democrat. God bless those sisters for not being so close-minded. Shout out to Quick Stop Dante. Shout out to salute the boss. Whether they Democrat or nothing, the boss. Shout out to them for being 2 righteous black sisters that you ran across, my white brother, righteous brother, right? So right. So it's not. I know some people want to condense it down to politics, but that's a now you're playing a whole nother narrative. You know what I mean? So shout out to you. If you met 2 righteous black sisters, then that's good, right? Salute to them. We need more of righteous black sisters. We need more righteous white sisters. We need more righteous black brothers, more righteous white brothers. We need more of the righteous children of the Most High to stand against all these devils. You see, it's the devils that, and people that the unrighteous people of the earth, that the light is, we need to go against any unrighteousness. All right? All right. That's what's up. Quick Stop. Nice to meet you, King. Quick Stop, Dante. All right. All right. So, I forgot what I was just talking about. So that was the last question, Akiyama? Yep.
Cindy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was
Cindy. That was the last one?
Was the last one from tonight, yes. Oh, wait, one more, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This is from Stephanie.
Oh, Mary was still here. I'm glad you got to hear, Mary. Go ahead.
This is from Stephanie. Stephanie says, why did Officer Tatum not talk about this situation? And this was regarding the officer assaulting Damian Cameron.
Because Tatum is he's a sellout. He's got an agenda. So it'd be different. So I can respect anybody's position, right? Because I'm neutral, right? Meaning I look for the spirit behind any individual. I don't care about your color of your skin. Enemy come from those of your own household. I live biblically, right? So the Bible says to discern and test all spirits. So if Tatum, like if I meet a brother and he's political, right? He's far right, because I'm neither, although I don't do politics, right? He's far right. I can respect his conservative views because honestly, in my eldership years, I might fall more on a conservative side, but I don't do politics, right? So if you do, I would fall because some of my beliefs are more traditional and more, what you call it? It's more based in reality versus them putting blowing smoke up your butt and stuff, right? So if Officer Tater Tot was, I don't got no problem with being conservative or nothing like that, but if he was balanced, he just has an agenda. Whenever you call on one side and don't call out both, we expose everybody. I don't care what you are. If you're in error, we're gonna expose it because we want you to get it right. Our job is to call out any unrighteousness, no matter what, black, white, color, whatever it is, so that the person could have a chance to right their wrong. You see what I mean? To become righteous, to become the light. But when certain people got agendas, they pushing a narrative and they getting paid for it, right? So a lot of this stuff is money, it's mammon. So they get position and authority. So that's easy to identify, right? Because you can see them, because it doesn't matter, no matter what they show, they won't show the other side. They just focused on one narrative. So that's an agenda. So yeah, that's just a sellout. He's a Judas. That's, it is. That's why I call him King Tampon. What Officer Tampon, right? Because I don't mind nobody calling out black. Call out the black niggas. I don't like no black niggas. I don't like no white niggas. I don't like no Hispanic niggas. I don't like no Asian niggas. Niggas are ignorant individuals. And we are not to like ignorance, because my people are destroyed for their ignorance, lack of knowledge. So we are to do what? We are to espouse, we are to bring intelligence to the ignorance. You see? Now, I don't like no devils, so ignorant, iggers and devils are two different things. Yeah, the iggers. Princess Sky, I don't like no iggers. I ain't rocking with these iggers. No matter what it is. I ain't rocking with no black iggers, no white iggers, none of these iggers. Iggers are the embarrassment. You understand? But those iggers are ignorant people of your nation. There's ignorant of every nation. Now, that's a difference between devils. An ignorant person, an igger is an ignorant person, right? They have a lack of knowledge. They just in the flesh, or they just doing, they act off emotion. They just going with the flow. They just, right? But devils, actual devil-possessed people who are not ignorant, they're not iggers, meaning they're evil. So there's a difference between iggers and evil. Evil is dangerous. Well, both are dangerous. Iggers is dangerous too. But evil is where the dark power lies. The evil ones prey on the ignorance of the iggers. So they use the iggers of every nation. They use the white iggers, they use the black iggers, and they use them as crash dummies to do their devices. Puppet masters. You see? So it's just discerning discerning and testing all spirits that inhabit individuals and collectives. So nobody like no iggers, because they're ignorant. They bring you down. They cause chaos and trouble, right? So that's why we are to teach, turn the light on to the darkness, iggers. These evil ones, they have to repent. You can't turn an ignorant igger. Sometimes you can bring wisdom or light or understanding or intelligence to an igger if he get in the right circumstances. Right? But in evil, sometimes they're not even human. Some of the evil, everybody ain't even human. Some of them are straight reptilian. You know what I mean? Nephilim, they ain't even fully human, so they have zero emotion. They have zero compassion, zero empathy, right? So, and some people are just evil. And sometimes you can see it in the eyes, or you can see it in the spirit, or you can see it, right? So you have to discern between all these different individuals in your life, even in your own household, the Bible says. Yeah, Prince, even in your own household. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if that's the Prince Scott, I think that says, right? So we have to discern that individually as well as generally and collectively. Like if you go to a job, you get a new job in a new corporation or something, you got to discern the spirit over your supervisor, the spirit over your manager, your director, your co-workers, right? Some will be jealous, who this new person coming to the job. Some will be, right? So you got to discern that all the time. Your Prince said Dr. Fauci is an evil igga, and that is evil. Come on, Prince. That is evil. You understand? Evil is when they can a genocide, a generate, they can just, just unalive people, and they have zero remorse at all. They don't even, they're unempathetic. That's just straight wicked. That's like Nephilim. So Fauci and them, I don't even think he's fully human. You know what I mean? Some of them be Nephilim, right? These be the serpent seed. Now remember, Fauci's supposed to be Mother Teresa's grandson or son or something. And she is hot, right? She was dark. I think we did a lesson on her on this channel, on my catalog, right? We did a piece of it. We did some of it. I remember now. And because that's right, we did her when it was tied to the Epstein files. Remember we was doing the Epstein? We did Mother Teresa. She's in the Epstein files and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that's his mama, Prince. That's Fauci. And they said, that's his father. They said Mother Teresa was a he. Yo, it's crazy. Yo, once you start going down these rabbit holes, it gets crazy. They said Mother Teresa is really Mother Thomas. And Fauci is her son, his son. It's crazy work. Cynthia said his mask is slipping. Facts. So these people be like Netflix and stuff, you'll see them, they glitch sometime. That's why I know ain't nothing gonna happen to Fauci and them, right? So they doing some stuff because some of the people are starting to awaken this end time. So some of the righteous people are starting to call this stuff out, and they're gonna try to get him held accountable, but he ain't gonna be held accountable because he was doing the work of you see, said about my mother. Praise the Most High. Yeah, that was a funny lesson we did on Mother Teresa. Do I want to do this? I wanted to bring out something. It's kind of late now, 3:30, because I was going to do it before I did the questions, but I'm thinking I should save it now because it's really good. So I'll save it till there's more people here. Yeah, I'm going to save it. I'll save it. Because I was going to bring out something. But I'll wait until there's more people here. But, yeah. So, anybody else got any questions? I guess we could just kick it a little bit. So, there was, I can touch on a couple of topics while we close out. So, a lot of the, narrative that they're trying to portray as they build a racial divide against the so-called blacks, the so-called whites, the American citizens, right? They're doing this on purpose because they need to divide the Americans. They're trying to have us start a racial war so that at the end they can enslave us all. You know what I mean? It's crazy work. So, welcome back, Cynthia. So what the masses that they're trying to infest our white brothers and sisters with is that black has never been a problem in America. Blackness. They're making the masses think that blacks are the problem when we have never been a problem. So blackness was never an American problem anti-blackness was always the problem. So a device of the serpent is to deflect, to make you think that one thing is a problem when it's really another. It's a deflective mechanism. So there's never been nothing wrong with being educated and being so-called black, professional, so-called black, being from the suburbs, and so-called black, being from a nicer middle-class neighborhood, you know, and not really from the hoodie hood or the ghetto, and so-called black, being well-spoken, intellectual, and so-called black. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with being culturally blackity black, expressive in your black culture. Nothing wrong with being Southern and being black. Nothing wrong with being braided hair and black. Nothing wrong with being locked and black. Dark-skinned black. Light-skinned black. Artistic black. Spiritual black. See, blackness has never been the problem. Anti-blackness is the problem. They made black culture something to be hated. So the culture would get infiltrated. We created something, an expressive music called rap, MCing and DJing, expressing ourselves. And here come those who say they are the tribe of Judah and who do lie, and they come and they take our culture and infest it with devil worship. You see? So it's never been the so-called blackness been a problem. It's those who infiltrate, you see, and cause a problem. Because whenever the so-called blacks were left alone, we would excel. You understand? Every time we would excel in our neighborhood's industry, but they would come and do what? Infiltrate, burn down, bomb, unalive, grape, and they would cause poverty and conditions, and they would infiltrate the culture and bring degradation and trauma, darkness. See? So the so-called blacks in America, we got fed a narrative that was called integration. Listen up to my righteous white brothers and sisters and the other nations and people from around the world. Y'all listen up. This is what happened to the so-called Black Americans. They sold some of our leaders a bill of goods called integration. Listen clearly. The worst thing that could happen to the so-called blackness, the culture, because when the KKK and the other organizations were pushing segregation, the blacks, we were prospering in our own communities. Do you understand? We were prospering, right? Mary Kay is offended, but it's okay. We understand, Ting Ting. We understand you're jealous. But anyway, let me continue. When the so-called blacks were hold on, stop trying to blame crime on the black before crime was in the black. Oh, I'm sorry, Kate. Sorry.
I think she was referring to someone who said something before.
I apologize, Kay. I'm sorry. I thought you was a troll. I apologize, Kay. Respect. I agree. He said, stop trying to blame crime on the black community. Before crime was in the black community, what crime came to the black community when the black community was safe and we talked about how to, come on. Thank you, Kay. I apologize. I'm sorry. I repent. I make mistakes. I thought you was a troll. All right. So the biggest mistake is they had, like, and Martin Luther King was the king of it. And that's why at the end, when he repented for what he did, that's when they unalived him, right? When he realized I marched my people into a burning building and he started to fight against, he had to go and they took him out. So integration is what really harmed so-called Black American progress, because before that, we had our own schools, our own everything, neighborhoods, our own housing, our own bankings, our own everything. We taught our own and we were prosperous. But once they did integration, they closed our schools. They closed our institutions, and they would bus us into white neighborhoods, and they called it better schools. Everybody listen clearly. We had Black principals, Black superintendents, Black commissioners, Black teachers, Black janitors, Black landlords, everything. We had our own. Yah bless the child that got his own. God bless the child that got his own. The Most High bless the child that got his own. We had our own. And we would teach our own cultural traditions. We would teach them morality. We would teach them righteousness. Do you understand? And there was an accountability. Raise him a child in the way, and when he get older, he won't depart from it. Okay? So now, the integration, they said, we need to send. It's not fair for the Blacks not to be able to go to school in the white schools because it's better. Oh no, yeah, they had, listen guys, they had better books, meaning new textbooks, right? Every year. They had better desks, probably cherry wood desks with rolling wheels. Now back then they have, right? They had, and we might have had crates. You see, we might not have had wood. We might have had, not no finished wood. We might have had wood where you get splinters that Emmanuel and Hezekiah and them chopped up the wood and built desks for the kids. We might have had to sit on the floor, but we were being taught our culture by our own. We were being poured into, and there was protection. There wasn't lack, or there wasn't a lack of understanding of culture, or there wasn't demoralization in teaching a culture that you don't see yourself in. You understand? So they hoodwinked and said that we need to give equal education, bus them to a better school, another school district. So that would mean that you would close your schools. So that meant the teachers would lose their jobs. The principals would lose their jobs. The maintenance men would lose their jobs. The janitors, right? The security, the guards, all of the people from the employment of the school, where they're going to be unemployed. And then the children now got to be bused into a school system or community that don't want them there. Okay? So that's the part. The white brothers and sisters had the respect and freedom to not want us there. I need y'all to understand, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, just me personally. If you are so-called Asian, so-called white, so-called Black, right? And You want to have your own community and your own land to raise your own people, and you really don't want outsiders. That's your freedom of preference. As long as you're not harming nobody, hurting people, doing physical harm to nobody, but everyone should have a right to raise their own amongst their own if that's their desire, with their free will. So if the so-called whites didn't want the blacks in their schools, I think they would have that right. Their school's been all white, they was doing the hugging or whatever it is they do, however they do, right? And we don't want these niggers. We don't want no niggers in our school. Those niggers got their school and they can stay. They should have stayed in their school because we was doing just fine. Actually, we end up doing a lot better than fine. And then they start coming and bombing and stuff. But remember, these are the serpent seeds. That is the same ones that's doing it today. The puppet master, puppet Marietta. The serpent seed is never going to let the so-called black just be left alone. Never going to let them just be left alone, ever. It's always going to make them stir up the pot, make them disenfranchised. Because the Bible says if we get them to curse themselves, the serpent keeps his reign in his dark second world every day a little longer. Until this group of people repent and become righteous, they continue to reign. So once they did the integration, we lost the black schools. As the people lost the schools, they lost employment. As they lose the employment, the income wage goes down. Each thing, the spending affects. You understand? So all of these professions, now the spending capital goes down. So they started to say, we are trying to give you better schools, better jobs, better opportunities. Let's close down this job and come work for us, a better job. See, what that did was it not only distanced ourselves as we had to travel to go work in their neighborhood jobs, work in busing the kids to go to the schools. It also distanced from the culture, raising each other, your own teaching your own. Now you're sitting in the school with a teacher who's never experienced a black person before, beside these are the niggers that should be back in slavery. They're the reason why, we don't, the Confederacy lost the war, right? These niggers should, right? Now you get your outliers who were probably some righteous teachers, right? Who was tried to make it a little better for you was literally the only black in the class. You know what I mean? And there's so much trauma, cultural trauma that you're going to be raised in from this when it was really no reason for it. Because there's a protection and a being around your own, a commonality, right? And understanding, right? People in nations, we culturally understand one another, sometimes without even speaking out your mouth. You can phonically understand. I know so-called blacks, we can complete each other's sentences. You understand? Because not even being raised in the same city. I'm from New York City in the 80s. Someone in Nolans, someone in Atlanta, someone in Tennessee, someone in Mississippi, someone in Florida, someone in Texas, they can understand half the things I'm saying, and we never even knew each other. I never been to Texas. Well, I've been to Texas, but I never been to Mississippi. I never been, right? And there's cultural things that is passed down traditionally that we can understand each other without even never meeting one another. It's genetic, it's passed down through the DNA. That happens with other nations of people as well too. They understand each other. You understand? Where you, me or you, we might not understand. Like when we say, Hakiyama asks, why do they always hug each other in the pictures? Right? And we like, that's why I say, that's why I'm learning. And I learn to leave room to not understand others' culture. Like maybe it's a cultural thing that they always hug each other, but we don't do that. Different cultural practices. That's called, shout out to Victoria Sharon, that's called respecting another culture's practices and trying to gain understanding and not hating, not being jelly belly. That's what love is, understanding, ahabaya, not the love of the world. Ahabaya, that means to understand, to respect with reverence, to do the due diligence, to have compassion and understanding, to discern. You see what I mean? This is a Habariya, original Hebrew words that the scripture says. That's what they call that, the agape. That's ahabaya. And the Canaanite Hebrew is called ahava, ahava or something, right? In the Canaanite Hebrew. So this is what they transliterate as the word love. It ain't the word love. So that's when it says love your neighbors, you love yourself and all that. That's understanding. So the love you're supposed to have for another's culture means you need to take the time to respect and discern the culture, to gain an understanding before you mock and ridicule. You see, that's the patience that comes with ahabaya, love of another's culture. But others hate. People hate that which they envy. So a lot of people hate the black culture, right? And now they want to try to label the black culture as this hip hop crap. And we know, guess who came up with that culture? Not us. And the people who came with it, they don't got black skin either. You heard? A lot of them are serpent seeds, right? Small hats, you know what I mean? They came up with that culture. So that ain't the culture. You understand? But they have an envy and an hate, and that's the devil, right? And that's why I always say, you don't gotta hate the thing you don't understand. You don't gotta hate it. You know what I mean? With our culture, we're inviting people, the so-called blacks. We're not a rejecting people. We're inviting people. We're an accepting people, or for generality. Now you got our crash outs now. You know what I mean? You got crash outs of every nation. You got your iggas, you know what I mean? But for the generality. So once they did this integration, not only did we lose our schools, our jobs, our housing, it had a trickle down effect on the economy. You understand? Then we started to be more distance from our culture. So now you got kids being bused to another district, so they're not being taught their culture around their own in the schooling. They're being taught another culture. We're being raised, what's his name? George Washington, so you never tell a lie. He had a cherry tree and he chopped down the cherry tree. They ain't tell us George Washington had wood teeth that he took out of slave, like he borrowed his slave's teeth and put it in his mouth. George Washington had slaves and stuff, right? So they teach us this his story, right? And so now, only thing, you're not seeing yourself in history now. Only thing you're raised with is, where was we at? Oh, y'all were slaves. That's it? Yeah. And what was Africa? A bunch of, in the jungle. What? Yeah, that's it. So again, you're losing what? Your culture. You understand? Now, I know the Black American, like, oh, Africa, yes, all people came from Africa, okay? So we know that. But there was kings and there was lineages in Africa as well. Now, I know we got some of the Africans being jelly belly too, right? That's all nations coming to hate the so-called Black America. It's biblical. But anyway, shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters who don't partake in that foolishness, right? So yes, so they remove that and say everybody, there was no Mali kingdom, there was no Songhai kingdom, there was no dynasties, there was no, right? And then they show us that the pharaohs in them wasn't even black. It's like they make up a history, right? And so what happens is the new generation is not only losing their social economic opportunities, they're also losing their culture. Okay? So they're being distanced from their true culture. So they're starting to not like their woolly hair because they would want their hair to mimic those that they are around. So I need to perm you see what I mean? I need straight hair. So I'm mimicking what I'm seeing as the beauty norm, which if I was just around my own, then my hair, my cornrows, my locks, my Black expressive culture would be the norm. See? So now you're losing your cultural identity. Okay? So you losing yourself. And we were conditioned to believe that success meant being closest to whiteness. This is a systemic indoctrination that happened over the generations. It's what the serpent seed done. Okay. So we were taught that professionalism meant to be dressed in a suit and a tie, not told that that tie was come from a symbolic hang tie, right? And all of these different cultural things has a root in some really dark foundations, okay? But we're told that that is what proper dressing is, okay? And that wearing our hair a certain way is success and proper. You see, we need to cut our hair down into a buzz cut it off or short, right? No cultural expression of who you are. That's how you get success. To separate ourselves from everything that would be culturally Black, so-called. And we were told that that would protect us and would give us advancement. But what it really did was teach generations of so-called Black people to see themselves through another culture's lens, through a white lens. I just have to speak white because that's the group of people who instituted it in America. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. This is what you repent for, the sins of your ancestors. I repent for the sins of mine for transgressing the Most High. But this is where the real destruction came through, okay? This is how generations start to see themselves through a white lens. This is how anti-Blackness, your own identity culture got passed down inside of our own homes and neighborhoods through forced fear and survival. So the parents and grandparents would think they were protecting us, right? So they would, what did they tell us? You got to go to college, grow up, get a good job, wear a suit, and right? You got to be straight A, cut that hair, cut those locks. So anything that was culturally your tradition, you got to remove it to make it. So they would make us think that this is what would give us success. But it was through fear because of what was done and instilled, the lynching, the unaliving. So through survival, the parents and grandparents thought they were protecting us because they saw how dark some of these people in this world can be and how disgusting. So they knew that if you expressed your culture, if you looked too culturally black or natural or unapologetically black, you would be singled out and harmed. And that was true. So what happened is the trauma from the 50s and the 60s, that was a bad time, very bad. The Jim Crow lynching era. By the time it got into the 70s, this was already ingrained, that trauma in the elders. So this was the cultural traditioning. This was not a real protection, it was a pseudo protection. It's a conditioning that is slowly would instill a self-hatred. So there's so many different systemic, the serpent's seeds that instill this, that are very dark work. And there's so many different tentacles to this dark spider. So some still believe that there is no fear that you should have around certain collective masses. And that's why the person asked that question. When they said, why would they allow their child, what kind of parents? It's because some have been conditioned to think no, right? Like right now, I don't live in a black neighborhood. I live in a mostly Hispanic, but it's upper middle class. Next door is a black family, but they're Haitian, but they're all blacks, a bunch of them. I think me and them are the only blacks in this whole subdivision. Now, it's a bunch of subdivisions. I see a couple every now and then walking, because, they walk in the morning, right, exercising. But it's very, very, very few. Mostly upper middle class Hispanic. Are some of them racist? Yes. Or prejudiced? Yes. Most of them probably not. Most of them just minding their business going along. That one, like I said, across here, I can tell they prejudiced. I don't know what happened to them, whatever. My other Hispanic next door, he good. The one across, he good. The ones, So, but there's no crime. There's no problem. I don't cause a problem. I'm not safer because I'm in a non-black neighborhood. I went, when I was in Atlanta doing Uber, I saw the most richest black neighborhoods I ever seen. They was the most nicest, pristine mansions, bro. I said, Atlanta is doing it in some of these neighborhoods. Boy, so you're gonna miss me thinking that you need to be in a all white neighborhood or you can't live in a black neighborhood. No, that's what they're portraying to you. That's a poverty-stricken neighborhood, because you could be in an all-white neighborhood if it's a trailer park or poverty-stricken, right? A crank neighborhood, a fentanyl neighborhood. Oh, it's gonna be crime. So again, these are other narratives that they push. My neighborhood ain't safe because it's non-black. It's safe because the income level of the neighborhood makes it safe. These people got money. We rent. It takes, we got to split our rent. These people got money in these houses. So that's why it's a safe neighborhood. It's all about your wealth, the poverty gap. You understand? Wherever there's poverty, there's going to be crime. Because the Most High haven't called us to be in poverty. Because he gave us the herbs of the field to be for us for food, the fruits of the trees for food, the water, also all free. the land given to us, the wood is free. We should be able to have land and build on the land. It's more land than any of us can use. When you go drive, you could drive for miles and miles and miles and see nothing but land as far as our eyes can see. All through America, it's all through the world. It's so much land. Are you kidding me? It's so much land that all 9 billion people on this earth, everybody can make it. Tomorrow can say, the world government can say, everybody, you have the freedom to go out there and grow any of your own food. Go out, you can go pick any land that's not occupied by nobody, because it's millions of open acres that's not occupied, and you can just cut the trees and build your own. Establish your own land like they did back in the 1300s and stuff like that. Free for land grab, remember? That's how they took over our nation from the indigenous Americans, all right? The blackity blacks who was the first ones here, right? They did land grabs, right? So they could do that same thing, and we can build with the free trees that the Most High given us, plant our food. There will be no poverty. But they want poverty because they want chaos. These people who are the children of the devil, serpents' seeds. They ain't all white either, so get that out your head. Some of them are white. The majority that's ruling are white, but at the top of that, people don't know. When you go to the real top, it's black. And the free FREMASL, oh yeah, it's a black hope class, it's a black hierarchy. That part they leave out, but whatever. That's for the blacks who think it's only whites that are fallen angel, or whites are the only ones wicked, or whites are the only ones serpent seed. You're wrong. You're wrong. The Canaanites weren't white. But anyway, let's continue. Now, if they allowed us to have the free will, what the Most High gave us, the dominion over the earth, then everyone would be able to sustain himself, and the crime and poverty. When poverty go down, crime go down. When everybody eating good, when everybody's good, it's good. Let everybody have, and everybody, people too busy chilling. They too busy living it up to be trying to think of crime everybody got. Now you're going to have your evil, wicked devils. That's how you know the difference between the serpent seed, because they never satisfied. You see, the serpent seed are never satisfied. They always are going to cover their neighbor's stuff. They're going to always want to see someone in harm, fear, because fear is demon food, devil food, right? So they want to eat trauma and fear and everything. So they're going to try. That's why they want to enslave. That's why they want to keep poverty. That's why. Okay? So the difference is, what I'm teaching y'all now, I'm just teaching you life applications of the spiritual warfare, what's happening on the earth. Okay? And what happened, we're talking about the so-called blacks. So they made us think that the proximity to white means safer, more protected, right? And because the wealth gap, it was safer in those communities, not because it's white, but because of the income gap. Now, if you move into the right neighborhood, if you live in a white neighborhood and you get the right neighbors and they got, a nice income level, it could be safe, like my neighborhood, even though mine's Hispanic. But if you better be very careful about the spirit over some of the neighbors. See, there's a generational principalities passed down from all that slavery, all that wickedness. Those principalities don't just go away. So you would have to be very careful that you get the wrong neighbors or the ones you don't know. You would just have to stay on discernment, keep your head on swivel and don't ever get too comfortable, because the spirit can take over. That ain't prejudiced or bigoted saying it. That's just, shout out to Sister Betsy, that's just being wise and discerning each individual. You see? And the thing I like about my righteous white brothers and sisters, I like some of the culture characteristics of our white brothers and sisters. When you get a real righteous white brother or sister, oh, they be 10 toes down. I like that. They be all in. There's some good, when you got them on your side, they'll ride out all the way to the end too. I didn't see it. I'm an elder, right? They'll ride out. Facts. And I admire that loyalty. I do. And I respect it. I know a lot of so-called blacks, you might not have ever experienced it, and you got to be careful. So you can't just think nobody of all nations is all one way. So that has to be earned, that trust like that. It ain't something you could think, no. That has to be proven and earned, just like anything else in the black culture. You just don't receive somebody black because they black. Your freaking uncle, is the one trying to grape your baby girl in the house. And he blood. You see? So you got to test all spirits no matter what. But each of us, we have our characteristics that we come with culturally. All right? So the integration did a lot of damage in the so-called blacks' development after, in the 50s, when they started that integration into the 60s. That was the greatest, because once, after we came out of slavery, and then after, they was burning down our towns, everything, we just kept prospering. So in the 50s, I could show you one, but I don't got it right now. We was doing very well, the so-called blacks. Very well. 2 parents in the household, everyone wearing, dressing, nobody dressing like hoochies and whores and all that type of stuff as a people generally. And the serpent seed was wise enough to know we need to stop this. Because if we don't, each generation is going to be more successful than the next. And we need them to be unsuccessful. We need them to be demeaned, demoralized, so that we can keep our foot on their neck. Because the more successful they get, the more moral and the more righteous they're going to be. Thus, repentful, thus not cursing themselves, thus coming out of the curses. So, the so-called blacks were ushered in because of integration into spaces that were never required to protect the black child when they got there. It was called integration without protection. They bamboozled us to fight to enter spaces that were never required to protect the children when they got into these spaces. We were taught and conditioned with a narrative that if we could just live in the right neighborhood, go to the right school district, I can get my kids in the right school district, the right suburb. If I could get them on the right team, if I can get them into the right classes, the right social circles, that our children, the blacks, would have a better chance. And the distancing from any black culture would be it would be more distance from danger, more opportunity. But we weren't taught that danger doesn't only wear poverty clothes. We weren't taught that danger does not only live in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, in underfunded schools, in underfunded neighborhoods. We weren't taught that danger can live in a university campus culture. We weren't taught that danger could live on a campus where Black students are tolerated until the right circumstance or the narrative flips. We weren't taught that danger can live in a courtroom where a Black sits in judgment from 12 that they say are his peers, but not one of them is of his nation. We weren't taught that danger can live in the media narration that will decide who is a victim and who is the threat. A media that can dictate and narrate who is grieving. This one's grieving, but this one's dangerous. And who gets the benefit of the doubt? This is the uncomfortable mirror. It's very, very uncomfortable. We've been taught a lie. We've been hoodwinked. We've been bamboozled. We've been run amok. People, in these end times, there's a lot of wake-up calls happening. Because some families are putting their children in positions and they're not being taught what dangers could happen in these positions. Like, I'm gonna put my child in this good school, but I'm not thinking who's gonna protect my child, who's gonna believe my child when something goes wrong. When something goes left field, are they gonna protect minds? Or who actually sees my child as a child? Because you got others, they'll see other nations of people as those are children, but the Black, they'll call him a Black or an Igger, a man. They don't see your child as a child. Who will stand beside him when something goes wrong? Who is going to control the narrative if my child gets accused of something? Who gets the suspicion when something goes wrong? See, when we so-called Black Americans, when we think of these questions, now they want to call it victim shaming. See? Victim narrative. No. The children need to know who's going to sit on the grand jury. Who's going to get the sympathy? Who's going to get the suspicion? These are not victim shaming. These are called parenting questions in a country that has never been equal to the Black American. For those who want it to be victim shaming, kick rocks. It's time to wake up so that the children can stop being hung, being drowned, being shot, they can have some understanding that the land that they live in has never been friendly towards them, and that those of other nations that are not hostile to them are a remnant, and they need to be able to discern those from the others, the righteous from the unrighteous. You just can't, it ain't racist or prejudiced or bigoted to have a respectable fear over a group of people who have a history of actions. That's called intelligence. I'm gonna close out with this. Nothing that the so-called Black American, I can only speak for Black Americans, so-called Blacks, nothing that we can do will ever have the serpent seed accept us as normal or civilized. Let me explain. I'm talking about the serpent's seed, not my righteous white brothers and sisters. Nothing that a Black person in America can ever do will have the serpent seed accept them as normal or civilized, because the devil was jealous of the Most High. They are his seed, his children. Let me give you a quick example. Remember the Obamas, the old Obamas, right? I got to use them, I know, because that was the highest that any melanated people ever got in America's hierarchy. The highest. That's why I'm using them. So get out your feelings. We already know. Actually, the Obama, him, the dad, he's part of the serpent seed lineage. That part, the blood lineage, allegedly. I forgot I got to do that, right? Now, I'm using him as an example because he rose as the highest that any melanated people ever got in America's hierarchy, all right? So they were the respectability politics dream. He graduated from Columbia University. He graduated Harvard Law School. Michelle or Michael, whatever y'all want to call her, she graduated from Princeton University. She graduated from Harvard Law School. Hold on. Now this is a Black American and a Black immigrant, or whatever you want to call Obama and Michelle or Michael, whatever y'all want to call it. This ain't about that. I'm going to just say Michelle. Y'all get out your feelings, right? This is the top. They made it to the highest hierarchy ever of America. Now, they were married. Now, we know y'all saying whatever Baphomet Union, let's just keep it basic. They were married. They were educated. They were polished. They were measured. They were family-centered. They were strategic. They were credentialed at the highest levels of American society. But guess what? That did not protect them from racial insults, racist caricatures, animalistic imagery. They called them monkeys, right? Remember, Michelle Obama's Princeton, Harvard law credentials did not matter. Respectability did not stop the racism or the anti-blackness. So then, if that's the case, this is where the Bible says we are to learn from history. So then what exactly is black respectability supposed to prevent for us then? Because Harvard Law School wasn't enough. Princeton wasn't enough. Being married wasn't enough. The White House wasn't enough. All of these attributes that they portrayed, if the first black family could be degraded through racist imagery, then nothing is enough. The issue is jealousy, envy, hate, and covetousness. So, in foundation, it's not anti-blackness. It's anti-God. It's anti-Yah. It's anti-Most High. The devil will never see the black as, you see, as normal, as civilized, because the devil was jealous of the Most High. Shout out to Baltimore, big man. That's why I'm trying to make the so-called black and my righteous white brothers and sisters to understand what the devil is doing and what he's doing with his children, the serpent's seed. Ain't nothing you can do, because this covetousness, this envy, this jealousy, this hate, it ain't against your blackness, it's against your father. So the serpent seed is working on behalf of their father against you, blacker than blacks, because they hate your father. Martin Luther King, he said, no violence, don't fight back. He wore a suit and a tie. He said, no, we will not fight back. That wasn't Malcolm. He quoted the scripture. He tried to appeal to America's conscience. He spoke the language of faith, of law, of morality, and democracy. And still, in 1966, he had a 63% negative rating. By August of 1966, it rose to a 70% unfavorable rating. So his respectability didn't change it. It didn't stop the threats. It didn't stop the smears. It didn't stop the surveillance. And it sure enough didn't stop the bullet. The Obamas, Ivy League educated, still targeted. Dr. King preached nonviolence, suits, still hated, then assassinated. Malcolm X, assassinated while preparing to speak at the Audubon Ballroom. I could go on and on. Medgar Evers, World War II veteran, NAACP field secretary, shot in his own driveway in 1963 in Mississippi. These men that I'm speaking on were not unalive because they dressed in hoodies, pants sagging. Come on, I'm going somewhere. They wasn't unalive because they were singing Molly Percocet and you know, it just ain't nothing but hoes and tricks. Oh, no. These was educated. Oh, these wasn't uneducated niggas rapping rap music. They wasn't singing, you see, Lil Uzi Vert. No. They weren't unalive because they wasn't presentable. They had suits and ties. They had businesses, they had cars, they had wives, families, children. They wasn't baby mamas on welfare. They wasn't on child support. Somebody talk to me. Somebody talk to me. Nah, these men were not unalived because they failed to present themselves properly. They were unalived because the serpent devil, white supremacy, has always understood Black dignity. Always been taught that Black self-determination, Black success is a threat. Seeds of the serpent. Remember, it ain't against your Blackness, it's against your Creator. If I can teach anything to the so-called Black people, that's why they want y'all to think that that Bible is a slave Bible. The Safaria Bible, they want to say it's a white man's book. No, it's a history book of instructions of a people and prophecies. It's been added to and taken away from and all that type of stuff, but it's a history book. It's your instructions. Everything is right there in it. You'll never understand what's happening because you won't ever understand spiritual warfare. You won't understand the principalities and spirits that's over the curses. You don't understand what's really happening. You understand? You'll miss the whole point. These men were not unalived because they failed to present themselves respectfully or properly. They didn't have locks. They didn't have a haircut phase. They didn't have, right? The serpent seed knew we must stop them. Because if we allow these successful, righteous men to go forth, then the generation that come after them will be more successful and more righteous. The dignity is the threat. Let's take it to modern times, like Marawa Yah said. Let's bring it up to date. Y'all heard of Sandra Bland, right? Sandra Bland wasn't just somebody that you heard about in a rap song. Sandra Bland was a Prairie View A&M graduate student. She was preparing to start a new job, all right? When she got pulled over at a traffic stop. It escalated into them arresting her, and 3 days later, she was found unalive in a Texas jail cell. Come on, Marawiya. See? Again, we could bring it up to date, like we did all night tonight with the stories. They just hung Tasia right now from a tree this week. Sandra Bland's case remains one of the clearest modern reminders that going to school, preparing for a new job, graduating, being educated does not protect the so-called Black from the serpent's power, the state's power, from dehumanization, from the wiles of the devil. So when they talk all this respectability politics, it is a lie from the lake of fire. These respectability politics lie, and it tells the Black American that if you just dress better, if you speak better, if you sing better, if you cut off that hair, if you behave better, that these racist acts will stop. The devil's a lie. History proves otherwise. We got to get right with our Father. Ain't nothing you can do to make that devil and people stop destroying you, so-called Black American. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, said, We need to stop them because a Messiah will come through their lineage. A Messiah will come through. They know. Seek ye first the kingdom. Righteous. I'm not religious. I didn't even believe in no God before the Most High knocked me off my horse spiritually. I was agnostic. I was the God Rashawn, part of the nation of gods and earths, New York City from the 80s. You heard? Rashawn, Prince Rashawn, Justice Born Monique, why Allah? That was my attribute. I came in the name of Allah. You heard? Didn't believe in no God. And that nation of gods and earth says, I am God. You heard? I am the physical manifestation of Allah. I possess an arm, a leg, an arm, and a head. A-L-L-A-H. I lived that for 30, 40 years. That's what got me. The Most High used that to get me through the crack era, to get me through the murder capital at that time in New York City, to make it. So I'm not speaking religion. I'm speaking relationship. The Most High did something to me. Prove to me he exists. I don't know if he's going to prove to you he exists. He does it in each individual's in his own way. However he reaches you as his child, it's your own way. It's individualistic. But I can only tell you, I don't believe in the Safariyat that they call the Bible because somebody wrote, mankind wrote it. I believe because the Most High visited me. The Most High proved something to me, and I can't deny what was proved to me. I ain't never been a turncoat. I ain't never been a sellout. I ain't never been a backbiter. I ain't never been a Judas. I've always been loyal, and I told him that. That was my ultimatum to him when he's trying to get my attention. Well, if you exist, then you need to prove to me. Because if you created me, then you know I'm loyal to death. You heard? You know it, because I'm sitting here facing 55 years to life, and I ain't snitching on nobody. I took that 55 years to life on the chin, went to the United States Supreme Court in front of all those people. That's why I was telling you, the Most High touched that Supreme Court judge, but that was the second one. The first one I got out of it, the money, was a millionaire. I got out of it. Superstar lawyer team and all that. Second time around, wasn't no money. But see, it was the relationship that the first time, that's how I got introduced to the Supreme Court judge. The one that later would come back on the back end and would know my character because I took it to trial for a year. You know, my little baby Benito. See, these are parts of the journey, but I didn't know this at the time. Not knowing, yeah, you're going to beat this 55 to life, but you ain't going to listen to me, the Most High. And I'm going to have to do a WWF smackdown on you one more time. And this time, you won't have the money to beat it. Because I'm going to time this with the great market crash of 2006. That's when it started. Y'all remember 2008, the great market crash. It started for us real estate investors. I own a real estate development company. You heard? I own construction company. I own 15 houses. So this great market crash is going to hit real estate. That's the great one. So it's going to lock out my capital. And all my money and my value, my equity in my houses is going to just burn like a fire. So you won't have no money, Mr. Bad Billy Bad Butt, to get out of it this time. It's just going to be me and you. This was the Most High did to me. It's just going to be me and you this time. I tried to get your attention the first time. I ain't want to do you that dirty. You could have had your money, but you chose the money over me, which I did. Foolish mistake. Foolish mistake. If I could play it back, I would have chose him, and right now I'd be so comfortable, I'd be able to help everybody. Boy, I had that bag. I always had the bag. Somebody had told you wrong. Go to my Uncle Yashua 25 Life Testimony TV and look. Look at the light, right? So this time, it's just me and you now. Me and you, that's it. One, mano a mano. your whole family is not even in New York no more. You would have no visits, because by the time that I shipped my family to North Carolina, because I was going away, because when I was doing the first bid, the 55 to life, I didn't know I was going to beat it in the Supreme Court. So I set my family up, my baby mama and my children up for me to be going away for 55 years. So I sent my baby mama back with her family. She from New York. I sent her with her family in North Carolina and got them situated. So I was preparing for me to never come home for the 55 to life. So when I beat it, now they in North Carolina. So I never left New York. Ooh, the Most High said, I got you this time. Got him. You should have listened to me the first time. But I'm going to give you another shot. It's just me and you this time. So when I got arrested again, because they put a low jack on my car, my Benz, right? Here I am thinking I'm free. I beat the case in Supreme Court, right? Oh, yeah? We low jacked your car, fool. Now we coming to get you. You got a target on your back. And they got me again. And this time, 25 to life. But now, it's about 6 months later, 2000, going into 2007, the market is crashing. And I don't even know it, because now I'm inside. And I don't know, my equity in my house is just burning. The market has crashed. Banks have stopped giving second equity lines of credits. Everything is imploding. The great market crash is happening and I'm locked inside. Ooh, I got no access to my income. Ooh, I got no access to the lawyer team. I can't hire. Ooh, I'm done for. It's just me and you, the Most High. Now what you gonna do? So I'm so sold out to the Most High because it was just me and him. No visits, nobody in New York, alone. And smartly and wisely, I chose him at that time. I chose him. And now, 20 years later, I stand before you. 3 years after that, he gave me a second chance after 25 to life, using the same Supreme Court judge who I beat the 55 to life. See, the Most High will put pieces, puzzle pieces. So I choose the Most High because I have a relationship. I don't believe he had to work on me. I'm like, okay, I don't know what faith is. I don't know what believe in something I can't touch, taste, smell, or hear is. I don't believe in none of that. And if you created me, then you know that. So let's not play no games. That's me talking to the Creator. You hear me? Come on, nosy bug. That was me talking to him. I don't believe in none of that stuff you talking about. I don't believe in none of that mystery God stuff. Nah, you're going to have to prove to me in my physical, 10 toes down in my truth of square. Stand in my truth of square. Prove it to me beyond a shadow of a doubt. I can't have no doubt, no faith, none of that. No parts of that. I need to know. Show me you exist. Where I cannot, none of my senses, I can't deny, show me that this exists. And if you really created me, then you know once you do that, you got me. If you created me, you know that I am loyal to death. You know that. I ain't got to prove that to you, because if you created me, you know that means that's how you created. You put that in me. This is what I talked to him, guys. This is what I said. No sugarcoat. I wasn't saying it in disrespect. I was saying it in spirit and in truth. You heard? And I cussed at the time. And I said, I apologize to you talking this tone, but you know this is how I talk. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being real. And if you're telling me that you want me to believe in you or do something, then I need you to prove it. And he started that process. Yeah. He proved it. He proved it. supernaturally, physically, and he proved it above and beyond, more than I can need proof. Till all the way to the point where he gave me a second chance at my life. Bro, you have no idea. Boy, I was like, the Most High is really, really smart. He's really dope. I was like, you couldn't have did a better, knowing how my loyalty is, knowing who I am, you couldn't have did it a better way to get a lifelong to death. That's why no matter what they do to me, they're just gonna unalive me. I already been tortured. Everything been done to me. What you gonna do? Torture me? I'm going home. I'm sold. My soul, I know where my spirit belongs to, my Father. I'm going home. And for the others that don't got a relationship, I understand. To the ones that believe that the Bible is just a religious book, and I get it. Religion, they didn't, what's his name? The Romans, they made some Christian religion, and they didn't took the Sephariyah, the actual Hebrews, they changed the Tamadarah, Hadalayat, the followers of the way, and they made them this, they made another deity, Serapis Christos, and all this type of stuff, and they put all these things, and nobody, right? I get all, that's religion. I ain't talking religion, I'm talking relationship. I'm talking spirituality. Spiritual, bro. Ain't nothing about me religious. I was the God Rashon. I raised people. What? You got to make it yourself. Everything. Everything you do. I was wrong. Then he played my life back. Ooh. I remember that time I woke up in the cell. This was the 25 to life. Yeah, the 25 to life. I went to sleep knowing that he's going to, I did the ultimatum for him to prove himself to me. Now, I don't believe in no God, mystery, God, all that stuff. Crap, I call it crap. So I knew already, I'm in a cell, I'm in the tiers, I'm not in a dorm, I'm in a cage. The cage, the jail cell, rats, roaches, all that, whole banger. And it's 100,000 bail and up. I'm in the big boy tier. Everybody's going state bid. You got killers, murderers, everything, rapists, all type of stuff. Just your bail got to be 100,000 and up to be on that, right? This ain't no little low level stuff. I'm up here with unalivers, right? So I go into the cell, right? And I remember this. Of course, I'll never forget none of this. I had no idea that when I went into that cell that night, lights out, 6 p.m., 5 p.m., you go into the cell. No, when is it? 6 p.m. Because they lock us in. Sorry, I ain't been on the tiers in so long. So yeah, 6 p.m., I think night is over, if I remember correctly. So they lock the cell. Boom. The gate door, bang. What I didn't know, that night, when I wake up, he would play my whole life story. He played my whole life story. And he said, I've been the one. So the name of my book is called Lucky to Be Alive, the story of my life from the project to the pulpit. The reason why it's called Lucky to Be Alive, because I almost died in this world at least 40 times. I'm talking about guns, Tech 9s, bullets shot at the temple, cars flipping over, just everything you'd ever imagine. I almost died literally about 35 times. So I thought it was luck, right? But I've now later come to realize it wasn't luck. It's the Most High's design of my life. So my book was called Lucky to Be Alive. So when he played back my life, that's why I tell a lot of the stories on my Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life testimony TV story. Go subscribe over there and watch. You'll get you some food, you'll enjoy it. He played back my life when I was in the cell that night. And it showed me that whole time of my upbringing, all those times that I thought I cheated death, I didn't cheat nothing. I was in the palm of his hand. He said, I had you this whole time. Every time you thought you cheated death, it was me. He played my whole life. That morning when I woke up and that jail cell opened, there was no turning back. There was no turning back. I'm not a Judas, a turncoat. I'm not a sellout. I'm loyal. I'm one of them T4L, Tigers for Life. That's Hempstead Tigers. Parkside Projects, Parkside for Life. Parkside for till I'm what's that? Parkside in the bed, Hempstead till I'm dead, right? Parkside till I die. Go Parkside till I die, Hempstead till I'm dead. These models that we teach, that we live in the hood when you come from a ghetto, when you come from the hoodie hood. I'm born and raised in the projects. Parkside till I die, Hempstead till I'm dead. That's what we know. That's all we know, right? That's all I got to claim is my hood, my boys. You see? So if you created me, then you know that's all I got, and I ride or die for mine. You heard? I faced the 55. I faced the 25. I ain't telling nobody. I could have snitched on people. I could have played the game. I could have and faced it and went back and faced the hood. Like what? For what? You know, this before the day. Now snitching is these kids. No, this is we talking the 90s. yeah. It's a different environment, a different world. Nowadays, these rappers, they snitch and they just go on and come out, and snitching is whatever. Everything's so watered down. I'm talking about the 90s. You heard? Different generation. Okay? None of that. Snitches get stitches. I come from that generation. You understand? None of that. So, facing all that, then I know he know this is who I am. And so, as he proved himself to me, especially when he showed me my life played back, I was a different being from then. And then that's when he started proving to me that he exists. But he started by showing me my whole life. And I was abandoned by my mom and dad. And he said, he didn't say, I apologize or I'm sorry. I just felt. I felt in the spirit like he felt like, I'm sorry this had to happen to you, but this is what I needed you to be. I'm your mother and father. I couldn't give you a mom and dad like everybody else because I need to build you a certain way that you're mine. So I've been your mom and dad. And it didn't make it hurt less that I never had a mom or a dad. I had a dad a little in just namesake. Yes, I seen him and stuff. He never raised me or nothing. But I never had a mom. I seen her one time in my life. Praise y'all, he gave me a grandmother until she died when I was a teenager. But she didn't show affection, but I'm just thankful for that. But anyway, he said, I'm your mom and dad, and you had to go through all of that trauma and pain. Later, he revealed it's so that the place I got you going, you're going to be able to identify with everyone that I bring in your presence. With compassion and empathy, you're going to be able to understand the lowest of the low and the highest of the high. That's why I allowed you to be prosperous and rich, wealthy. I was rich. I was rich making my way to wealthy. This before any YouTube, social media. I was over $1 million working my way to wealth. Wealth means generational money. Right now I'd be a billionaire if it had been left alone. Wealth. Rich means I can buy anything I want, and my money was making me money. I own 13 houses, going from commercial, from residential real estate to commercial. That's where the wealth was going to come. You understand? He said, I allowed you to experience the lowest of the low, the bottom of the barrel. Nobody loves you. No parent. Your hood loved you. No mama love, none of that. A motherless child. A child not even worthy for a mother to love or a father. The lowest of the low. And I allow you to reach the highest wealth. Because you're going to, and what I have for you, you're going to encompass all. And you got to be able to understand and receive all, no matter where they are. So when he explained that, it made me feel a little better, just a little bit about my childhood. It didn't heal the pain of not having love or a mom or a dad or none of that. But it did bring me a little understanding. I understood. And then learning the stories of the Bible. Because remember, now he's introducing me. So the Most High brought me. I didn't go through Jesus. I didn't go through the Messiah because I didn't come. The Bible says you cannot go to the Father without coming through me. That is the truth. That's the Messiah. That's the Mashiach, the second Adam, Adayam. You cannot come to the Father unless you go through the Messiah, but I didn't go to the Father. The Father came to me. The Most High, let me explain something to you. The Bible does not say the Most High can't come to you. He came to me. So I had a relationship with him for about a year and a half in jail before he introduced me to the Messiah. So it's just me and him. You understand? Me and the Father. I did not believe in Jesus. I did not believe in the Messiah. He dealt with me for about a couple of months with just me and him. And then I guess he decided now it's time for me to introduce you to my manuscript. And he used a unaliver, a famous from the Supreme team, the 1980s drug famous Supreme team. Y'all probably heard of. They did news. They got a Netflix, whatever, the movie, the Supreme team from Queens, Supreme and all of them, right? He used an enforcer from the Supreme team who had already did like 20 something years and he was back in again. He used him. He called himself the Grim Reaper because he's unalived so many people as an enforcer for them. Right? He did his time. I don't even know if he's still alive. I hope he is. Right? He used, I told you I was in a place where I was going, it was all big time, big numbers. Everybody's going to prison. It's, it's big, big numbers, not no regular jail stuff, right? So he used this individual to come into my life, which I didn't invite him in, and then tell me he had a book that he wanted me to read. And it was a book called the Ashram, what was it called? Not Prison of Praise. The Bolozar. I forgot, I got the book. Matter of fact, all that stuff was in my suitcase. I got the book. It's called, I forgot the name of it now. And I'm like, and I read this book
Deep and
by this
Simple.
white, what you say, what is it called? What you say?
Deep and Simple.
Deep and Simple. Come on, Hakiyama. Praise the Most High. Book called Deep and Simple. This unaliver. He was in Don Diva magazine and stuff. He said, I'm going to show you who I am. So he like, you read Fez magazine and Don Diva? I'm like, yeah. So he sends me the book for the Don Diva magazine of the Supreme Team issue, and they talking about him in the magazine. I'm like, he looking over there with his glasses. He an elder. I'm like, that's you. And I love those gangster stories. You know what I mean? I'm from the streets. So anyway, he gives me this book, Deep and Simple. I read the book and I can't put it down. It's about some ashram project. It's this white guy that goes into the prisons and he brings people to spirituality and relationship with the creator, right? I don't think they call him God, the Most High, the creator, or whatever, and all that. And that book, I read that book, and soon as I finished, I didn't stop. I think I read it that whole night. And soon as I finished, I had this longing, this yearning in my deep. It was like I needed the Bible like water. It was something that the Most High used in that book that pulled me. It was like, I need a Bible. I got up out that bed. And the dude, his name is Ray. Ray was like, and he knew it. I guess the Most High must have put in Ray that something was in me, and he was using Ray to help fulfill the purpose. And Ray said to me, maybe me listening to the Most High and doing this for you could take one of my curses that I have to answer for at the judgment. Ray said that he doesn't see colors anymore. He sees gray. Like he doesn't see. Something happened. I don't want to tell too much because ain't no statute of limitations on certain stuff. And we don't do that, right? But he said he's done things for when he was an enforcer, even though he did his time for it, that it was a time that happened where he didn't see color anymore. And he couldn't, it destroyed him because he just see everything is gray. And so he know death. He called himself the Grim Reaper. So that led me, I had a yearning for the Bible. And I remember I'm like, I didn't even think he would have a Bible. But I was like, yo, I need a Bible. I need a Bible. And I'm running around, I asked Mike, I need a Bible. And it was like, bro, the chaplain comes. When the chaplain come, I'm like, I need a Bible. I was like fiending. It's like, I need a Bible. It was like it was water, food. It was like, and that's when Ray said, I got a Bible. And he gave me that Bible. And he said, don't worry, it's yours. You can keep it. And I took that Bible and I went to the day room. The day room, we was in a dorm. And the day room is with a table and they got a TV. So they got a black TV and a Puerto Rican TV, right? For the Hispanics to watch over there, and the blacks, we watch this TV. So they got a table, that's where we eat. Where we eat our and lunch come or whatever. And so I went and I sat. It's early, it's everybody up. Everybody don't get up for breakfast. It's early before rec in the morning, before they call rec. And I sat right there for the TVs because the TVs ain't even cut on yet. And I sat down, just me at the table. Everybody's still in the bed, everybody, right? I'm sitting at that table and I started reading that Bible. And I read that whole thing. I don't know how long it took, but day after day. And that was my first time reading the Bible. All right, now we're closing. The Most High did all this tonight. That was for somebody to hear a little bit of my testimony. So the moral of that is, I'm not religious. I have a relationship with the creator of all things, with the Most High. And so for those who don't have a relationship, I can understand your doubts of the Bible, of the Most High. Some people don't believe. It's up to the Most High if he wants to prove who he is or if he just wants you to have faith and belief. The Bible says The Bible says, greater is he, I'm paraphrasing. Hakiyama could find the script. I'm paraphrasing. Greater is he, or more anointed is he, or more blessed is he who believes without seeing the proof, who has faith without, than the one who it was proven to. So if you're one of those who have faith in the Most High without having the physical, literal, like proof, crazy, physical, like no crazy spiritual proof, then even more blessed is you than me. Shout out to Sister Adacia. Okay? I'm just trying to tell you that there is a creator. There was no big boom. Everything ain't come from no big bang boom stuff. There's an intelligent design to your makeup, to the universe. That's why everything that makes up our physical composition, all the atoms and molecules, is the same thing that make up the universe. And it's the same thing, all the minerals and atoms and molecules, the same thing in a handful of adayam, dust, dirt. That is intelligent design. That ain't no big boom happenstance. That's foolish. You need to start to form a relationship with the Most High. And the way to him is righteousness, is humility, is accountability, is morality. You see, that's the door, the path to a relationship with him. Or just cry out. You have to ask and you shall receive. The way the days are becoming darker and darker, and it will come a time when it's too late. Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. Seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all will be added unto you. This has been a long lesson. The Most High closed this out. I don't know how many is here. I ain't been looking. Let me see. Still 100. So the 100 people who stayed through the night, the Most High gave this lesson to you because I had none of this part at the end. I was just going to close out. I had another story. I had something else I was going to close out with. Then I just started telling what did I start talking about? The integration and the black thing, and then he went into a testimony. So may the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you for those who gave a donation. Thank you for those who donate outside of the live stream. I humbly receive and I thank you. Thank you, Hakiyama, for your assistance and your covering of tonight's lesson. Thank you, Tamaya and Yasha and whoever was on the screen tonight. Thank you to the moderators, the assembly, the ministry, and the moderators and everybody who came in and assisted. And thank you for, you're welcome, Elaziyah. Thank you all for sojourning with us tonight, because the more of you that keep coming back, the more people that can find us through the shadow ban. They shadow banned this one a lot tonight. We only got up to 400 on the live stream and it was really quick, right? It wasn't, so I was hoping that they would let us get through and we get like 1,000, 1,200 people. And I know, more people can see the truth, but peace and blessings for those who find us. A relationship with the Father, the creator of all things. Religion is man-made, it's doctrine of men, it's dogma. The relationship is spiritual between you and your creator. Greater is he that is within you. From the house of the Most High Yah Ministries to all of you worldwide, I thank the ministry. Thank you for welcoming your brothers and sisters. We love you all with the love of the Father. Now go forth and be the light. We live again Monday, Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. And we hope to see y'all all with whatever the Most High is going to have us teach. Peace and blessings, learning to fly.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. Shout out to the Unbothered Movement.
There were two announcements.
Go ahead.
Mariah said that her niece had her baby tonight.
Oh, blessings to Mariah. Shout out to Run Rock in the building. Blessings, Mariah. Blessings over your niece, a newborn. Most High child being born into the earth. Blessings and healing over you and your family, Mariah. Go ahead. What's the other one, Hakim?
We also hit 6K tonight.
Okay. I don't know what you telling me the numbers on the don't tell me that no more. I always wait, but thank you. You're talking about subscribers. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, praise y'all. All right, thank you so much. I apologize. I thought you was talking about the numbers on the yeah, I knew we was. I knew because we was at 590-85, so I knew y'all will get at least 15 subscribers. So peace and blessings. We hit 6,000 subscribers. Wow, that's a long journey. It's been a very long journey. We've been shadow banned for so many years. We were stuck at 3,000 subscribers for like 2 years straight, literally. So praise the Most High. We had 6,000, all in the Most High will. One of my goals is 7,000. That 7 number, that's going to hit, right? I don't know, something about the 7 number, right? Spiritually with me. And then the next goal is that 10. Once that 10, the 7 happen, I'm going to be like, 7,000. That's because these are souls. These are not followers, subscribers. These are people's spirits. And our channel is live, meaning we don't have dead subscribers. So you got a lot of these channels, they got 100,000 subscribers, 30,000, and they put a video up and they only get 300 people watching, 500 people. So it's like, so you got 20, 50,000 dead subscribers, really. So we got, well, we used to have, we got 5,000, 6,000 subscribers, and we'll get 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 watching. So it's like, these are live. So each of these subscribers are the Most High's children. These are souls. So the way I imagine it, imagine us standing and it's 6,000 people we speaking to. You understand? The Messiah spoke to 3,000. You see? 6,000. Like, my goodness, that's a lot of people. 6,000, that's like a stadium. Imagine doing a concert, there's 6,000 people. That's the whole stadium. So that's how I look at it. And it was hard fought. Really, labor, bro. You see, they shadow banning now. So praise the Most High. And that just lets me know we're getting closer to the end time. The end time that the Most High is allowing more of his children to find us. So praise his holy name, his rightful order. And these are live souls. So praise Yah. Thank you, Akyama. And thank you, everybody, for celebrating our 6,000 souls mark. That's a lot to me. I don't care about these other people that got all that million. We got souls here. We're pouring into people's soul and their life. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. All right, everybody. Y'all get y'all some rest. We went, I don't know how long we went. Not even 8 hours. Okay, good. Because Facebook times out at 8 hours. They're going to shut me down. All right. Peace and blessings, everybody. We're live again on Monday. I had something I was going to teach tonight, but the Most High did what he wanted to do. Like I was going to teach like a lesson at the end. I have something really deep. So we're going to let the Most High do as he do all the time. And so I got so much more to teach in future lessons. So please keep coming back no matter what the title says, and come back to hear the word of the Most High. And go forth, everybody, and be the light in the darkness. To the ministry, I love you and thank you for being my brother and sister during this whole journey of us reaching the Most High's children from all around the world, of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. Peace and blessings from the house of the Most High to you all worldwide. Go forth and be the light, God. Go forth and be the light of the Most High in this dark second world. We love you all with the love of the Father. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. Shabbat Shalom, seventh day, the Sabbath day, for those who keep the Shabbat, the Sabbath day. Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. Shabbat is the Most High's set apart holy day. So peace and blessings to the Most High's holy day unto you all. Shabbat Shalom. Some say Shabbat Shalom or Shabbat Shalom. Peace and blessings. Great job, Hakim. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise
Hallelujah.
Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m.